Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. That you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Robert, that? With a crowbar, you said.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here streaming live from Las Vegas today. I've been doing debate after debate, and here we are ready with Sam. We've got Donnie for Standing for Truth Ministries, Joe from the Kentucky Atheist, and Austin from AC Sims, all here ready to duke out the Bible. Adam and Eve existed. Sam, if you'd like to kick us off with your opening statement, please.
All right. Well, just before I do, I just want to thank you for having us on and thank the audience for participating as well as our opponents here today. So, all right. So the title of this debate is The Biblical Adam and Eve Existed. Because Donnie and I are taking the affirmative today, we are going to be making arguments that need to be addressed. In his book titled The Mind and Cosmos, atheist Thomas Nagel argued that the standard materialistic atheist worldview is fundamentally incomplete because it cannot adequately explain consciousness, cognition, and objective values. We agree with him. My first argument tonight is going to be that we know Adam and Eve existed because the biblical worldview is the only worldview that can offer a complete and coherent model of reality. Because the biblical worldview is true, then the biblical model of origins is also true. This argument will conclude that our opponents only pretend they are living in a world where there is no God, and we can perform a juxtaposition if they disagree. So question one, do you more than imagine that you live in a world where there is no God? And if so, what worldview will you be critiquing ours with today? Note that if there is no complete worldview contender, then there is no complete worldview in which Adam and Eve did not exist, and we take the debate. So let's unpack this argument a little bit. A worldview is going to consist of three main categories: metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics. So let's look at metaphysics. Metaphysics is the foundational branch of philosophy that explores fundamental nature of reality, existence, and the universe. In the book titled There Is a God, the once prominent atheist Anthony Flew argued that the laws of nature are a good proof of God, and we agree with him. As Christians, our position is that God has a plan and a purpose for mankind. God's plan includes a rationally understood creation that God has bound with concrete supernatural laws. These laws stand in a cause and effect relationship, thus dictating everything that is possible and impossible. The Bible says in Hebrews chapter 1, verse 3, that God upholds all things by the word of his power. And in Colossians chapter 1:17, he is before all things, and by him all things hold together. So, question two, because you reject that God upholds all things, you need to present and defend what it is that dictates anything that is possible or impossible. So what is it? Note that if you have nothing presentable and defensible, then you cannot defend that Adam and Eve are not possible, or that evolutionary processes are possible. This means that science, on the terms of your worldview, is not possible. And again, we take the debate. So let's look at epistemology. Epistemology is the branch of philosophy concerned with the nature, origin, and limits of knowledge. Atheist philosopher Patricia Churchland argued that human brains evolved for survival, not for discovering abstract metaphysical truths. Her famous, heavily cited argument on this topic appears in her 1987 journal article titled Epistemology in the Age of Neuroscience, published in the Cambridge Journal of Philosophy. And we agree with her. As Christians, we take truth to be that which comports with the mind of God. Here, truth is objective and knowable through revelation of God by minds that were created to receive the revelation of God, who knows all things, has all power, and is relational in eternity past. We read in John 14:6 that Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. So question 3. Because you reject our definition of truth, we are going to need you to present and defend a definition of truth and justification for access to it. So what is it? Note that if you are unable to do this, then you are not only unable to object to the truth of Adam and Eve in any meaningful way, you will be unable to argue that we are not telling the truth, or that your objections and criticisms are true. It should be obvious that if you cannot engage with this question, then again, we take the debate. Lastly, ethics. Ethics refers to the moral principles and values that govern human behavior, determining what is right and wrong. In his book, Beyond Good and Evil, passionate atheist and nihilist Friedrich Nietzsche wrote that there are no moral phenomena at all, but only moral interpretations of phenomena. As Christians, we're going to say that morality is objective. We are going to point here to God's law as well as the life of Christ. On our system, bodily autonomy is more than illusory because humans are made with equality and in the image and the likeness of God. God has bestowed upon us inalienable rights, making rights real and different than laws. Only here, things like racism are meaningfully wrong because there is only one race. We are all related to Adam and Eve. In Matthew 22, verse 37 through 39, we are reminded that the greatest commandments are to love God and love our neighbor. So, question 4. Because you reject that God is the final reference point for any moral declaration, I need you to present and defend whatever it is. So what is it? Note, if you are unable to do this, then you will be committing a blunder if you decide to suggest that anything is right or wrong, such as events that we read in the Bible, or things like grifting, being dishonest, advancing our position, or any number of slogans that critics typically repeat. You will also make it obvious that God exists because morality exists, which has no evolutionary explanation. Now, all this is not to say that science is not important, but it is important to say that the interpretation of the data is not independent from a worldview. Science deals with interpreted facts. We love the methodology called science, but before Donnie pushes, we need to get a few things straight. First, there is a difference between the study in a scientific paper and the author's conclusion. This would be a distinction between the science and the interpretation of the results. We can affirm a study while rejecting the author's interpretation. Second, because our opponents will be critiquing our scientific arguments from their evolutionary presupposition, evolution will be under attack. This just follows. Lastly, we are arguing competing paradigms here, and there is no neutral ground. Donnie, over to you.
Okay.
Thank you,
and
Sam.
I believe, Donnie, you wanted to bring up a...
Yes, please.
Sure.
If you don't mind. I've got
Mhm.
shared right now. I'll click hide here. Stop the timer real quick, if you don't mind. Slideshow. Great thumbnail, Sarah. Very talented. And whenever I'm good to go, I'll start the timer again. Okay. Debate, Adam and Eve. Thank you for setting the stage there, Sam. I am excited for this. Let's now get into the science that corroborates exactly what Sam argued there. Adam and Eve predictions. We are going to cover several here: low genetic diversity, one Y chromosome ancestor, one mitochondrial DNA ancestor. These have been confirmed. Let's get into it. So we find in the genetic data that DNA diversity in mitochondrial DNA, which is maternally inherited, passed down on the mother's side, and the Y chromosome, which is paternally inherited, passed down on the father's side. DNA diversity in these chromosomes is low. Mutation rates are measurable and they are fast. The math, as we will see, points to thousands, not hundreds of thousands of years. Another point we will be touching on is this question: if humans and chimps share an ancestor, why are their Y chromosomes so different? Here directly from the conventional literature, this is incredible. We have several papers we will be focusing on here corroborating this data. So this is the famous Parsons paper, where they discovered that 10 substitutions were observed, resulting in an empirical rate, this is very fast, of 1 in 33 generations. That's talking about substitutions. Notice what they say directly in this paper. This is roughly 20-fold higher than estimates derived from phylogenetic or evolutionary analyses. They point out in this paper, again from the conventional literature, not a Young Earth Creationist paper by any means, thus our observation of the substitution rate, again 20-fold faster than phylogenetic rates, is roughly 20-fold higher. And they point out that based on this new data, the mitochondrial DNA most recent common ancestor existed just 6,500 years ago. That is amazing. I want to highlight that again here on the slide. Using our empirical rate to calibrate the mitochondrial DNA molecular clock would result in an age of 6,500 years. Ann Gibbons, she followed this up. She's an evolutionist, and she did a commentary on this famous paper. And she said that this woman, based on this new clock, would have existed a mere 6,000 years ago. The DNA in mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosomes, nothing like the chimpanzee. This separates humans from chimpanzees and any other form of life. Notice this. This observed rate has implications for both forensic identity testing and for the inference of human history from mitochondrial DNA sequences. The methodology is sound, in other words. Here's a paper from 2022 where they admit the same thing, Connell et al. Estimates of the mutation rate with a non-phylogenetic approach are reported to be approximately 10-fold higher. This is the observed rate. We can take mothers and daughters. We can take many different families. For example, the Parsons paper is a single generation pedigree, but we have multi-generational pedigrees as well that we'll get into. For example, Helgeson, that is a little more deeper rooted, approximately 20 plus maternal transmissions, one substitution every 36 generations, very similar to Parsons. So we have all these papers ranging from 1996 to 1997 to even 2024, corroborating the Parsons data that Eve lived just 6,000 years ago. Wow. Another thing too that evolutionists could point out is deeper lineages that have more DNA differences, or perhaps our interlocutors will bring up Neanderthal DNA. This from the conventional literature. Our findings imply that defects in DNA repair genes can increase germline mutation rates. So notice that the empirical rate, where we can look at DNA differences between grandmother, mother, daughter, count them up, we see that they're fast. There are factors in genetics that could speed up the mutation rate even more. They say here, however, DNA repair defects do not always behave similarly to the soma, that's somatic cells, and the germline. Here they say in the same paper that there were families and individuals that experienced 7 times more de novo single nucleotide variants. So that means you could have in some people groups a mutation rate that is 7 times higher. Here's a paper that focuses on the human HBB gene region, and it points out that this area mutates a lot faster in Africans than in Europeans. This is a phylogenetic tree of mitochondrial DNA worldwide. The branches represent DNA differences or mutations. You can see that the branches are all close together. There's few DNA differences here. In light of the fast mutation rates, there's only a couple hundred generations here on this phylogenetic tree. Where do we get a couple 100,000 years worth of mutations? Another thing to notice, the HVR haplogroup. This is the most common haplogroup in Europe, from my understanding. And you'll see differing size branches. Remember, these represent DNA differences. They all go back to a common ancestor. Well, what that means is some people are picking up more mutations in the same amount of time than their cousins. So the evolutionists here could point to some studies like the Canary Islands, Soares et al., or perhaps Tristan da Cunha, Richard III. And we can even see, in light of this fast overall global mutation rates can also be variable. So good luck, evolutionists, making assumptions on the evolutionary molecular clock. This is a Y chromosome phylogenetic tree that tells us the exact same thing, that Y chromosomes can be traced back to a single Y chromosomal ancestor in the not so distant past. In my last couple minutes here, I want to focus on the human Y chromosomes between humans and the great apes. You can see that if you consider overall gene content, size differences in architecture between the human and chimpanzee Y, they're less than 30% the same. They're half the size, totally different in gene content. This is from 2024. You can compare the human Y to the chimpanzee Y, 26.2%. And so I want to see from the evolutionists here a model, a sophisticated mathematical model that explains where, when, why, and how these changes took place. They can name mechanisms all day, but a mechanism without a model is simply a story. And I'll have several questions during cross-exam for our interlocutors here in my less than a minute. These are famous theistic evolutionists. They argue against a literal Adam and Eve by saying there's no way you can develop this level of variation between us from one or two ancestors. Well, notice how evolutionists are arguing against Adam and Eve using evolutionary creation assumptions. That assumes all DNA variation is due to mutations. My last 20 seconds here. We present a model, design diversity, that suggests the majority of DNA variation is actually due to creation. We make predictions on DNA function. And we know, based on sophisticated research projects, that over 80% of the genome is active and functional. I think that's 15 minutes, Sarah. So I'll wrap it up there. Oh, I think you might be on mute.
How about now?
Yes, you're coming in.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Somehow I hit that button. I apologize. I was calling your 60 seconds. I don't know if I guess you didn't hear that.
No,
then.
I was just taking a guess.
Oh, wow. You were really good then. That was awesome. All right. I will hand it over to Joe for your opening statement, please.
All right. Hi, I'm Joe. I'm from the channel The Kentucky Atheist. Thank you, Sarah, for hosting the debate, and Donnie and Sam for entertaining this, and I think actually Donnie challenged us to this. So thanks for that. I appreciate it. So the first thing that I want to say in my opening is the question here today is the biblical Adam and Eve existed, right? And that's the affirmative that Donnie and Sam asked for. They asked to come here and provide evidence and facts that the biblical Adam and Eve existed. Not to come and have us defend evolution and science against whatever questions they may not understand, not to defend the scientific consensus. It was for them to come and show evidence and reputable sources that support their claim that the Adam and Eve from your Bible are the ones that we all come from. And there's several points that we can get into as we talk later about genetics and things that just don't even allow this to be a possibility. One thing I will point out in this is that whenever we talk about the last or our oldest common ancestors, that doesn't mean they were the only person It doesn't mean that there wasn't other people around. Mitochondrial Eve is unfortunately named Mitochondrial Eve. I think it was kind of a blunder by scientists to do that, and creationists have used that to try and cherry pick their way around making an argument that it's talking about the actual Eve. And this is refuted by many scientists in the field, most of them. I don't plan to sit here and defend the scientific consensus today. I came to refute the evidence that's provided to support the biblical Adam and Eve, and I hope to hear some of that today. That's all I got.
Thank you, Joe, and Austin, to you.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Austin Sims. I'm a former believer, former young earth creationist. I eventually became a non-believer and am now working on a degree in evolutionary biology. So what a reversal there, right? Tonight's debate topic is biblical Adam and Eve existed. And I just don't think we're going to get positive proof tonight of Adam and Eve. I feel like we've already kind of started to pivot away from that. And instead of that, we're getting young earth creationist conspiracy theories, attacks on science, and my favorite, lazy and curious presuppositionalism. So Donnie and Sam, they kind of fancy themselves like Galileos fighting the establishment. And I think in reality, they are actually, ironically, they're more like the geocentrists. They're besmirching science and rejecting empirical reality to protect dogma and hold on to sincerely held religious beliefs, which is kind of what the geocentrists did when Galileo was proving that the Earth was spherical and orbits around the sun. So it's kind of a weird inversion of things. I suppose it's possible that they are Galileo, but it doesn't seem to be the case to me. So one of the reasons I think this debate is important is because pseudoscience is deadly. It has a body count. Bad epistemology harms people, ends their lives, robs them of finances and relationships and health. And I think that what's being preached from the pulpit is fueling a resurgence in anti-science nonsense. So like geocentrism and flat earth, I don't see things like that happening without biblical literalism, which they're deeply tied together. I think Donnie and Sam's fairy tale origin story competes directly with a strongly supported cognitive social model of religion, where human concepts of souls evolved through animism, totemism, shamanism, and polytheism into modern monotheism and deism. And in this model, gods are fictional characters. They're a genre of fictional characters that evolved from ancient soul realm residents. I think in order to dodge this, our opponents are going to cherry pick. They're going to claim complete ownership of observed pedigree mutation rates, and there's going to be a lot of cherry picking, logical fallacies, Trojan sources, quote mines, and attacks on our very ability to know reality. So what's the solution? Rational empiricism. I'm going to counter Sam's entire intro with just those two words, rational empiricism, a standard of method and value. And the benchmark is just, it is wrong for anybody anywhere at any time to believe something for which there's not sufficient corroborative evidence to warrant that belief. So to warrant belief in Adam and Eve, we would need data that's contrary, it's preempted by the data we have right now. So we would need to see things like Paranthropus, Australopithecus, arcane humans, all in the exact same geological layer. And of course, the physical data we have preemptively rules out it's something completely different. At the deepest layer, there isn't any humans, and then you get ancient humans way before you get a single anatomically modern human. So the negative, we can kind of see the results of coddling anti-science, coddling conspiracy theories, of being excessively kind to them and treating bad epistemologies better than they deserve to be treated. We can see people that are sick. There's people that are not alive who would still be alive if they hadn't been sucked in by anti-science pipelines. And a society built on this decay, it can't survive, let alone thrive. So a society grounded in curiosity, learning, and evidence is one where problems are actually understood and effective solutions are enacted. So I think we all kind of need to become anti-confirmation bias machines. We need to fact check everything we hear tonight. Demand equal scrutiny. Don't grant one side a free pass for emotional stories while subjecting the other side to dishonest, twisted levels of skepticism. And keep the central question active. As you listen to our opponents tonight, continually ask yourself one core question. How does this actually prove a biblical Adam and Eve? Because I contest that our opponents, they don't really have anything other than the Bible says, and then they cherry pick little tiny scraps of data and ignore the overwhelming mountain of data that contradicts that resolution in order to make it work. So I won't use the full 7 minutes. You know what? Actually, since we do have 7, I'll start making some refutals right now. So Donnie talked about the Parsons paper, which names one mutation every 33 generations.
This isn't the format.
Well, I've got the time, so
he can in his opening. Hold on.
This isn't the rebuttal section.
Hold on.
It's okay. He can do it.
Hold on.
Okay.
He can.
Yeah,
no,
sure.
he can in
It's
his
just not
opening
the-
statement.
That's just not the format. But
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. In his opening statement, he can refute anything that you may claim on your opening statements. Right. So we have time set aside for rebuttals, and that's okay. But that's the whole point of why you go first as the affirmative, because then he can point out, he said this, I'll refute with that. He said this. So yeah, I'm going to add like another 15 seconds back to your timer, Austin. And I do apologize for the interruption.
No problem. So the part he invoked the Parsons paper, which says one mutation every 33 generations. When you measure the maximum divergence in the human population, you've got 120 mutations. You divide that into 2 to 60 mutations for each lineage. So what you end up with is the following multiplication problem: 60 for the number of mutations you need to account for, 33 for the number of generations per mutation, and then 23 for the lifespan of an average generation time. So 60 times 33 times 23, and that number is way larger than 6,000. It's 45,450, like around 10 times bigger than what a young Earth creationist timeline will allow for. So not only are we cherry picking data, we're cherry picking how we're doing the math in order to make this timeline work. So it's basically just lying with math, which is very possible. Lying with math and statistics is something that occurs all the time. As Joe pointed out, it's also worth mentioning that a last mitochondrial ancestor doesn't mean the first member of a population, nor does it mean the a lone ancestor of the population. And actually, it's not even at a fixed point in the population's past. The more generations occur, the more recent the most recent common ancestor is going to be. So there's a couple of refutations right off the rip. I still got 5 minutes left. Let's talk about the Y chromosome a little bit. So the Y chromosome, Donnie said that the level of divergence in the Y chromosome is just too high for humans and chimpanzees to share common ancestry. There's too many changes. So there are structural changes. But what's interesting is he's doing a structural comparison when we usually don't do structural comparisons when we're doing genomics, when we're comparing genomes. What we usually compare is the nucleotide identity sequences. So you might remember from your high school biology textbook the pictures of strings of ATCGs, and you see lots of ATAs, ATA. That's the nucleotide identity sequences, and that's what we normally would compare. And when you compare those, actually, there's less differences between humans and chimps than there's difference between either of them and a gorilla. So humans and chimps are more similar to each other than either is to a gorilla. And another important thing is the level of differences within the species. So humans can be as much as 85 to 90% different from another human, and they can be 85 to 90% different from a chimp. So if that level of difference eliminates the possibility for humans and chimps to have common ancestors. It eliminates the possibility for humans and humans to have common ancestors, which is the very thing we're arguing tonight, right? We're arguing that all humans have this common ancestor, Adam and Eve. So this argument, it is internally contradictory. And so when Sam's talking about logic, if you got even one contradiction in a logic system, your logic is broken. You need to formulate, you need to modify the claim, you need to modify the proposition, or you have to discard it. I think young earth creationism is a logical failure. It's something we can discard. I don't think we need to formulate it. I don't think it can be rescued. I think discarding it is the right thing to do. And then maybe the next step is finding a better way to interpret the scripture, a better way to use theology. So trying to find theological solutions to the theological problems evolution raises, like, you know, at what point in the evolutionary timeline did humans develop a soul? We can answer that with theology. You can accept evolution and you can accept God. I don't think you need Adam and Eve to accept God. And yeah, I'm starting to ramble now, so I guess I'll end my time there and not burn any more time so we can get into the rebuttals.
Perfect. Thank you so much, gentlemen. All very well. To the audience, as a kind reminder, we are doing a little bit of a different format today. We will have a pair of 8-minute rebuttals. Then we will move into open dialogue. We will move into closing statements. Then, of course, we will read and respond to your kind super chats. Now, if you are in the chat and you're watching as an audience member, I'm going to call out Mark Reed. We do open up the panel for open panel Q&A, and you are welcome to join once that occurs. So stick around and be ready. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to set up the timer for your 8-minute rebuttals, and then we will be able to take it from there. I believe, Sam and Donnie, you get to kick off. So when you're ready.
Yeah, I didn't mean to like be a full-on interrupt. I was just that was not what we agreed to, but that's fine. So the first thing that Joe said was show evidence. Well, arguments are evidence, Joe, and that's just consistent with logic, Austin. And so that's what we did. We gave philosophical evidence that you need to address. If you don't address my argument, which I basically preliminary addressed most of the nonsense that that Austin gave. So if you don't address my argument, then I guess my argument stands, and I've got 4 concessions on the table. You talked about mitochondrial Eve not being Eve. You guys are going to need to explain to us the difference between a phylogenetic and a pedigree mutation rate. Austin, you talked about evidence as well. Which one of us is going to be actually going with the observed rate, the high quality science there, and which one of us is just making stuff up? We'll figure that out in the debate. You said that it was a giant pivot to talk about evolution, but in my opening, I made a distinction between our worldview. We gave a positive argument, it's our burden, but I did address that you were going to be critiquing us from your evolutionary presuppositions, thus putting them on the table for attack. You said a lot of other nonsense. You said that I just gave presup. Which one of the atheists that I cited was a presupper? Tell me which one of those atheist arguments was a presup. You just came with a bunch of slogans. You didn't even know what that was. You referred to us as geocentricists. You guys are going to see tonight that you are going to be giving us atheist flat earth arguments. You're just going to be denying everything that we give. And so, yeah, we'll see which one is denying. You talked about pseudoscience, and we'll see about that. But unfortunately for you, pseudoscience was a term that was coined by Karl Popper, and Karl Popper coined that term off of the work of Sigmund Freud. Basically, if you don't have a model that's falsifiable, which you don't without us, then you are actually the one definitionally doing pseudoscience. You said that what we push is deadly, but actually you guys are the ones who have prohibited science from taking place because you called the majority of the genome junk. We haven't been studying that because of your evolutionary assumptions. Vestigial structures is another one. At one time, they said there was about 150. We were just cutting them off. So literally the evolutionary ideology has killed people. You talked about empiricism and rational empiricism. Well, rationality, that's going to be in the context of a worldview. Austin, you presupper, and then you talked about empiricism. Can the empirical method be demonstrated by the empirical method? Or are you going to have to pivot to something else? Like, it's a good methodology, but not fundamental methodology. You got to do better. You said that you invoked a criteria for a belief. Well, gentlemen, what is your criteria for your belief in the not God worldview? Let's see if you fall on your own sword there. That was the request in my opening. I'm looking forward to seeing that. You talked about lying with math. Well, first of all, lying assumes intent. It's one thing to say that somebody is wrong. It's another thing to say that somebody is doing something for deceptive. So that's just slander and defamation. You're just trying to vilify your opponents instead of engaging with the arguments. That's called an ad hominem fallacy, definitionally. But I also brought up ethics, anticipating this type of rhetoric. So Austin, my man, what is your final reference point for any ethical assertion? I need to know what that is. Lastly, you talked about logic. Austin, you presupper, logic presupposes certain things about reality that are not tested by the scientific method. You invoked P and not P, right? Is that is a universal statement. I want to know, Austin, where do abstracts exist? And I guess with the rest of that, Donnie, you got the other half.
Okay, I got exactly 4 minutes, Sarah. If you could put my screen up, please. And I'll start right now. So I'll start with Kentucky Atheist. Not much. Actually, Sarah, perhaps, is my screen sharing right now?
Hold on. I paused it for a second because I knew it would take me a second to get here for you. The screen you're sharing looks like us. Do you have the right screen up?
Yes. So right here.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay. So I guess I'll just, for my timer, I'll put 4 minutes. So I'll start with Kentucky Atheist. Not much from him. He made an assertion that Eve is not the biblical Eve. Okay. Well, thanks for your assertion, but I want to see evidence to back up that assertion. I presented data, as you can see here on the screen, suggesting that Eve is indeed biblical Eve in light of the mutation rates and genetic diversity data. Austin Sims made a hilarious argument, and the one who prepped him, Evolution Miss, is not going to be too happy with this, but I'd like to see, based on this supposed maximum diversity calculation with 40,000 years, where in the Parsons paper here, as you can see, Parsons made it clear that Eve would be 6,500 years old based on the new clock, 1 out of 33. But Austin apparently has better math than Parsons and Helgeson and all these other, Howell, for example. So my challenge to Austin is, can you show where Parsons or Howell calculated mitochondrial Eve by maximum diversity, divide by 2, multiply by 33 generations? I'm going to cross-examine him on this. Parson instead states that replacing the phylogenetic calibration with the observed pedigree rate yields what? Approximately 6,500 years. Oh, a big mistake. Clearly, Austin is forgetting the fact that these studies, the majority of them, are looking at the D loop. So the D loop is actually the control region and accumulates mutations in a neutral fashion. And for that reason, you can't take the maximum diversity. I could screen share the paper from Dr. Rob Carter and make a calculation based on D loop mutations and then apply it to the maximum diversity found in the entirety of the mitochondrial DNA. Okay, that is simply not going to work. And so our arguments still stand. Again, independent human pedigree studies. It's not only single generation studies. Okay, with Parsons is incredible because there's a huge database, many transmissions that we've observed. But then you have studies like here, Helgeson, 1 per 38, that actually corroborates Parsons. And so if you want to look to something like selection or background selection, okay, well, with the deeper rooted studies like we see in Helgeson, how come it's not coming closer to the substitution rate? How come the overall mutation rate is not slowing down? Okay, another thing with purifying selection, pedigrees are already post-selection, as Dr. Rob Carter has pointed out. You can see that in his article, where strongly deleterious mutations never enter pedigree data sets because they die with the carrier before reproduction. And so if they want to invoke purifying selection to slow down the rate, I want to see a model. I want to see them quantify it. I'll address his arguments on the Y chromosome. Okay, so he mentioned the fact that humans, within human Y chromosomes, There's about 85 in some outlier cases. There's 85% the same. Okay. Well, again, I want to see the model. Showing structural variation within humans is not the same as explaining human to chimpanzee divergence. Please provide the inferred ancestral Y chromosome, major duplications and deletions, inversions and rearrangements. Okay, so a mechanism is not a model. It's apples and oranges. Okay. Another thing he mentioned was the Australopithecines. Okay, it's funny since we have discontinuities even in the Australopithecines or the fossil record. So my challenge here on the screen would be, in my last 10 seconds, where is the transitional hyoid, which is necessary for sophisticated speech, like in humans, between the ape-like bulla and the human bar-shaped design? In other words, we find discontinuities in genetics and in fossils. And I believe that's exactly 8 minutes.
Perfect.
That's
Sorry,
Rhubarb.
I was like trying to click the buttons back.
You're doing good.
All right. And I'm going to hand it over to Joe in Austin if you would like to kick off on your rebuttals as well.
All right. So I'll start with Sam. Arguments are evidence. Arguments can be evidence. You're correct. And are they good evidence? Are they sufficient evidence? That's due to the quality of your argument, right? But you didn't make any arguments for biblical Adam and Eve. None. You said nothing about biblical Adam and Eve. You talked to us about how atheists have horrible worldviews and do you do more than imagine your worldview? You didn't address the question in any way whatsoever. So since you're not providing any evidence, facts, anything to support your claim here, I'm not going to refute anything here because you haven't even addressed the question that we asked today. You wanted to attack logic of atheists. You wanted to attack evolution and say that we must defend evolution to you. We don't have to do that. You're the one that asked for the affirmative here. You asked to come here and provide this. You didn't do it. So moving on to Donnie. Now, Donnie brought up a number of things that actually apply to this, but most of it's cherry picking stuff. The one of the things that Donnie talks about is the Helgeson, right? So the Helgeson study was using Jensen data that was shown to be unreliable. Sorry. The data that Jensen extracted from a figure, not from the actual data presented in the paper, is based on sequencing that does not include usual quality control, because sequencing wasn't the point of the paper. So the mutations that Jensen documented were indistinguishable from the error rate of the sequencing itself. That might sound familiar to Donnie, and it's because it's the exact thing that Dr. Dan explained to him live on his own show. Parsons, yeah. So Austin gave you the math for Parsons, right? You said, well, you can't use the maximum and all this stuff. That's exactly how you do the math. That's how it's done. You can't use the average. You use the maximum. So I don't know why that's even a thing. You said that then we would say it about Neanderthals. That just gets worse for you because the mutation rate's even higher. I don't really know that there was much of anything here other than attacks on what is the scientific consensus. And again, with this like biblical Adam and Eve, that has a meaning, right? When we say biblical Adam and Eve, we're talking about two characters from the Bible that you're claiming we all came from. Attacks on science aren't going to prove that. You can disprove evolution and genetics and all those things, and it gets you no closer to providing anything. So I'm not really sure what we're even doing here. I'll give the rest to Austin.
All right, thank you, Joe. That was great. Yeah, so to restate, the most recent common ancestor is not the first member of a lineage. The most recent common ancestor is not the only member of a lineage. So mitochondrial most recent common ancestor wasn't the first human woman. So that alone disproves the idea that mitochondrial most recent common ancestor, regardless of how you contort the math to get you the timeline you want, that still isn't proving biblical Eve. You're just proving the existence of a woman who existed around several women and had a mother and a grandmother and a great grandmother. That's not biblical Eve. Biblical Eve had no mother. So that alone is just defeating the argument right there. And then, so the mitochondrial mutation rate is faster than the substitution rate. So, Donnie, you agreed to this in 2021 in a conversation with Dr. Dan, but you don't agree with it. You know, Dr. Dan really wants to debate you. He's like champing at the bit. He really wants a piece of you. So if we can set that up, that'd be great. But
that could be an email.
Yeah, for sure. He cherry picks single generation pedigree rates and he ignores multi-generation pedigrees. What happens is the more multi-generational a pedigree is, the longer the distance to most recent common ancestor. It increases the more you study. And Parsons knew that. He wrote that in the paper. He knew that. So I don't know why you quote Parsons when he disagrees with the way you're representing his work. Single generation pedigree rates do not account for natural selection. So that's another big problem, is the substitution rate is going to be even slower because of purifying selection. So that's even when you take the average instead of the maximum diversity and you calculate the rate based on that, I can do the math for you again. So the first time we did the math, it was 60 times 33 times 23. For that, it would be 20 times 33 times 23, and that would give you 15,180 years to the most recent, which is still twice as long, still a significant level of standard deviation from what your model attests. And that's still before you even take into account purifying selection. So it's even further back. And when I say you're lying with math, I don't mean like you're intentionally, it's a turn of phrase. It just means that the numbers are being manipulated in a way that isn't reflective of doing math the best way possible, the way that most accurately mirrors reality. And I think it's being done in this way because you can mess with the numbers to get it down to 6,500 years, but you have to do things like ignore the maximum diversity and only take a portion of it and only explain the D block, or not the D block, the D loop of the mitochondrial DNA, and say, you know, if you only look at this part, there's so much cherry picking involved with it. It's almost difficult to point out how many different ways the data is being cherry picked. Okay, here's something I don't think I went over yet. And I'll try to get this in the last 46 seconds here. Where is it? Background selection. Yeah, we touched on this. Well, Donnie tried to touch on it a little bit. So background selection just means that usually mutations in the D loop that are deleterious are not going to have an effect because it doesn't produce phenotype. But mutations outside of the D loop are still being subjected to purifying selection, which, because they're linked to the DNA in the D loop, that's going to end up impacting that too. And we can end it there. I think that's about exactly it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, I will reset the timer. You have 50 minutes for your open dialogue. And I will hand the floor over to you. Go ahead.
Okay. I have to ask Joe. Very, very easy question. You brought up Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson in his work on the Y chromosome, okay, where he looked at high quality or high coverage sequence data to get a faster rate. The paper that I showed on screen with Helgeson, multi-generational, deeper rooted, that corroborates Parsons' 6,500 year date. Was that paper I cited Y chromosome or mitochondrial DNA?
I don't know.
I know you don't know. So maybe you should actually engage the arguments instead of repeat what you heard from Dan during your prep show last night, because I shared very clearly a mitochondrial.
Hold on.
I'm trying to finish my thoughts. A mitochondrial DNA paper, Helgeson, but you just hear the trigger word. Oh, Helgeson. Yeah, Helgeson also did a Y chromosome study, but I was talking about mitochondrial DNA. So why bring Dr. Jeanson and the Y chromosome study that Helgeson worked on into the debate in the first place? Do you have an actual rebuttal? Is my next question. Do you have an actual rebuttal to what I said on Helgeson?
To what, Donnie? Do I have a rebuttal to the evidence you provided of biblical Adam and Eve?
Right.
No.
Are you going to admit, though, that you attacked Dr. Jeanson when I didn't even use an argument from Dr. Jeanson? Will you admit that you made a mistake there?
You didn't bring up Jeanson when you were talking about that as well. I believe that you did, and then you shifted.
You tried to rebut the Helgeson paper
as well.
But I didn't bring up
Joe,
the Y chromosome.
Hold on. Joe, I think you were saying, Joe, I think you were saying something. I missed it. Donnie kind of jumped over you there.
Whenever you brought up these papers, you brought up multiple papers at once, and then you shifted to the other paper, and now you're saying, well, I showed the slide for that. You talked about both of those papers. You talked about Jeanson. You can go back and look at it.
I talked about mitochondrial DNA mutation rate papers. Okay. The Helgeson paper was not Y chromosome. The argument you're using, where you're saying that Dr. Jeanson did not do quality control to get his faster rate on the Y chromosome, that's Y chromosome. So why are you attacking the Helgeson paper that I put on the screen that corroborates the Parsons paper? Parsons is single generation. From my understanding, there is one you've got grandmother to mother to daughter, but even that goes grandmother, mother, rate, and then mother, daughter. Okay. But there's a huge sample size with the Parsons where you get the 6,500 year date. But then there's other studies that corroborate that are multi-generational. So when Dr. Dan in his prep show was saying that I don't use any multi-generational studies, that is completely wrong. Howell is 12 generations, from my understanding. Helgeson is 20 plus generations. But you heard the trigger word Helgeson and you attacked it in the context of the Y chromosome and Dr. Jeanson. That has nothing to do with the argument. I want you to actually deal with the argument and also admit that you heard Helgeson and you thought Y chromosome, even though it's mitochondrial DNA, Joe.
So this is what Donnie's going to do instead of proving biblical Adam and Eve. He's going to
I just demonstrated.
He's going to say Joe made a mistake, therefore biblical Adam and Eve is real. It's a really silly argument. It's something that Donnie likes to do a lot. Young Earth creationists in general do a lot. They act like you have to know everything to know they're wrong about something, and you really don't.
It's so no dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. The 5 Ds of evolutionist dodgeball already. We're not even an hour in. The Helgeson,
right? Exactly.
I understand you're excited. Beginnings of your sentences are starting in the middle of mine. I want to see an actual rebuttal to the Helgeson mitochondrial DNA study that's multi-generational, gets a fast rate, just like Parsons, corroborates the Parsons mitochondrial DNA paper. You've got Joe here getting the trigger word. Oh, Helgeson, he must be talking about Dr. Jeanson and the one. No, it has nothing to do with that. So what is your guys' response? Helgeson, which is multi-generational, gets a fast rate, corroborates the fast rate we see in the Parsons paper, 6,500 years, single generation pedigrees, multi-generation. And to the background selection, the Helgeson paper is multi-generational, and yet it still has a fast rate, just like Parsons, which is single generation. If background selection is working as well as you're claiming, Austin, then how come the multi-generational study doesn't have a much slower rate? Why is it right in line with Howell, Parsons, and Santos?
You're still just cherry picking. You're cherry picking single generation pedigree studies and ignoring multi-generation studies. These studies involve known descendants from a known ancestor at a known point in time, and those directly observed rates of mutation accumulation shows the mitochondrial most recent common ancestor existed at least 60,000 years in the past. 10 times further than the YEC timeline. So, for example, papers that show that are things like Sudyal and Tristan da Cunha and King, like you mentioned, but there's also papers for the Y chromosome, like Shu and Helgeson. This really isn't that complicated.
Is Helgeson?
So, and the reason it involves Jeanson is that Jeanson uses not reliable dates from Marietti 2017 that he extracted from a figure, not from the actual data presented in the paper. It's based on sequence. Yeah, sorry, Donnie.
It's not an argument made
No,
here tonight.
I think Sarah, I know we said that we're not going to screen share much during the open dialogue, but they keep
and we're not,
saying
and
that
we're
the
not,
Helgeson, that they
and
keep
we're not.
asserting.
We're not gonna kill the audience with
I'm
your
showing the paper.
We're not gonna kill
I'm
the
gonna
audience with
demolish
the
you.
slideshow.
The reason
You're
why
not gonna get to
interrupting is
dominate the
because you're
screen
about
with
to
your slideshow.
I'm
So
sorry.
I'm
I'm gonna here. I'm gonna love the back and forth, but let's be mindful, okay? I'm not gonna have you guys fighting over my validity here. I'm gonna bring the screenshot up, but if it is redundancy from earlier, I don't feel the need to continue re-showing the same thing. Right. So if not, because you've already shown it, they can go back and look at that later when they watch the video. But I'll bring this one up for now. We'll express your point, but no, going forward, I don't want redundancy.
Perfect. I appreciate
Oops,
that.
let me remove one. And then
this Helgeson paper on the screen, Austin and Joe. Okay. That corroborates these studies. Howell, Parsons, 1 in 33. 1 in 25, all fast rates. This Helgeson 2024, is this Y chromosome or mitochondrial DNA? That's the question. I'm not hearing an answer. I think they're on mute.
Look, Donnie,
is it or not?
Long paper, does that bring you any closer to making a point?
Yeah, right. So you're finally admitting you guys are attacking the Helgeson Y chromosome paper. Austin Sims, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. I showed multi-generational studies. Howell is 12. Helgeson, the paper I showed is not the Y chromosome. Helgeson, it's like I have 3 kids. It's like I'm just trying to sit them down and be like, no, listen, guys, you're wrong. Yeah. Let me explain. 2 + 2 is 4. Austin, the Helgeson paper is mitochondrial DNA. It's multi-generational. You keep asserting that all I'm using is single generation pedigrees. No, the Helgeson is mitochondrial DNA. It corroborates the Parsons and Howell papers. And if background selection works as well as you're arguing, we can get into the Tristan da Cunha and Richard III. We can get into those demographic distortions in a second, but I just don't want you guys dodging. Are you going to admit now you made a mistake? The Helgeson paper that I cited is mitochondrial.
I'm just going to repeat what I just said. You're cherry picking single generation pedigree studies.
Multi-generational
studies. The studies involve known descendants from a known ancestor at a known point in the past, and directly observed rates of mutation show that the mitochondrial most recent common ancestor existed at least 60,000 years in the past. All of these papers refute your timeline. All the rates refute the YEC timeline. I don't know why you would cherry pick papers that refute your point.
Is the Helgeson?
I don't know what got you.
Let him hold on.
You've latched onto in that all of the papers you're referencing refute your point even after you cherry pick them.
Sam, I just want to ask him this: the Helgeson paper. How many generations is that? How many generations is that?
Do you want to claim that Helgeson didn't use any of Jeanson's data in this paper either?
Well, if you want, we can talk about the Helgeson Y chromosome paper, because you repeated Dan's argument about low quality.
Hold on, let Donnie. You asked the question, Joe. Let Donnie respond.
So Dr. Jeanson looked at high quality, high sequencing data, high coverage. Okay, it'd be like if I went to this is the Y chromosome. It's kind of off topic, but I'll address it. It's like if I went to a house, I'm going to buy a house, and I went there just for 5 minutes. Came home and my wife said, "So how's the house look? What are you thinking? Should we buy it?" And I say, "Well, okay, I was there for 5 minutes. I noticed this, X, Y, Z. I'm not really going to have a good picture as to the details of the house. Okay. Is there damage? Is there work that needs to be done? No, a high coverage, a highly sophisticated analysis of that house means I go there, spend a couple hours, scan it up and down. This is what Jeanson did with the Y chromosome papers, where he actually looked at the high coverage data, and he found in the supplementary material that they were hiding data. They didn't account for mutations, mutation rate in the Y chromosomes faster. You're asserting that he counted errors, but they've never demonstrated that. They just asserted it, but they never actually did the testing to deter. So Dr. Jeanson says these are not errors. You say they're errors. Okay. But I'm focusing on the mitochondrial. I just want you guys to admit that the mitochondrial DNA paper, Helgeson. Here's my question to Austin. Is that a single generation pedigree like Parsons, the mitochondrial DNA one? Yes or no?
What is the point here, Donnie? Are
Because
you
you're
just
saying
trying?
I'm cherry
Are you just
picking?
trying to be clown that I didn't memorize a figure from a paper? It doesn't matter.
Answer the question.
Prove
Answer the
a
question.
biblical
Is it a
attitude.
single-
That's the
Don't
debate.
stop.
Not
Stop.
does
Stop. Don't
Austin
interrupt him.
know-
If he's sorry, I apologize, Austin. Don't interrupt him. If he's going to get around to answering the question, great, but at least give him the opportunity to respond. And then if he answers the question or doesn't answer the question, you can say that when he's done. But interrupting him does nothing for any of the calls here. Please continue, Austin.
No, I was wrapping it up. This is a moot point. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll explain why it's not a moot point. He has repeatedly asserted that I'm only focusing and cherry picking single generation pedigrees. I showed him at least 2 that are not single generation, like Howell, which is 12, and Helgeson, which I believe is 20 plus, both mitochondrial DNA studies. They corroborate, and I think the audience at this point this is going to get boring if we go in circles. So I want to move to his Canary Islands and Richard III. These are demographic distortions. I mean, these are founder island populations. This is a small episode within the greater history of humanity. You have founder effect assumptions, lineage extinction assumptions, population size assumptions. Richard III study, you've got 2 living descendants, and they actually found a mutation even within that's not a very big sophisticated sample size. You guys are the ones cherry picking. You're ignoring Parsons, you're ignoring Howell, you're ignoring Helgeson, you're ignoring Santos. You're going to these studies that have obvious demographic, they're great studies. And it's funny because the rates are still actually fast. And my question to Austin, where in the Parsons paper did he look at maximum diversity in the entire mitochondrial chromosome and then calculate based on the D loop control region neutral mutations? Where did he make that same calculation?
So I guess the topic of the debate tonight is the Parsons paper, not proving biblical Adam and Eve. Are you guys going to get on topic or what?
Yeah. So the topic of the debate tonight is proving the biblical Adam and Eve. And so I advanced a philosophical argument, and I would like someone to engage with some of it. If you just pretend there's no God and you pretend that, you know, these things are the way they are in light of I don't know, then I mean, then that was a concession. Just real quick, Donnie,
I feel like we're going
actually advanced a positive argument for Adam and Eve. And in my opening, I made sure that I stated that if you are going to critique it from an evolutionary presupposition, Mr. Presupper, then that's what's going to be attacked. And that's what's happening here. Okay, so you guys need to stop like making statements out to the wilderness and get back to the debate.
So
come back to the debate.
So you're saying that because evolution, somehow we owe you an explanation for evolution, and that relieves you from your duty to provide evidence of the biblical Adam and Eve. Right?
Is that the metric that you are measuring our argument by?
Ronnie tried to shut you down too. He didn't want to hear it.
Is that the metric that you are measuring our arguments by?
What?
Is that the metric? Are you measuring our arguments with an evolutionary metric?
I'm asking you to make an argument.
Right. That's what we've been doing. Do you understand the argument that was made?
Not the one about Adam and Eve, because you didn't make it.
We didn't make it, or you don't understand it?
You did not make it. You said their name once talking about the title, and then you made no argument about Adam and Eve whatsoever, Sam. That's why we didn't.
Would you like me to reiterate my argument?
Yes, Sam. Provide us the philosophical.
Can you guys, Austin? Can you tell me what a presupper is?
Presup is a Christian theology created by Cornelius Van Til, in which the philosopher assumes that everyone knows the truth of God, that the truth of God is written on their hearts.
So is
And
that a no?
Christian
That you don't know what that is?
presuppositionalism, that's exactly what it is.
Well, no, what does the term mean? And which Christian did I cite? Because I specifically cited atheists. Which one of those atheists was making Christian arguments for God?
Yeah.
You're wasting our time.
Yeah.
Okay, so the argument that I made is that the biblical Adam and Eve exist within the only coherent worldview. And since I guess you don't want to deal with
that's just
Donnie's
wrong.
argument, great. I want you to tell me.
No, I
what it
definitely
is.
would rather deal with
Hold on.
Donnie's argument.
Hold on. Let Sam finish with let Sam finish his thought, please.
Well, you didn't deal with his argument, and I mean, if you'd rather try to do that again, I'll just go back on mute. But I want you fellas to tell me what it is that dictates anything that's possible or impossible. What is it?
Great point, Sam.
Impossible.
Anyways,
So do evolutionary process? Hold on. Do evolutionary processes take place throughout a time?
I think
This is
Yeah.
a joke, right?
Do they
great point.
assume the uniformity of nature? Well, it's not a joke. There's many atheist philosophers and many non-atheist philosophers that have taken these arguments very seriously.
None of
So
them are
rather
Adam
than
and Eve,
just
are they?
repeating, excuse me,
Let Sam
rather
finish.
than just repeating slogans that other people say because they can't engage with them, perhaps you should educate yourself on the argument. So I'm asking you here again. I'm asking you again. I'm asking you again. If evolutionary processes take place across the timeline into the past, then you are, Mr. Sims, presupposing the uniformity of nature. Unless you have an argument for that, then you would be a presupper. You're not a Christian, are you? A
So, Donnie,
presupposition.
you claim that there's a fast mutation rate and low diversity in the mitochondrial DNA, which shows that mitochondrial Eve was recent, right? But Carter himself disagrees with you on this. He pointed out 83% preservation in the mitochondrial DNA, and the low diversity disproves the exact point you want to make without you even realizing it. There's a lot of mutations and low diversity is because there's strong purifying selection operating on the mtDNA. And again, the paper written by Dr. Rob Carter himself says this. He's one of the guys you like to cite, and he showed how strong selection is. So Carter found that most of the DNA is identical between humans, and we agree that those identical sites aren't magically immune to mutation. So what the paper shows is that there's strong purifying selection operating on the mtDNA, and purifying selection causes the substitution rate to slow down, which means mitochondrial Eve exists way outside of the YEC timeline. The 2009 paper correcting for purifying selection and improved human mitochondrial molecular clock directly documented that selection. So the data were in table 1, and the selection slows down the substitution rate by 1 to 2 orders of magnitude, which is consistent with the multi-generation pedigrees showing, a minimum that's 10 times older than what YEC can accommodate. So even on the low range,
there's a lot of
you're not
Hold on, let him wrap that. Let him wrap it. Let him wrap it. Thank you.
Yeah, even on the low range, you're not even close to making the map.
Okay. Go ahead, Donnie.
Appreciate it. There's a lot there. So firstly, I want to start off with the question that has been dodged that I've asked several times. Where in the Parsons paper, any of these papers, and I've written it down to do my due diligence to respect Austin's argument. He said, let's calculate using the 1 in 33, take the maximum diversity, which is 120, in the whole mitochondrial genome. Parsons is looking at the D loop, which is the control region, not the coding region. That's where we're getting the neutral mutation rate, which approximates the fixation rate and refutes your argument in a second there, Austin. So as I'm addressing your points, find in the Parsons paper where he took, here's your calculation, the maximum diversity, which is 120 divided by 2, multiply by 33 generations, because we don't see that for some reason, uninterrupted. For some reason, you're going with Dan's argument that he gave you, where Dan's trying to make a calculation based on D-loop mutations, but then apply it to the whole mitochondrial genome. Doesn't make any sense. It's just completely wrong. Secondly, Rob Carter.
Wait, so are we not going to get to answer the question? You're going to ask?
Hold on.
I'm at that right now.
Let
Rob
you
Carter.
wrap your thoughts. Let him wrap his, please. Thank you.
So Rob Carter, which you just mentioned, okay. In my opening, I showed his phylogenetic tree. I showed an excerpt, I think it was in my rebuttal, where he talked about selection. Okay. Yes, he published the Eve consensus sequence. He recognizes selection, but he says in his article where he addresses selection that although selection is real, it is not effective to remove enough of the DNA diversity to change significantly your observed neutral rate and the fixation rate. And then he goes into basic population genetics, where you have the neutral rate approximating the fixation rate, because although you have a lot of mutations being lost to drift, selection acts on a few of them. You have mutations that have flooded into the population. Mitochondrial DNA diversity is found worldwide. I want to see a quantifying model. I want to see a model presented that shows where the selection can take Eve from 6,500 years to 200,000 years, because Rob Carter says you can't. And you just said Rob Carter agrees with you when he agrees with me. Go ahead.
The mutation rate and substitution rate are only equal if the mutation are all strictly neutral. If there's any purifying selection at all, the substitution rate will be slower than the mutation rate. And given how important the mitochondrial DNA is and the low variation we observe, over half of it being identical across humans, there's obviously strong selection. We know that mitochondrial disorders tend to be severe, which illustrates the selection operating. If your mitochondria aren't working, you're going to die and you're going to get removed from the gene pool. So you can't do your math as though the mutation rate is the same as the substitution rate. Sorry, you agreed again. You agreed again. You agreed with this in a public conversation on this topic with Dr. Dan in 2021. So it's funny you're saying the opposite now, since there's zero new data since then to support your view. In fact, studies since then, like Connell, have provided additional direct evidence that the substitution rate is way slower than the mutation rate. So I don't know what made you change your mind, short of absolutely nothing, and short of realizing that you couldn't make your YEC conspiracy theory work if you accept that the substitution rate doesn't equal the mutation rate. So yeah, that's pretty much it. This is why I feel like you're just lying with that.
Okay, so I think it's my turn. I didn't interrupt you there. Okay, so again, I'm still wondering where in Parsons, I'm looking at your calculations. Dan's completely wrong. He's taking D-loop mutations, the 1 in 33 that Parsons talks about, which is corroborated by multi-generational. The beginnings of your sentences are starting in the middle of mine, Joe.
Yeah, please stop. All four of you. I'm just going to say no. I don't give a shit what he's saying, but the biggest issue here is the interruptions. Okay. That you guys have already start off on a bad foot with me, all four of you, and it's just not going well in my brain. So I highly recommend the four of you get your shit straight, have your debate, get through the conversation, and move forward. That's where I'm going to leave that. Donnie, back to you. Keep it precise and to the point, and you guys can figure it out from there.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. So I want to see, as I'm responding, Austin, again, this is like the fourth time I've asked. You're making a calculation going back 40,000 years that you're repeating from Dan. It's completely wrong. You're taking D-loop mutations like we see in Parsons and comparing it to the maximum diversity in the entire mitochondrial DNA. That doesn't work. Okay. Your argument to address it directly. Yes, I've said approximates. I didn't say completely equals. The neutral mutation rate does approximate the fixation rate, because according to your model, this is basic population genetics. In the out of Africa model, you have a small population for the majority of your history existing in small isolated tribes. Therefore, genetic drift is stronger. You have faster rates of fixation. So sure. I mean, Joe, you can shake your head all you want, but I've already exposed you 4 or 5 times.
You want me to answer the question, or you want to ask Bob?
I'm answering this is basic. Just because you don't understand the high level genetics is a you problem, not me, okay? So I'm going to finish my thoughts. I got 10 more seconds. This is technical population genetics material here. Okay. So because of your model, the out of Africa, yeah, fixation is basically 0 today. But for the majority of history of small populations in tribes, faster rates of fixation. And so there's a counterbalance where your fast observed neutral mutation rate approximates, I didn't say completely equals, but approximates the fixation rate. And I'm still asking, where's your qualitative model showing how much selection has been removed to take Eve from 6,500 years to 200,000 years? Go ahead.
Are you done?
The reason
Do you need to breathe?
The reason that we use the math that we use, Donnie, is because the D loop that you keep coming and saying that, oh, he's talking about the D loop, he's talking about the D loop. It's because it's such a small percentage of, and it disregards the whole rest of it. So like you keep asking this over and over, and then you go on to say other things because you don't actually want us to answer that, because you know what the answer is, because you've been told over and over and over, right?
Yeah, why are you cherry picking a region that's just 7% of the mitochondrial DNA? You can't ignore the rest of it. You can't ignore 93% of the mitochondrial DNA. Even professional creationists like your hero, Nathaniel Jeanson, are going to use the whole genome. So stop cherry picking. And again, the mtDNA is non-recombining, so you can't isolate mutations in the D loop from the rest of the mitochondrial DNA. We've already explained this like 4 times. The whole thing is inherited as a unit. That means if you have selection acting on the mutations outside the D loop, it's going to reduce diversity in the D loop through background selection. That's going to slow down the fixation rate, even for neutral mutations in the D loop. This is just an ad nauseum argument. You're just belaboring this point until everyone in the audience wants to put their head through the wall. Do you have an argument for Adam and Eve, or are you just going to keep belaboring this point that doesn't support your assertion?
Okay, so more dodging, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. I've asked 5 times now, 4 or 5 times, where does Parsons run this same calculation that you've run? Joe still doesn't get it. The maximum diversity is the whole mitochondrial genome. That's the 120, okay?
It should
Parsons' number 1 out of 33 is based on the D loop, the control region. These accumulate in a neutral manner. I get it, Austin. You can roll your eyes all you want. Background or link selection. The mitochondrial DNA, the chromosome is haploid, non-recombining, and so there's linked selection. So why the Helgeson paper, which is an even more sophisticated paper than Parsons, multi-generational, why is that not slowing down significantly compared to the Parsons? Secondly, which you just completely dodged, your neutral mutation rate approximates the fixation rate even with background selection, which Rob Carter, who you cited, I have an article in front of me that you could read. He talks about how natural selection is inefficient or ineffective, even though it exists. No one's disagreeing with that. There's no amount of selection that you can present. There's no model that you can present that takes Eve from 6,500 to 200,000 years. The neutral rate approximates the fixation rate because of your out of Africa model. You had faster rates of fixation in the past. So it's 0 today, faster in the past. There's a counter. So I'm going to end it with this, and I want them to take as much time as they need, Sarah. For the 5th time, show me where Parsons, who said Eve goes back 6,500 years, show me where he did the same math that you and Dan did that takes Eve 40,000 years. Show me that in the paper.
He really just wants me to explain the math to you again. Okay, I will. It's really simple. So there's 120 mutations. That's the maximum divergence. You need 60 mutations per lineage. There's 1 mutation per 33 generations, and the generations are 23 years long. 60 times 33 times 23. This is not complicated. And you end up with a number, 45,450, and that's before you even take into account purifying selection. So the number's even further back than that. It's 10 times what the Young Earth Creationist timeline allows at minimum. And even if you cherry pick the math, you cherry pick the data, and you cherry pick the way you calculate it, you're still not even close to what you need for a Young Earth Creationist timeline. Still, the lowest you can get is more than double the timeline. So, Donnie, I just don't know what you think you're even doing. Like, you're acting like math can't be done. Can the people not follow the numbers unless the numbers were written in the Parsons paper? Why are you using the Parsons paper as a gatekeeper for math that anyone can follow by just explaining 1 mutation per 33 generations, 122 mutations total and maximum? I am, because you're belaboring this point to hell. You're asking for an explanation that's already been given to you. It's called an ad nauseum argument. It's called the argument from repetition, and it's powerful rhetorically, but it's going to isolate everybody but the most extreme people who just want to believe your nonsense anyways. It's not convincing. Okay, so if we can stop belaboring the point and try something else, bring something better. This is just sad.
And Donnie, I'm going to let you respond, but I do want to ask the question because we're down to 20 minutes left for your open dialogue. And I do want to ask, like, this Parsons thing, is this like the epitome of the debate? Is this, if everything hinge on this one piece? Because if not, I'm sure I heard a lot of other claims in the your opening statements, and I just want to make sure you have room for that. Otherwise, Donnie, I'll hand it back to you.
Okay, I'm going to have a last word on this. Leave it up to the audience. Yeah, I'd like us, since we're in the affirmative, I'd like us to move to the Y chromosome after this. So notice what's happening here. Our interlocutor, specifically Austin, is presenting a calculation. Maximum diversity divided by 2, multiplied by 1 mutation every 33 generations to arrive at roughly 40,000 years. That's their reconstruction based on what Dan told them to say tonight. But that's not how Parsons presented his analysis. That's why Austin is dodging my challenge to show me in the Parsons paper where Parsons ran the numbers the way he is. Parsons explicitly stated that if the observed pedigree rate were used to calibrate the mitochondrial molecular clock, the resulting age for the mitochondrial most recent common ancestor would be on the order of 6,500 years. And so if you think Parsons' conclusion is wrong, fine, but you don't just get to make up your own calculations by erroneously applying D-loop mutations. The D-loop is a smaller region than the coding regions. And so he's trying to take the 1 out of 33 and then do the math based on the entirety of the mitochondrial chromosome. Whoever told you to do that, get your money. Yeah, that 133 doesn't help you. That mutation rate is based on the D loop. You're trying to look at maximum diversity, which is 120, which we can easily account for as well, because with a fast mutation rate per generation, the 120 is trivial. Average is 20 to 30. We can easily account for that. But yeah, I'd like to move on to the Y chromosome dissimilarity and see how they address that. Or maybe Sam has a point.
Before we move on real quick, let me just say I could address that, but not without just repeating myself. So let's move on.
Fair. Leave it up to the audience.
Y chromosome. Mm-hmm.
Sam, do you want to reiterate the Y chromosome dissimilarity challenge, brother, so you can get in on it with them?
No, I'm happy to have anyone engage with the arguments. I asked 4 simple questions.
All right, so Y chromosome dissimilarity.
If Sam wants to, because I feel like I've been dominating the mic, why don't we allow Sam to pick a topic, arguing for Adam and Eve, and then we'll get to the Y chromosome dissimilarity after.
Yeah, so Austin literally picked up his sports bag and ran off the field when I was asking him a question. Maybe one of you two would like to come back to the field. So I made an argument for Adam and Eve based off of the coherency of the biblical worldview. And so what Austin is doing and Dan is doing, his mentor, what they're doing is they're making extrapolations, and while extrapolating, they're presupposing the uniformity of nature, that the present conditions, based on their calibrations, are the key to interpret the past. I want a justification for that. That's what I want. So undergirding.
Okay, since you brought up mentors, let's talk about yours, Dr. Kent Hovind, or should I say not a Dr. Kent Hovind?
I'm not. Yeah. So are you going to dodge
my question? If we're attacking mentors, let's compare mentors. Okay, an actual geneticist, an actual virologist versus a grifter who drowned a kid at his amusement park, aka Colt Compound, and said the rest of the family.
Come on, I thought we're not supposed to do personal attacks.
Who is this?
Grain of salt.
Stop. I don't know. Stop. I have no idea who the fuck you're talking about or what you're talking about, but if it goes outside of my rules, please stop. All right. Yeah. To me, that sounds like there's a something completely off topic that has nothing to do with anything, and I actually don't want it on my screen. And I know we all went over the rules backstage, so I want nothing further of that bullshittery. Thank you. Move on.
Yeah. So Austin, you crashed out a little bit. I need you to calm down.
All right.
and reel
So
it back
Y
in. Hold on.
chromosome
Can I
divergence.
Hold
finish
on,
my
Sam
thought?
was going.
Yeah. Are we just gonna? Is this the part? Is it over, folks? Is this where we melt down?
I'm about
So
to
if
fucking
you can-
just end all of this, quite frankly, because at this point,
Well,
like,
you
this
gotta
is
do what you
becoming
gotta
very
do.
frustrating.
So they
But
would
get to
like
your
that.
point.
They would like that rather than engage with my argument. So Austin, if you can point to any time through any of the numerous streams that gentleman has done where he has made one of the arguments that I've made tonight, that would be something. But I asked you a question. Okay. When you are making extrapolations, you are assuming that the present conditions are the key to interpreting the past. If you don't have any justification for that, then as it turns out, the God who is provides for the uniformity of nature, which you are borrowing in order to do science. So the argument here is that science is possible because the God who created Adam and Eve exists.
I'll answer you.
So rather than doing graphic masturbation gestures, I would like for you to actually engage with me like a mature-minded adult. And I want you to address this argument that I mentioned in Atheist. Okay, Anthony Flew was one of the most prominent atheists of the recent past. Robert Jastrow is another NASA physicist. He made the same argument. He's an agnostic. So unless you want to say that these people are Christian presuppositionalists, which is kind of weird, when I'm challenging the presuppositions that you are making, because you don't even know what that term uses that you throw out so, I guess, carelessly. Yeah, I just made an argument. So let's engage with it. Let's do that.
Okay, I can engage with it in a word: gibberish. Now back to Y chromosome divergence. So
no, I think it's my time to engage.
No.
As it
blabbered for like.
Come on, guys. We only got
Yes,
13
okay.
minutes.
You wanna deal with it?
Really,
Yeah,
and
hold
poor
on.
Sarah's
Let's take
getting
it
a
back.
headache.
I
You
want to
wanna
take it
deal
back
with
to Sam, you were going on presuppositional. I don't know what other people's precepts have to do with it, but I do like presuppositional.
Well, I made that clear in my opening. I'm sorry that nobody can track here. It's really simple. Science is possible.
Hey, Sarah. Hey, Sam. Just allow Sarah to finish it. She's the moderator. Let her.
I like precept in these conversations, and I'm not sure because you were mentioning some other names just a second ago, and I'm not sure where they came in on if these were other people. But Austin, you were just saying gibberish. But if something's being engaged, let's engage it.
Yeah,
or if Donnie wants to move to Y chromosome, I'll do that. But precept's very important in this conversation, I think.
No, I've got one more argument.
I've offered to answer twice.
Yes,
Nobody wants to.
Joe,
Yeah, go ahead,
if you
Joe.
have an answer,
Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
Joe.
What's that, Joe?
Sam, does coherent equal true? Does something being coherent automatically make it true?
No.
And right.
That's not an argument
Right.
I made.
So
I didn't make an argument out of absurdity. I made a positive argument.
Whenever you say that the arguments that we're making are incoherent, why does that ought to tell you to go to the default that must mean your argument's true? Because it's the philosophy that you're trying to use here is silly, and that's why we haven't engaged in it. Because what you're doing there, I'm answering you. You asked why we're not engaging that, and I'm telling you why.
Yes,
I'm not engaging because precept philosophy is a joke. It literally is just absurd, pointless.
that's just your assertion.
Okay, hold on. Stop.
I'll get into it. The problem with presuppositional philosophy is that it is a position that's attempting to justify being incurious. So it will always be worse than a position that justifies curiosity. If you go to see a doctor and the doctor says, well, I don't need to investigate you at all, no second opinions necessary. I talked to God and he told me you need serious invasive surgery. And you go to another doctor and he does lots of investigations and he says, I'm going to seek a second opinion before we put you on the operating table. You're obviously going to go with the second doctor, which is why presuppositional philosophy is a joke. It's not anything anybody should take seriously. It's just a dumb, vacuous position attempting to justify being incurious so that you can have a God belief without having sufficient corroborative evidence to justify that belief.
So I just want to you know,
And
as a
that's
side note-
all I care to comment on presuppositional
Okay,
philosophy at all. If we could get back to why chromosomes, that would
thank
be
you. So
great.
this is the
Okay, go back
argument.
to you, Sam.
Yeah. So I mean, you might have a future on Broadway. That soliloquy there was beautiful. So kudos to you for that. But actually, I specifically did not mention a Christian. I mentioned atheist philosophers of science. Okay, you talked about logic in your opening, and what you are saying right now is the most illogical and irrational thing that I've ever heard. If you went to a doctor and they were prescribing you something that wasn't carefully reasoned, which is philosophical, then you would have a problem there. And it's the same when it comes to science. Science rests on a bed of foundational beliefs about reality that are not tested by the scientific method. These are presuppositions. Maybe now you understand what the word means, and so you won't be just ignorantly throwing it out there. I gave you arguments from atheists, okay? And so I want them to be addressed. Now we're going to move on to another argument I made, Austin, because in your little episode there where you crashed out, you brought up somebody and accused them of certain things. Mm-hmm. Now, another argument that I made in my opening is that because we know that morality exists, which is why you were so indignant right there, then God must exist. Okay. If you don't like that, then I want to know what you're referring to when you say that anything is right or wrong. You made a little moral crash out. So maybe you can engage with that. There's another argument, Joe. There's a positive argument for the God who created Adam and Eve. If morality exists, God exists. And I don't know if you know who Friedrich Nietzsche is. You know what moral nihilism is, guys? Do you ever read your own camp? Do you guys ever read books? I'm just wondering.
We read about
there's an
Adam
argument for God.
probably
Maybe you can
here,
engage
though.
with that one. It's called the moral argument.
Is this what you want to spend your last 8 minutes where you're supposed to be proving Adam and Eve doing?
So you just concede.
Donnie?
Just concede.
Well,
concede
he gave
my
an
two
if.
arguments.
He gave an if then statement. He said if morality, then.
Yeah, if
Excuse me,
morality
pretty much
exists,
Adam and
then God
Eve.
exists. You could
Yeah.
say, no, Sam, look, we can just ground morality in, I don't know, like some dude over there or anything that has justified literally every atrocious thing that's ever taken place. You name it, whether it be the government, whether it be society, or whether it be an individual. That's what you're going to ground it in. You can say it's complicated too. That's fine. So now it's another concession for the biblical worldview. So science is possible. If science, then God. You conceded to that one. If morality, then God. You conceded to that one. If you can't instantiate a coherent worldview that's not Hey, Joe, if a worldview is self-referentially incoherent, is it true?
The argument for it is then bad, is what that
If
means.
a worldview is self-referentially incoherent, is it true? What about you, Austin?
It doesn't
This
speak
is
to the
logic.
truth of it. I answered you.
So, Donnie, do you want to get onto
So are you
something
gonna run? I'll just
coherent
take
and
another
relevant and not a waste of
another
everybody's time? Or
Sam, how about you? I'll make this recommendation. Sam, how about you sum up in a minute how you feel that interaction went? Did they address your challenges? Did they not? And then we can spend the last 5 minutes on one final point.
Yeah, because we
If
love
Sarah
to have
thinks that's
Sam
appropriate.
just
Because
ramble on
if Joe
more
and
about
Joe
that.
and Austin don't want to engage Sam's
Why would we
argument,
stop to let
maybe Sam should
Have
take.
you guys?
Hey,
Can
Joe,
I
know
ask
you're-
a question? Because I'm going to start wasting your time now. Have you guys been on the same screen before this?
me and Donnie?
Okay. Is there like some like our communities mad at their community kind of shit going on? Because all of this hostility and straight retardedness, quite frankly, I'm waiting for an actual debate to happen. And so far everybody's just kind of rolling around in the mud having a grand old fucking time.
You're the one to debate. Let's debate. So I made some arguments. I made some positive arguments for the God who is. I made the moral argument. Austin, you obviously became very indignant. So if morality exists, then God exists. I guess you gave me the concession. I want to thank you. If science is possible, then God exists because the preconditions of science can only be satisfied by the biblical worldview. I'll take another concession on there. I mean, you can giggle like a child in school that
I will.
got a note from somebody, but yeah, I mean, these are arguments that have been advanced by very sophisticated and prominent people. So just because you don't understand them or don't take them seriously, I mean, obviously they worked here tonight, right? You guys are speechless. You're just stymied. You've got absolutely no rebuttal. So therefore God exists. Right. Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, we got 5 minutes left. We got 5 minutes left. Let's leave that up to the audience. And let's let's leave that up to the audience. So I'm gonna run through this real quick. On the Y chromosome dissimilarity, I've noted your response there, Austin. And so my response was showing structural variation within humans is not the same as explaining human to chimpanzee divergence. So I'd like to see you provide, whether in a paper or a direct response, the inferred ancestral Y chromosome, major duplications and deletions, inversions and rearrangements, and a sophisticated mathematical model backing up your assertion. Go ahead.
Why are you using an inconsistent standard on things being, divergent? Why is it that in the genus Tychuta or in the Felid genus you have all these Y chromosome divergences, and we're not saying that these things couldn't possibly diverge from a common ancestor, but when it comes to humans, we are. We're just being inconsistent there. Well, actually, it's pretty clear why, right? It's because the Bible says that humans were specially created and they can't have common ancestry with apes, even though if you treated it the same way you treated the felids or you treated the mouse kind with the genus Tychuta that has equivalent levels of Y chromosome divergence, then humans would be in the ape kind.
Okay. So your first example, the Tychuta, are those mice?
Yeah.
Are they on an island?
On an island? Why does that matter?
Well, no, I'm wondering. I'm trying to get more details on your example with the mice. Are they an isolated mice population? I'm asking you to provide more details.
So they're a population of mice that have one less. They have a similar amount of Y chromosome divergence that you would expect that you see in humans. So if we're not going to say that these mice have too much Y chromosome divergence to come
from
a common
on an
ancestor,
island though? Are they on an island? Is just my clarifying question.
I don't believe so.
Okay. There's like some weird scratching noise from your mic.
Yeah,
okay,
the mic's like getting worse as the day goes.
Yeah. Dang it. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to. It's okay. I'm trying to hang on tight to it, but it is. It's like.
It might be.
I apologize. I'll let Joe finish off. Go ahead. Talk to Joe.
No, I'm going to address what you're saying. So my challenge before you brought up felids, mice, and then made those arguments about special creation, I asked for the inferred ancestral Y chromosome. Why is because, again, as I argued, when you compare overall size differences, in your opening statement, you said, "Oh, we just compare sequence similarity." Yeah, because you're assuming humans and chimps go back to a common ancestor. You're assuming all DNA differences are the result of mutations over time. Okay, that's the debate in question. I pointed out in my opening statement that we as creationists, we would argue that the vast majority of DNA differences are created, design differences. We make predictions on DNA function. That's a debate for another time, okay? So the point is, we need to see an reconstructed ancestral Y chromosome sequence of your human, chimp, common ancestor, so we can see where, when, how, and why these changes occurred. The loss of the entirety of the heterochromatic arm in the Pan lineage. You're bringing up creatures that can all interbreed. It's not apples to apples. It's apples to oranges, if anything, because we can actually look at those creatures like the mice. We can look at felids. We can build an ancestral Y chromosome sequence. We know they're related because there's interbreeding going on there. I feel like that was a whole dodge. I'm simply asking you to present a model for how all these changes occurred. If evolution is true, less than 30% the same. Joe, maybe we'll throw it to Joe, get him in on it, or you, Austin, whoever you want. But I will say your mic's a little bit out there. Joe, let's hand it to you. Do you have a model laying out how these differences, less than 30% in the Y chromosomes of humans and chimps? I'm using that as corroborating evidence to show that humans are separately created, combined with the mutation rates going back 6,000 years to what? The biblical Adam and Eve. Go ahead, Joe.
And Joe, I'll let you finish your response as the final piece. The timer is going to finish its thing, but I'll let you finish your response to that.
No, Donnie, I'm not going to defend evolution for you. That's not what I'm here to do. We were here to talk about a subject. We didn't talk about it. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
that's why I said when you want to view our argument through an evolutionary lens, then you're putting evolutionary processes on the table, and they're just going to get attacked. And so you can't have it both ways, right, Austin? That's a P and not P. That's not logical. That's a contradiction. So, yeah,
I'm not just using evolution. I'm also using the cognitive model, the cognitive social model of religion in which gods are fictional characters.
All
So we
right.
get into there.
This sounds like a good time to go ahead and move into closing statements. If you would like to join for open panel Q&A, I'm going to drop the link in the chat and you all can start shuffling backstage while they're closing out. All right, Austin, I'll hand it to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we on a certain timer for these? I think 5 minutes total, right? So let me go ahead and set that for you. Okay, Austin, begin.
Yeah, young Earth creationists like Donnie and Sam will pretend you have to know pretty much everything in order to know that they're kind of full of it when it comes to certain claims they make. Like when they claim to be more reliable sources on dozens of fields of science and massive complex data pools than the entire scientific community collectively. It's impossible for any one person to be an expert in that many different subjects, let alone to be an expert that's greater than the entire collective scientific community. And believing that requires conspiracy theory level thinking. They have to say that scientists are brainwashed or lying when they say they all say the YECs are full of it. So I think Donnie and Sam, they're either profoundly confused and or they're bad faith. I think their worldview is full of scientific absurdities, and they're totally projecting those absurdities onto evolution and deep time to make themselves feel better about that. When you plumb down deep enough, you'll find their worldview relies on miracles and mysteries because all they really have is dogmatic belief in the way they interpret the literal truth of the Bible. And it's possible to believe the Bible is literally true and interpret it a way completely differently from what they do. So the alternative method they're going up against is supported by all the data, which are numerous, the entire biological, chemical, physical, geological, genetic, embryological sets of data pools. They can't predict anything with their model. It has no functional utility. It can't do anything useful except religious apologetics with a technobabble outer shell. And that's what we've seen tonight. Lots of appeals to secondary sources, fake experts with shoddy, if not outright dishonest methods, logical fallacies, impossible standards for any other explanation for the relevant data, buckets and buckets of conspiracy theories and cherry picking, Trojan sources and quote mining. And I think you can easily explain the absurd crackpottery and quackery with simple overconfidence, anchoring bias, confirmation bias, cognitive dissonance, way more easily than it is to explain it with a claim that the biblical Adam and Eve were actually real. So I want to thank everybody in the audience for coming out, everybody on and behind the stage, and I hope I've offered new things for you that you didn't know or inspired your curiosity somehow. But if you take one point away from it, let it be this: you should be extremely suspicious when young Earth creationists, anti-vaxxers, flat earthers, PP drinkers, and other kinds of conspiracy theorists are talking about science. And if you yourself are a purveyor or peddler of pseudoscience, science denial, and conspiracy theories, think about this. If your views require you to assume that every expert that disagrees with you is part of a vast conspiracy, you should probably rethink your views. Go ahead, Joe.
The timer's not on, by the way.
I realize I didn't set it, but we're at about 2.5 minutes, so I'll reset from there.
Joe, you got to unmute, bud. All right.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Joe.
I would like to apologize to the audience that we didn't actually get to talk about the topic at all tonight. The plan was to talk about biblical Adam and Eve. We talked about evolution. We talked about why Carter looked at only 7% of the mitochondrial DNA rather than the whole thing. We talked about the same paper over and over and over. We talked about logic. We talked about all sorts of things. We didn't talk about Adam and Eve. And you guys wasted our time and everybody else's. That's it.
All right. Well, that was quick and easy to the point. Donnie, I believe you said you wanted a screen share for yours.
I think we're going to have Sam kick it off, and then I'll screen share one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me reset the timer on this one then. All right. And Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what debate our opponents were at or where they're going to apply their closing. But I mean, I made a few positive arguments for God. Whether or not I can defend those arguments, I mean, unfortunately, we weren't able to see that. However, as far as this debate goes, my arguments were not addressed. And so therefore, we took the win at least those times, as well as the arguments for Donnie. And so, I mean, I'm underwhelmed. It doesn't follow that because our opponents didn't understand our arguments, or they're mad at our arguments because their feelings were hurt by them, that therefore I didn't make arguments. And so, yeah, I mean, that's just what happened here tonight. Donnie?
Okay. And I'll push pause while you get your screen up. Or
Appreciate that, Sarah. You're a great host. And okay, here we go. So looks like the audience had a good time there, Joe. I think they had a good time watching you guys dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. I guess this is what we expect when these are the arguments you get from Evolution Myths. I mean, Creation Myths. Dr. Rob Carter, who was appealed to by Austin Sims, is I hear a little bit of background noise.
I'm trying to figure. I'm going to stop your timer. I apologize because it's not. Let me remove it and then add it back up. Okay, there we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let me get that back up. Okay, you let me know. It probably just sees us, so I'll go to the article and then feel free to let me know when you're good, Sarah.
Okay, here we go. There you go. I apologize. It's hard when the format's all shifted. Go ahead.
You're doing great. You got good patience. So, okay. Joe, looks like we've had a great audience, over 100 people, the whole debate, enjoying the evolutionists here dodge the argument. So Rob Carter, selection. He addresses selection. He points out that selection, although it exists, it does not do the job of removing enough mutations to slow down the rate from 6,500 years to 200,000. He goes into the population genetics here, explaining why the neutral rate approximates the fixation rate. Right here, I wrote a long, in-depth article addressing Austin Sims' argument here beforehand on the mice, the rats, bonobo chimp differences on the Y chromosome. So to reiterate, we got a lot of dodging, but we never did get what? I challenged them to provide us the inferred ancestral Y chromosome, major duplications and deletions, inversions and rearrangements. I found it hilarious that Kentucky Atheist, who doesn't understand what's being discussed here, heard me say Helgeson and then starts to attack Jeanson. And it was fun because I was still able to debunk his argument and attack on Jeanson about supposedly not sorting through errors. Well, that's just an assertion, and Jeanson's faster Y chromosome rate, which takes Y chromosome Noah back 4,500 years, has led to fulfilled testable predictions. So we did show the evidence. We demonstrated here many different mutation rates, not just Parsons. They keep saying, oh, you just discussed one paper. Parsons' paper gets to 6,500 years. Ann Gibbons here talks, wow. And these are all evolutionists. And I love it because she's an evolutionist and she says, regardless of the cause, evolutionists are most because you'll see don't call us evolutionists. You lose credibility if you call it. I mean, their own side calls themselves evolutionists. She said 6,000 years. And then subsequent studies, Howell pulled together all the different mitochondrial DNA studies, and he got the faster rate. Okay. So I just find it funny still that Austin Sims, he used the math from the D loop and then applied it to the total diversity in the mitochondrial DNA. Max is 120. Of course, you're going to get those numbers. He could not show us in Parsons, though, where apparently he did the calculations and got 40,000. No, he got 6,000. Okay. So the topic was the biblical Adam and Eve existed. We showed through diversity. We showed through mutation rates. We demonstrated through the Y chromosome dissimilarity. Sam's excellent worldview arguments. I rely on him for that. He's a great debate partner. And so, yes, we did meet our affirmative here. The biblical Adam and Eve existed. And I think the audience could see that our arguments from mutation rates, DNA diversity, so on and so forth, were not addressed. The phylogenetic tree that I showed from Dr. Rob Carter showed that the branches are all close together. There's only a few DNA differences on average separating people. We're concerned with how quickly does it take to accumulate 20 to 30 differences from Eve or 120. In light of the mutation rate data, no time at all. I also showed evidence where there can be hypermutation in some lineages. So, okay, I got 40 seconds left. I didn't see any rebuttal to that, which would explain the 120 differences max. And we never did get a quantitative model to show how background selection, which was Austin Sims' appeal, can take us from 6,500 years to 200,000 years. Why multi-generational studies like Helgeson, for example, huge sample size? Why is it nearly in line with Parsons? And I'll just wrap it up there.
Beautiful. Thank you to all of you. For the record, I love all of you. I love it when people want to come to the screen and have a big conversation and try to get through it, even with differing opinions. It's a lot to go back and forth, and it's a lot when somebody is completely on the opposite end of you. So kudos to all of you for willing to come up here and argue your ideologies. I'm very happy with that. So I love you all, even though y'all piss me the fuck off. All right. A few super chats that come in. Chuck in Tennessee with the Big Ten said, who is that foxy babe on screen? I don't know. I think he's talking about maybe Joe, Donnie,
I thought he was
Sam.
talking about Sam.
Look at this goatee.
Sure,
Clearly.
Gotta be clearly.
Sam, you did
You
get a
all-
fresh cut right before the debate.
You all look foxy and beautiful. Thank you so much. And Chuck, of course, says, if I had Sarah as my woman in my life, would be complete. Shout out to that. Let's see. Robin, with their membership, says, burden of proof lies on affirmative. Nice dodge, Sam. Sam, you're welcome to respond.
Yeah, I mean, I gave 4 positive arguments. My arguments were not neutral. They were positive arguments in my opening. So I don't know what you're talking about. Go watch it again, slowly.
Oh, that's between you and Robin. to
Get the
have.
sound up this time, maybe. I don't know.
Fair enough. Big Bad Mama with the Big Five says Sam, and Standing for Truth. In 2018, an analysis of 94 hominin fossils showed that average brain size increased gradually over the past 3 million years. Explain.
Actually, I think that Neanderthals had a larger brain, right? So wouldn't that be inconsistent with
Well,
not only
because-
that statement, but with their model?
We find overlap as well with the hominins. Hobbit, technical term for hobbit is Homo floresiensis, Homo naledi, Homo neanderthalensis, heidelbergensis. There's overlap between all of these different hominins, and there's no good linear progression in brain size. But on hominins, I pointed to in my opening statement, I don't think we ever got an answer, the discontinuities that we find, specifically the hyoid bone, which ours is designed for sophisticated speech and language, and there lacks a major transitional series from an Australopithecine creature like Lucy up to Homo habilis, up to modern Homo sapiens. And so it's these kinds of discontinuities that point better to separate ancestry rather than ape to man evolution.
Yeah, I would like to respond to that, and then since
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
question was for Donnie, he can have the last word. I think that fuzzy perimeters, a blended continuum instead of a definite perimeter around organisms, is kind of what you would expect from evolution. And then you can also see certain synapomorphies, like besides just the brain pan size, there's also movement in the foramen magnum. So I think when you line those things up, you do see a transitional kind of sequence from ancient to modern primates. And go ahead, Donnie, and you can have the last word.
Yeah, if I take a unicycle, a tricycle, and a four-wheeler, I could say, oh, wow, there must be a mode of transportation out there with 2 wheels. And lo and behold, I find a bicycle. Stick it right there. And oh, look at that. Look at that nice series. No, in the fossil record, we see a lot of overlap plus discontinuity. And it's that addition of discontinuity like we see in these hominins with the hyoid bone. I mean, Austin could have answered that there and he didn't. So that's telling. And then also the ischium, the skull in your Australopithecines versus the Homo genus like Erectus and humans. So it's those discontinuities that favor the creation model.
Okay. Excellent. Anani says the entire ethos of humanity is embedded in the Adam and Eve part of the book of Genesis. I'll take a while to see it, but it'll take a while to see it, but it's there. Anyone have a thought to that?
That's interesting because what I see in Genesis is the sequence of evolution attested by the cognitive social model of religion that says that all modern religions evolved through a process of animism, totemism, shamanism, polytheistic paganism, and then monotheistic deism and theism. And I think you can see the roots of that in every modern religion. And you can also see a lot of contemporaneous plagiarism. You can see the Bible borrowing from other contemporary myths, like the Book of Enoch, the myth of Gilgamesh. So yeah, no, I don't agree with that, obviously. And I think there's a completely different way you can look at it that you can support pretty well with facts. It's speculative, but I think it's a reasonable speculation from the evidence available. And Joe, if you want to weigh in, you can add whatever you like.
I mean, I don't think the ethos of humanity is incest and genocide, so I disagree.
Yeah, Austin, what is your fundamental guiding principle for determining the truth or falsity of anything that exists or at all?
Curiosity.
That's not a guiding principle.
Sure it is. I want to hear every argument. I want to turn over every rock that I'm capable of turning over so I know exactly what's underneath it without guessing at all. And if I can't turn a rock over, I'm going to admit it, and I'll never stop questioning what I postulate is under the rock because I can't flip it over and confirm it.
Yeah. So
which is exactly why Precept fails, because it pretends like you can know what's under this rock that you can't actually flip over, and it does so in a very circular fashion.
So again, I'll correct you on this again. A presupposition is just a foundational belief about reality that's not tested by the science. Everybody has them.
Okay, thank you, Sam.
So Rene Descartes questioned everything, and he's the one who came up with that. Thinking is, or I think therefore I am, or I doubt therefore I am. And that was an argument for theism, because he realized that when he placed himself in the egocentric predicament, if you are to be consistent with what you believe, there really is no way out. And an atheist actually critiqued that and said, well, actually, you can't even know that, because it doesn't follow that because thinking is occurring that you get the identity of the thing that is I am. So when you just want to step into skepticism and say that's your fundamental guiding principle, it's basically going to lead you into absurdity. But I mean, I guess if all you have is repeating the slogan that you're not a presupper, even though I've explained to you multiple times that science rests on a bed of presuppositions, then I mean, hey, slogans for the win, I guess.
All right,
but
thanks.
The whole narrative is summed up there in Genesis and in the fall with the prophecy of the serpent, the woman crushing the head of the serpent. You've got the fall of mankind. You've got the prophecy of the Savior and the redemptive story all summed up right there. And so, yeah, my fundamental guiding principle is going to be something that is greater than my own mental states. It's going to be something that's transcendent with the great making properties.
Yeah, I mean, you can make up whatever properties you want for something that only exists inside your mind. And because the question was addressed to us, I think we should get the last word on it.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that it was, but sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, have the last word and address nothing I just said. It's fine.
I'll have the last fucking word. All right, next question. Big Bad Mama says, Sam and standing for truth. What extent? So that's not a type. Okay, extant haplogroup is closest genetically to Adam and Eve. Provide biogeographic and genetic evidence, please.
Can you share
Sam, you or me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, for sake of time, I won't, but I could pull up the phylogenetic tree, mitochondrial DNA from I think it was the 1,000 Genomes Project. Actually, in that article that I screen shared in my closing with Dr. Carter, he shows a phylogenetic tree there. We got all the different haplogroups. L, M, and N. Evolutionists would argue that L is your oldest. M and N came from L. But if we just look at overall DNA diversity, compare it with the mutation rates, all the haplogroups would have come in rapidly, all within the last 4,000 to 6,000 years. It's interesting that we got 3 or 4 major haplogroups, L, M, N, and R, and yet the Bible says that we all go back to what? 3 reproducing couples. Noah, his wife, their 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their 3 wives. Well, that's interesting. Mitochondrial DNA is passed down maternally. So mothers pass it on to their daughters and so on and so forth. So it's uniparentally inherited, and yet all worldwide mitochondrial DNA traces back right to, as she says, haplogroups here, those 3 major, LMNN or bring in R. So there's a few different models. Regardless, there's only a few, lines up with the Bible. She's asking about provide biogeographic and genetic evidence. Well, again, that would require me screen sharing, doing a whole lecture on the phylogenetic tree. So you can save that for another day. Good question.
I would
But you
like
can
to
go to
respond real
Standing for
quick and
Truth
then
and
you
find
can
it.
have
Yeah,
the
go
final
ahead,
word.
Austin. Sure.
So it's a great question because what he's basically asking is he's asking in a more racially sensitive way. What a haplogroup is it's a descriptor of a phenotype. And what he's asking is who among the Adam and Eve, or the Noah lineage, who was carrying the black gene, who was carrying the white gene, who was carrying the Chinese gene? And this is a question that kind of plagues the Adam and Eve worldview: is where do these different, what we call races, these racial phenotypes, come from? If we all come from that common ancestor. And there was another point, but I can't remember. Go ahead, respond, Donnie. You can have the last word on it too.
Yeah, real quickly, we could do a whole, and then Sam, if you got something to say, we could do a whole debate on created heterozygosity. I mentioned it in my opening statement, where rather than the majority of DNA differences being the result of mutations over time, they're due to the front loading of DNA at creation. So there's not just one gene for black skin, white skin, or different cultures. No, those could come about simply due to God front loading Adam and Eve with pre-existing DNA diversity or DNA differences. And it's interesting because if you look at allele frequencies, or let's take the Y chromosome, there's geographically specific Y chromosomes, Chinese Y chromosomes, Australian Y chromosomes, European Y chromosomes, which line up beautifully with what? The Babel dispersal. When people start spreading out to all parts of the globe, this is the pattern that you'd expect to find. So yeah, those DNA differences to explain the different shades of skin could be explained by front-loaded DNA diversity at creation.
Okay. Shout out to Plumpy giving out 1 Raging Tomato gifted membership. Congratulations to the lucky lottery winner. Tom Carpenter, unacceptable behavior. You're not allowed to be late here, but he says, I'm late to the debate. What did I miss? Does Adam exist? Shout out to you. He also comes in to say, I found a helpmate. I don't know, for me, which is Jax. We love you, Jax. Shout out to you for the win, of course. And IoTing gifting out 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to those lucky lottery winners. Objective Ethics, nice to see you back, sir, says with the big 20, Donnie can't do math. He is a Trinitarian who thinks 3 persons equals 1 God. According to Donnie, 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. There's no way he can deal with 4.5 billion years of natural processes. Donnie, that's a direct shot.
I am now forced into early retirement. So sorry, Sam. So
that's rough.
Maybe for Sam, we'll save the Trinitarian point for you if you'd like. There is no way he can deal with 4.5 billion years of natural processes. Well, that's an assertion that there are 4.5 billion years of natural processes. But as we've shown in the debate, we focus largely on genetics. We've got mutation rates that take us back within 6,000 years. If there was a debate on the age of the Earth, we can bring up other points like C14 that we find in carbon, dinosaur fossils, and diamonds where it shouldn't be. We find an abundance of helium and zircon crystals. Those zircon crystals can't be billions of years old, or else we wouldn't find the amount of helium that we do find. So regardless of the field of science, you can go to geology, astronomy, genetics, biology, and you're going to find evidence that corroborates a young Earth. Sam, you want the Trinitarian point, brother?
You got 2 words real quick. Heat problem. And then go ahead.
I got 2 words. Well, 1 word, debunked. And so, but yeah, one times one times one. What's that? And so the argument that I would make here would be that the God of Scripture alone, the triune God of Scripture alone, is the only God within the Christian worldview that can resolve the problem of unity and diversity, the problem of the one and the many. And so that would be another positive argument for the triune God of Scripture.
So you guys are Trinitarians? I didn't want to assume that just because a super chat said so.
Yeah,
we're Trinitarian. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. 3 more questions. Then we'll bring up our panel and we can get into some more. Bionic sends a big 5, says, I'm still waiting for a positive argument for Adam and Eve. Tick tock, tick tock. Did you want to say something to that?
Well, I would say people can go back and watch the debate. Might have went over people's heads because they're invested in believing they're related to banana plants, whales, and pine trees. We showed several lines of evidence, starting off with Sam's approach, and then the scientific data that corroborates exactly what the Bible says, that God created two people, Adam and Eve, Adam, the first man, Eve, the mother of all living, Adam and Eve special from any other form of life, the mutation rate data, DNA function, Y chromosome dissimilarity, all corroborates that account.
All right. Bionic says Sam never even said Adam and Eve. So how did he prove they existed? He clearly prepared for a different debate. Sam?
Yeah, I mean, you could just go back and probably look at the transcript. I think that's an option. And you can see that I not only did mention Adam and Eve a few times, solving the problem of racism, one race, we're all related to Adam and Eve, but I also argued that Adam and Eve is within the biblical creation narrative. And then I argued for the truth of the biblical worldview. You guys got to pull the cotton out of your ears. I don't know what's going on. Turn the volume up or change the batteries in your hearing aid. I don't know. I can't help
definitely
you,
on board with being against racism. That's good for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was Darwinism paved the way for eugenics, and eugenics isn't a philosophy that even makes sense without aside from the Darwinistic method, or philosophy. Yeah. So I mean, one race. I don't know how you're going to say that people can be racist if there's only one human race.
That's
that
fair.
makes sense. What's the problem there, Austin?
I would say that we're a social species, so pro-social adaptations are going to be positively selected by selection.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm older than you, and I remember when I was in school how racism. I mean, this isn't even controversial. Like, this isn't even controversial. Like, go read a book about it or something. I don't know what to say. Like that whole you know who Odo Bango is? Just search Odo Bango in the New York Zoo. I mean, they literally put this poor guy in a zoo and said, "Hey, look, he's not quite evolved to a human yet." They dragged this poor guy out of Africa.
Evolution
That's your model, but that's your world. Yeah, I mean,
No.
You know what eugenics is? What do you mean no? Just look it up right now. You go on your phone.
Yeah, eugenics is a
type it up like
twisted,
Google. I'll give you a link
inaccurate
to Google.
application of evolutionary principles.
Yeah, I mean, this is not even controversial.
Eugenics
You know what
goes
eugenics
against
is?
natural selection.
Austin, do you know what eugenics is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Can you
it's a
explain to me how
twisted
you-
application of evolutionary principles.
Well,
It tries
well, no,
to
that's
replace
exactly what it
natural
is.
selection. It tries to fight against natural selection. It tries to fight against mutation, and it tries to preserve a perfect racial ideal. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Sam.
yeah.
Sorry.
The premise of eugenics and Margaret Sanger is to rid the human population, which would be like an artificial
by
selection
fighting natural selection, by fighting mutation.
Settle down. Of inferior, what they deemed as inferior race. That's your evolutionary philosophy.
No, it's the
You're not going to be
exact
able to find
opposite.
that in the Bible. Yeah, I mean,
Every
you're just
eugenicist
confused.
was not a fan of evolution. They explicitly went against the principles of evolution. They were against
what?
random mutation. They were against natural selection. They were against common ancestry, and they were against hybridization. Miscegenation, they lose their shit over that stuff. So I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, again.
Actually, I do. It's just propaganda. It's
All
propaganda.
right.
and
That
bullshit.
sounds like another debate prompt that would
Yeah.
be really good, actually.
Or you can just go
square
watch
away.
the video I did on it on my channel called "Is Evolution the Foundation of an Immoral Worldview?" Spoiler: no.
So ethics again, right? Ethics again, Austin. Ethics. I mean, what a blunder when the unbelievers with no ethical framework start making arguments in the domain of ethics. I mean, and this is why logic and reasoning is important for you, my friend.
All right. Logic and reasoning says I should move on. Dark Lake, shout out to you. Miss you. With the big five says, would Adam and Eve be Homo erectus, Homo habilis, or first Homo sapiens? Thanks. Really curious. Oh, I hope I said all of that right.
You did a good job.
You
I
were
gave
close.
you
You
minus.
said homeo instead of homo for two of them.
Oh,
But then
But
she
you
did
were
correct
very
herself
close.
on one of them, so we'll
Yeah.
give her a point.
And homeo
Okay.
box genes are a real thing. So I think you just got a
okay.
little
So
mixed up.
the word just was in my brain. Okay. Thank you.
Sam, you or me, brother?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say if you look at the hominin fossil record, you'd have to compare the phenotypes or morphological traits of erectus, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, which I've got a whole presentation showing could have been a wastebasket taxon, as many paleoanthropologists have pointed out, or the first Homo sapiens. So most likely, to give a short answer, closer to Homo heidelbergensis. Homo heidelbergensis could be the early stage Neanderthals, because Neanderthals, we understand, were 40% less fit, highly inbred. They had these long stretches of identical letters, which is called homozygosity. So they were inbred due to isolation. As a result, they experienced a higher genetic load and harmful diseases manifested. So heidelbergensis is more robust, healthier phenotype. We'd assume same thing for genotype. So yeah, quick answer, Adam and Eve, probably more similar to the heidelbergensis morphology rather than the erectus.
Why not Neanderthalensis, if I can ask?
Well, I think Neanderthalensis could be the end stage of Neanderthalensis could be the end stage of heidelbergensis, because of what we know about the genetics of Neanderthals, that there's several papers you're probably familiar with where they had a high genetic load, 40% less fit. They're found in across Eurasia in ice age conditions. So because of the inbreeding and the mutation accumulation with them, the heidelbergensis, I think, would be the better candidate for being, but we're just speculating here. But I think heidelbergensis would be the better candidate for what Noah and his family looked at, but that's the flood bottlenecks. You still got a couple thousand years before that. We might not have any good representatives in the hominin fossil record for that.
All right, gentlemen, I've got a full panel backstage, so I'm going to bring up the first 5. We'll get through a Q&A portion with that, and if we have some more time, I'll be able to feed the rest of them in for additional Q&A. Are you ready to meet your panel, gentlemen?
Let's do it. Let's have some fun. I'm going to refill my water, I think, once you bring
go ahead.
in.
Take a quick, I'm going to get some water as well.
Yeah, go ahead. Step away. Do what you got to do for a second, and I'm going to get them up here. Here we go. All right, gentlemen, let me do a little switcheroo on the screen, get everybody back in place here. Where am I missing? Okay, and get these 2 flip-flopped around. All right, if you are on the bottom row, you will need to mute up your mics for me, please. Top row, you can intervene and be part of the question as well. But everyone below me will stay muted unless it is their turn. This is meant to be a round robin style. We will go one at a time, asking their question to 1, 2, or all of the panelists up top. We'll get through your question, get an answer, and then we'll move on to the next person. Please be mindful of time. As I said, we have a full backstage. So I want to be able to rotate some people out if you don't mind. Because I know they all have great questions back there. If you are anticipating the gauntlet, just know that Mr. Balderson is going to carry the gauntlet on his channel. I have to go catch a flight after this. So if you are not already subbed up to Mr. Balderson's channel, I'm sure my mods will be dropping that link into the chat for you. You want to be subbed up over there if you want to continue in gauntlet mode. If you know what we're talking about, you want to get subbed up now. All right. I'm actually going to start off with you, Mr. Balderson. If you have a question or comment to one or any of the panelists up top.
No, let's just rotate somebody else in that's going to be on that. I'm not going to put out any hard opinions on this. Outside of hammers exists, so Thor obviously exists.
Okay, I'll switch you out when we get to the end and I'll use your seat as the rotator. All right, Ant, I know you are coming from an atheist perspective, so you're most likely going to be going for the affirmative stance position here to attack. Go ahead, Ant.
So I think this can be a biological question, but also a historical question. Problem I have with your timeline. Both the Egyptian and Mesopotamian empires pre-exist the 6,000-year timeline you have for your Earth's timeline. Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean that's just controversial. They said at
it's
one
not controversial.
Am I going to be able to interrupt with, or am I going to be able to respond without being interrupted, or do we do dumpster fire here? It's okay if we do dumpster fire. We can do that. I'm new here. So yeah, it is controversial. There's Egyptologists that question that. I mean, we find sediments, I believe, within the stones that are created the pyramid. Donnie's had Egyptologists on his channel addressing these alleged objections as well. So this is all going to come down to, I guess, the same question that I asked Joe and Mr. Sims here is, what would be your fundamental guiding principle when it comes to, believing something as true or false?
Fundamental guiding principle I would look at the summation of the evidence and infer the most likely explanation.
It's arbitrary. So when
no,
you
it's
talk
not.
About
it isn't
evidence,
arbitrary.
When you're talking about
arbitrary
evidence,
would mean I made it up.
Can I finish my response, bud?
Well, if you let me finish.
Are you going to be okay? You going to be okay if I address that?
Please go on.
Great, thank you. So when we talk about evidence, we're talking about interpreted facts. Facts are going to be interpreted within a worldview. So when you talk about things like parsimony or best explanation, those are also going to be worldview statements. Okay, so that's arbitrary.
No, it isn't.
Great rebuttal.
These are objective measurements. These are based off of facts that are accumulated from multiple experiments, multiple tests, multiple observations. Like, you're just acting like this appeared in a vacuum, and it didn't.
I would say on that particular issue, we could talk all day. As Sam said, we've had Egyptologists and experts.
I understand you don't want to answer the question.
I understand, but I need to be able to finish my thoughts. Okay. After I'm done answering, you can point out if I didn't answer it. But we could talk about overlapping dynasties, co-regencies, the interpretation of king lists, some kings reigning at the same time, so you get inflated ages. Okay. So we have explanations for that. But I would like to point out that tonight's debate was about mitochondrial mutation rates and molecular clocks. So even if we did a whole 3-hour debate on supposedly the history of civilization going back past 6,000 years, it wouldn't change the empirical pedigree mutation rates that we mentioned, like Parsons, Howell, Helgeson, which it doesn't seem like you have an answer for. And here's the last thing I'll say. PhD biologists like Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, a Harvard graduate, I have one of his books behind me called Trace, where he made a prediction that if this data is actually true and brings man and woman, all humanity, back just 6,000 years, we should be able to trace the history of civilization within 6,000 years. And he published those findings as a fulfilled prediction.
No, actually, the debate was biblical Adam and Eve existed. That was the debate.
Mutation rates confirm that.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Absolutely
so that's your assertion. Okay, then
but I'm not here to argue the biological case. I think Austin already argued the biological case very well. I don't need to add to it.
Okay,
like, he completely demolished you on that, so I don't feel the need to go there. I just felt like I needed to bring up the historical context since that got left out.
You're posturing, bud.
We demonstrate.
No, I'm not. I'm presenting you with facts, and you are just trying to run away.
Then why don't you
I just explained co-regencies, overlapping king reigns. There's a tons of things that we can show you from Egyptian chronology, the chronology of other historical civilizations that go back within the 4,500 years. But the genetic data is the empirical data. It's genes, traits, and genetics that are inherited sperm and egg, and they go right back 4,500 to 6,000 years. And you're not providing a rebuttal to that.
But the genetic data can't show a 2-person bottleneck anytime in the last 500,000 years.
Actually, it did. It did.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
It can't.
No, that's your assertion. I showed in the phylogenetics.
No, you didn't. You just claimed it. You showed a picture that claimed it and then called it evidence. That's not
a picture. a picture based on real mitochondrial DNA sequences. Do you know what a phylogenetic tree is?
Vaguely. I'm not a geneticist, so I know it by name.
How do
but
you
I'm
know
not
that
an
Austin
expert.
refuted him? If you don't know the argument Donnie made, how are you going to say that Austin refuted us?
Because you didn't really make an
contradicted yourself.
argument.
You're not looking too good here. Okay, nobody has refuted the data that has been derived from the conventional literature.
They
That's
did.
okay. I get
Actually.
you're excited. I understand you're excited. Relax. Are you going to be okay?
I'm fine.
Well, it doesn't sound.
Why
like
are you worried about me so
Well,
much?
because
What about
you
your
believe you're
argument?
related
It's
to banana
dying
plants
here.
and grass.
Donnie's
and
just
you're
a sweet
offended
guy
that the
like that.
mutation rate data contradicts that idea. So
Sarah's saying stop.
I think you're.
We
on
can't
mute.
hear you, Sarah. You're unmuted.
That might be why we got a little wild there.
Oh my God, I've been mute. I hit that fucking. I'm not using my normal gear, but I guess that button really is sensitive. I apologize. I've been sitting here yelling the whole time, like, stop.
Sorry, Sarah.
I'm
so sorry.
Before
I
we
wish
move
I'd
on
seen it a
real
little
quick,
sooner.
It's probably best we didn't hear it anyway.
Ant got me thinking. Sam, can I ask you a quick question? I think this should be a quick question.
You want to ask me a question?
Yeah, quick one.
You want me to respond to it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'll do what you couldn't do in the whole debate. Go ahead.
All right, cool. If
All right.
you know the rules to chess, can you play a game of chess?
Yeah, seems so.
All right, cool. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Yeah,
Ant, did you
but
want
if you
to
don't,
wrap?
well, yeah, but if you don't understand the strategy, can you understand the game of chess?
Doesn't matter. You can still play the game.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think that your analogy actually engaged with anything. I mean, we made arguments that weren't actually addressed, and the whole point was God come up, this guy, whatever was it, Ant?
You just say Ant. Ant's fine.
Ant.
So Ant made a statement that we were refuted, but when Donnie asked him a simple question, it turns out that he didn't know the strategy or the game of chess.
Suddenly he's not a
No,
geneticist.
the reason I brought it up was because you make this argument that like you have to assume God to do science.
That's not what I said.
I don't
That
think
wasn't the
that's the
argument.
case.
That's not what that wasn't
Or
the
you
argument.
said that science proves God. I think all you need are the rules, and there's no need for any
no.
God in any
May I-
part of it. That's the comparison I was
Well,
trying
maybe
to make.
somebody
Can I
will
clarify
come up,
one
We don't
thing?
have
Let's,
to belabor that point.
Let's go
maybe
ahead
somebody will
and-
come up and engage with that argument, and then I will help you understand it.
Just
Let's
want
go
to clarify
ahead.
one thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ant, why don't you wrap it up with your final thought here?
Only reason I didn't want to tackle the biological question is because time is limited. I want to respect everybody's time up here. I was focused on one specific area in question, and I didn't want to expand into areas I wasn't as comfortable in. That's why I said what I didn't want to get into the biological argument of it. Okay, that's it. And thank you for the time, Sarah. Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for coming
Thank
up.
you, Ant. We love you. Ant's a regular here, always contributing to great panels all the time. Effigy. I know where you're going, sir. Donnie and Sam, be ready for another one. Go ahead, Effigy. You are muted, Effigy, on our end. Now I think
Spin's
you're
not
muted
here.
again on
Fucking
your
rookie.
end. Effigy is not coming through. Effigy.
I see the movement lines on his screen. I think
Yeah.
he's talking.
Check your
but we can't
OBS.
hear you.
Well, we
Check
can
your
probably
OBS.
guess what he's saying.
I believe that he's saying that the Christians have convinced him, and he is now a biblical adherent.
You want to get Effigy talking real fast. He'll
He's
figure it
seen
out
in
real quick.
he's seen in real time how much dodging the evolutionists have done, and so he's forced to admit he's not related to grass or pine trees anymore.
You know what? I
Effigy,
think that he's without words because we did so good, Donnie. He doesn't
According to
know what say.
evolution, things are supposed to get better on their own. So let's just wait a couple million years, and I'm sure Effigy's Mike will evolve a couple beneficial mutations.
Effigy, it's still not working. Let me move on to Clay while Effigy, you unfuck yourself. I love you. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Clay. I know you're gonna hand it over probably to Austin and Joe. Nice little change of pace. So go ahead.
Oh yeah, sure. Can you hear me? My sound is good.
Yep.
Excellent.
Loud and
Excellent.
clear.
Awesome. So before I go to Sims and Joe, I want to just try to get a baseline. A lot of times when I watch these debates, I see the debaters
Can you hear me now?
talking past each other,
Yes.
and so with Donnie and Sam, I just want to make sure that I'm on the same page, and maybe this might help with other people when they watch the debate in the future, or perhaps these other fellows coming up with questions and that sort of thing. So Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm understanding is that you were basically using information well known to the scientific community in order to refute, theories, to ensure a separate answer, a second answer for pretty much the same data set. Is that kind of along the right lines?
If I understand your question correctly, I was showing from the conventional literature a number of studies backing up my argument that both Adam and Eve, now when I say Adam, it's actually technically Y chromosome Noah for reasons we could get into later if you'd like to, and they go back 4,500 to 6,000 years. What we care about is the data itself. Okay, scientists, they don't really care about opinions and interpretations. The data in these papers based on observed mutation rates and overall DNA diversity go back just, again, roughly 6,000 years to two people. And this is a double whammy because it not only confirms what we're saying, that the biblical Adam and Eve existed, it also contradicts the evolutionary model. So it does two things at once: refutes common descent and confirms separate ancestry. Perfect.
Yeah. So if we go by the well-known data set, genetics specifically, we're going to probably come up with varying answers. And typically what happens within the scientific community is there's a consensus, typically with the majority, or at least the well-learned. And then we can infer upon ourselves, what the data tells us, what the evidence tells us. That confirming data would maybe tell us separate things, but then the consensus might come out and say, well, this is what we have resolved, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that is a factual, actual statement. It could be varying even still within the scientific community.
It would be similar to, like, if I put up the paper we were discussing on the differences within the Y chromosome sequences of humans and chimps. We have the data, right? We have the data. When you consider everything, overall architecture, size differences, and gene content, the Y chromosomes are less than 30% the same. That's the data. Now there's interpretations on the data. So you can read the discussion section, materials and methodology. Those are important in these papers, right? But now you're going to have scientists looking at the data, and they're going to say, well, okay, this is interesting. Maybe it's because of this. Maybe it's because faster rates of substitution or sperm competition. But now we're getting into the interpretations of the data. The interpretations aren't necessarily true. They have to be supported by the data. And so then that's what Sam and I do, is we show these technical papers from the conventional literature. We cover the data, and then we go over what we believe are the implications of the data.
Perfect.
And then what I did was I came in and I said that if you have one generation or one mutation for every 33 generations and 120 mutations in maximum divergence, you need to count for. I did all the math that shows that even
you're not accepting correction, though, Austin. You're not accepting correct. You can't do the math from the D-loop region and then apply it to the whole mitochondrial genome. That's not what Parsons did. He looked at D-loop mutations. The 120 max is, I don't know why this is so hard to understand. It's like, I'm actually flabbergasted. You can't do the 1 out of 33 is the D loop. That's the D loop mutation rate.
Again, why are you cherry-picking 7% of the mitochondrial DNA? You can't ignore the rest of it.
Hold on, guys. I don't want to
address the entire. Yeah, we're just reading.
Yeah, I think Clay just wants to. I think Clay wants to jump in here and maybe either clarify or elaborate further on what's going on.
Yeah. So essentially, Sims, from what I'm understanding, you're looking at the data and drawing a separate conclusion. That's fair.
I'm looking at more of the data.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. You're looking at the data and drawing a
we're not looking at the same data.
Donnie. Hold on.
So it's not. We're not looking at the same data.
Hold on. Let Clay explain his point, and then Austin, you're welcome to chime back in on him. Go ahead, Clay.
Because I want to get through Sam first. From what I understand, Sam, you're approaching things from a philosophical understanding mostly during this debate. Now, when I say that, what I mean, you're approaching it from logic and reason, and you're saying, hey, I need a baseline. And what that means is typically in mathematics, we call it an axiom, right? This is a circular reasoning. This is the baseline. We can't get past this. We all have to agree on this, or there is no mathematics. Is that kind of accurate?
I mean, so yes and no. So I mean, science is philosophical. Science is done with philosophers. There's a whole field of study, the philosophy of science. This isn't controversial. Like when Austin and Joe dismiss these things, it's comical. I mean, I don't know. I'm really taken back by that, and that's why I cited atheist philosophers of science. But and not to be too disagreeable with what you're saying. I mean, I would reject axioms. Axioms are basically unjustified presuppositions, which our friends Austin and Joe, they have unjustified presuppositions. They're presuppositionalists as well. They don't know what that word means. That's also quite funny. I've corrected them numerous times, but they like the slogan. But yeah, so what I guess you would say that my arguments would be more foundational or fundamental.
Yeah.
So I'm
about foundations. That's where I'm at. So because the thing is like language, basic language, we have to agree on definitions. This really boils down to definitions. This is what axioms means. This is what precepts means. It's all based on, okay, we're gonna go off a baseline. Like in philosophy, you can't do that without reason. Now, logic comes immediately after, and we begin to do our P1, P2 conclusion after that, once we have reason as to what we are baselining. But we cannot do that. If we trail that back, we're actually going to have to go to what is morally right. You actually touched on this, morally right or wrong. Though now we're talking about virtues. This is Aristotle 101. So
yeah, like not to interrupt, but the three main categories, your metaphysic, epistemology, and your ethics, although those are distinct, they're still unified within everything that we talk about. You can't talk about one without the other. So our opponents here like to accuse everyone of being dishonest, which is, I mean, that's, justify that, but they're making ethical statements there. So they're not able to disassociate their emotion from the argument, which is probably a lot. I mean, we saw them crash out a few times. So it's fair to ask, like, on what undergirds your indignation? What would that be? Nothing. And they want to scoff and mock. But I mean, again, I specifically, there's a million Christians I could have cited.
Yeah,
I didn't.
And Clay, let's get to a wrap up.
Yeah, I want to give these guys an opportunity now to defend themselves, because from what I'm gathering is, especially during that last portion of the debate, Sims primarily, Joe, you weren't doing it so much. You were discounting reason alone. When Sam was trying to create at least a reasonable baseline for you, and then Donnie would come in with some statistics, some data for you. You were discounting quite a bit of it, and the baseline again is Sam's philosophical points, in my opinion, which is the reasonableness of whether this fits or not. So a lot of things were happening where you guys were basically mudslinging, accusing each other of being disingenuous. This came from both sides. Now, I believe Christ is king. I also believe in the 6,000-year-old model. And I really appreciate Donnie and Sam coming up, not on apologetics, but in a preaching fashion, because this is not apologetics. They are actually making a claim. Apologetics is a defense. So I don't like apologetics. I like a preaching stance. I appreciate your actual claims. But when you come up, I want to make sure that these guys have the ability to defend themselves. So the mudslinging doesn't help, but I want them to defend why it is that reason was not applicable in this standard of scientific evidence.
It is wrong for anybody, anywhere, at any time to believe something for which there is not sufficient corroborative evidence to warrant that belief. When it comes to the young Earth creationism model versus old heliocentric globe Earth evolution, there's the disparity in evidence is overwhelming. So I touched on this in my opening, that if Adam and Eve were real, you would see humans at the deepest layer of strata. You would see anatomically modern humans before you see Paranthropus or Homo ergaster or Chihuahuas and golden retrievers. They're all, so what it's more than just a burden of proof. They have to explain why all the data we already know about looks like it completely proves this idea wrong. So when they're bringing up this other data too, and I'm finding problems with it, I'm finding that they cherry picked or they've done their math wrong. Yeah, they're just not reaching the evidential standard, the corroborative standard to which such an outrageous claim needs to be substantiated in order to warrant accepting it, because you're talking about a really big claim. You're talking about the first humans being created by the magical creator of the universe itself, and it's a large claim, so it needs sufficient corroborative evidence.
No,
I'd like to respond.
Well, let's because the question was to I do need to move on because we do have more
She needs
people.
to move on. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your view. I expect you guys to be able to defend yourself, so that's why I wanted to make make it possible for you to do so. I was talking to Joe and Donnie for quite a bit, so thank you, Sarah.
And if you if the guys stick around for Gauntlet, you guys can certainly tackle this way more in depth for sure. Effigy, we can hear you now, I believe, correct?
Yes, sorry. OBS has been buck shit lately.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Cool. Thanks for waiting. Yeah, first off, well, what a strange debate. You see the word biblical in the title, and no one talks about the Bible for like 3 straight hours. First, let me go on the biological side. I don't have a deep knowledge of biology. I'm just surface level on that. But can I clear something up between Donnie and AC? What the fuck does mitochondrial Eve mean? Because it seems like you both guys are both working off of two completely separate definitions of what mitochondrial Eve means and implies.
I wouldn't even use mitochondrial Eve. I would use mitochondrial most recent common ancestor. It just means a female human who is a common ancestor that every human on the planet shares.
And I'll say this. The evolutionary community coined tongue-in-cheek this first woman of whom we've all descended from, and also the first man in the Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve, tongue-in-cheek. Then we look at the data.
Well, it's not first, right?
It is the first because listen, I'm getting to my conclusion. You're assuming my conclusion before I get to it. So here's my conclusion. Okay. So we got mitochondrial Eve, Y chromosome Adam, who the evolutionary community asserts existed 100 to 200,000 years ago in Africa. Okay. Then we look at the data, which I presented all throughout the debate. And I love how you say, oh, not once was the Bible discussed. The biblical Adam, don't we know what the Bible says? That God created Adam, and the Bible says he's the first man. Eve's the mother of all living. Jesus says from the beginning of creation, he made them male and female. So the question is, did the biblical Adam and Eve exist? The answer is yes, based on overall low diversity in the mitochondrial DNA, which is maternally inherited. The Y chromosome is paternally inherited, passed down on the father's side. The DNA diversity is low. The mutation rates are fast. So what does that mean? Yeah, the biblical or the mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosome Adam is actually Y chromosome Noah, because it doesn't take much time at all to accumulate those differences in light of the fast mutation rate.
But mitochondrial Eve does not imply in any way that it's the only lineage, right?
Real quick, Effigy.
Hold on. I didn't hear what Effigy said in response to that.
I don't know if you listened to my opening, but which one of my arguments did I not support with Scripture? Which one of my arguments did I not ground firmly in Scripture? I did all of them. And so I don't know what you got in your pipe there, but I'm curious.
Oh, well, I didn't hear any arguments about Adam and Eve, though. Right.
Okay, reiterate the argument.
You basically tried to argue God is real and therefore Adam Eve. You didn't actually argue Adam Eve.
Well,
you just
that's-
argued God is real, therefore Adam Eve.
I mean,
So
that's
if you wanted to have
a-
another debate, you probably should have altered the topic rather than smuggling in your favorite topic into a debate about a different topic.
Right. So notice now you've contradicted yourself, because now when I point out that you're actually wrong, you went ahead and just provide a caricature of my arguments that I
think
did
this whole
make.
debate was a caricature.
So excuse me. So
that's your
which
assertion.
which is it? Which is it? I either grounded my arguments in scripture or I didn't, and you didn't like them. Which is it?
I didn't really hear much scripture for the last few hours. Did anybody else?
I just gave you scripture about 30 seconds
This is
ago.
again why I question what's in the pipe, my friend.
Oh, there's definitely something in the pipe.
Yeah, there's
for sure.
something in the pipe. Yeah.
The halfling leaf.
Effigy, do you want to get to point? If not, I'll move on.
Well, no, I basically just had an admission. Yeah, they completely are using the mitochondrial Eve in a different way. Like the mitochondrial Eve,
Right.
even as quoted as
Right.
tongue in cheek, is just
That's
was
the
never
story.
implied
That's the
to be the actual only person, right? No one's
We
ever
just
used
showed
it
you
that way.
that
And
it
this is
was.
just the same. This is the
Okay,
same thing
then,
precepts do
God.
all the time. Is that they use enough science to like bastardize it into something they already
Can't address
believe.
the science. No, I want to respond to something real quick, Sarah.
Oh, I
So
definitely
it's
don't have the
been
knowledge.
said-
I know
it's been
that of
said a couple
biology to
times
actually
here.
address your arguments,
go-
so I don't know if they're
go-
messed up or not.
It's been
Go
said a
ahead. Go ahead, Donnie.
Thanks. It's been said a couple times here. Oh, well, you know, the mitochondrial Eve it would be fit the evolutionary model. We'd expect just one mother of all living people. No, that's actually not true. Because if deep time evolution were true, again, and they completely dodged this in the discussion, assuming evolution is true, you go back to the out of Africa model, a couple 100,000 years. Nobody disagrees with the fact, maybe there's a few outliers, that you'd have humans existing in smaller populations. 2 to 10,000, some have said maybe 30,000. They would exist in isolated tribes, and they would typically be marrying within those tribes. Okay. There'd be very little marriage and interbreeding from this tribe over here in Africa to another tribe, you know, miles and miles away. Okay. So there's not what's called random mating. So actually, if evolution were true, we shouldn't expect to find one mitochondrial lineage. We should expect to find many, because you'd have many different interbreeding tribes. People didn't spread out to all parts of the globe, according to the out of Africa model, until roughly 70 to 100,000 years ago. So no,
Well, no, there's no implication that there were none. It's just that the others don't exist anymore, right? They
Well,
died
I
out.
just told you you'd expect multiple mitochondrial DNA lineages if your position were true. The fact we find one, that actually points better to the Bible than the evolutionary model, because you'd have all those isolated, and you have Neanderthals, which we have their DNA. You have Heidelbergensis and Denisovans that are outside of Africa. So we should expect to find a lot of mitochondrial diversity, but the fact that we find a little bit in one line, that contradicts the evolutionary model. How do you address that, Effigy?
And a quick one, Effigy, and then it's time for me to move on.
All right, yeah, really quick. Donnie, do you admit that your view is a fringe view in the consensus of science?
In the consensus of, well, the consensus
Yeah,
of
and the
science-
overall consensus of the subject we are talking about right now, evolutionary biology, is your view
most
a complete and
most
utter fringe
working
view?
biologists do believe they're related to grass and ladybugs. Yeah, that's the consensus. And I'm
Yeah,
not
right.
impressed
So,
with that.
it's a fringe view. Like, yeah, don't act
Are you
like
prou-
you're
are
sitting
you
here on top
related
of the
to
mountain.
grass?
It's a complete fringe view.
Yeah,
I'm related to
I can
bananas
point out the
because I can hold them with my
consensus
hand.
throughout history, the consensus has been oftentimes wrong. So if you're going to make and notice how Effigy just dodged. I asked him, how can you explain, according to the evolutionary model, one single mitochondrial lineage in light of the fact that you wouldn't have random mating in the out of Africa model, and you also have Neanderthals, Denisovans, and Heidelbergensis outside of Africa? You should expect to find multiple mitochondrial DNA lineages, and all the guy can do is dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. This is why it's not a good idea to be a science denying evolutionist, everybody.
All right. And I'm going to let Austin, it sounded like Austin wanted to throw something in there, and then I'm going to move forward.
So, Donnie, you keep saying that evolutionists rely on evolutionary assumptions like human, chimp, common ancestry to get
I never
these
said that.
mutation rates, right? Why do you keep saying that? We
never said that.
document accumulation from known dates in the past, either directly known common ancestors like Anne of York, or the original settlers of Tristan da Cunha and the Norfolk Islands, people like that. We use documented historical events and recorded history. And these are all events that we agree on, like the settlement of the Canary Islands about 2,000 years ago. And these are all dates that are not only directly documented, they're within the YEC timeline. We all agree on these dates, and using these dates, we calculate mutation rates that yield the time to most recent common ancestor about 60 to 200,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So
You started off with an assumption that I've said, that you always have to assume humans and chimps are related. I've never said that. You're just repeating Dan's
well, no,
argument.
you
Well,
say that,
I understand your. I'm going to
you
address.
say
your,
that people. I'm clarifying.
point.
I'm clarifying, Donnie. You say that we have to use evolutionary assumptions, and that's not true. I just pointed out what we actually are using. We're using
One of
known
the
data.
assumptions. One of the assumptions when calibrating the molecular clock and doing coalescence calculations is relationship between humans and chimps. But I understand, and I've spoken
So
on
what's
this.
the problem with calibration?
I get you're excited, dude. I'm
All right,
trying to
let's
address
move
your
on.
point.
Let's move on from this
but
one.
it is an important.
I'm going to
point.
leave it there. I hear the point, and we're going to hold it. If we can't be precise and to the point the first time, and then we try again the second time, and we still don't hit it, it's definitely not going to hit on the third. Mr. Omar, are you with us, sir? Omar, you taking a shit?
No, my Wi-Fi, ironically, I don't know if it's the evolutionary gods or the god of the Garden of Eden that's striking my Wi-Fi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Probably the evolutionist.
Okay.
God.
Loud and clear, bud.
Well, I expected each of you to blame the other one. The interesting part is that in my book, The Courtesan, I say that all faith is blind because it requires you to believe in something you've never experienced. And I've witnessed here tonight that both parties are, would say they have the proof. One would point at the Bible, and the other one would point at scientific data. But each of them, I would say, are religiously believing the other. I don't think either of these parties were interested in the other's perspective. Perhaps they've done the study. I don't know, but it was very hard to listen to this this debate. But if
Dr.
I could
Omar.
ask, how long do I have?
I'd like to. I got a question about that.
Are you giving a speech or asking?
That's don't worry. Perfect, Sam, because I wanted to actually ask you a question.
Okay.
My Canadian friend.
What's your PhD in?
I'm Canadian. Sam's American.
Omar?
Sam's Canadian. Sam is
Omar.
Canadian 100%.
Are you
Can you not hear
Canadian,
me?
Sam?
I'm not Canadian.
I am though.
Really?
You are, yeah.
Okay.
Why did I say
Well,
about the right?
Did he
Wrong
say
way?
sound
A?
Canadian?
Well,
Wow, it's not. Okay.
Donnie's the one that's from
We don't
Canada.
need to get into
Get
a
your
meta.
shit
Sam,
together.
let me
Omar.
ask you a question.
Omar, I
Sam,
said I had a question.
let me
for
ask you a
my guy.
question, Sam. I have a
Omar, I got
question
a
for you,
question for
ironically.
you.
So looks like
Omar, I
we're
got a
magnetically
question for
drawn
you.
to each other.
Omar.
Yeah.
Can you
So
even hear me?
when you
One
were
at a
using
time,
it as an
gentlemen.
ad hom, but
Omar,
yet in
can
your
you hear
debate,
me?
the first question you asked, you moved the goalpost
Omar,
and
can
went
you hear
directly.
me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
I can hear
All
you.
right. So Omar, I said I had
Yeah.
a question for
Yeah.
you.
So back to what I was saying.
Should we
So
answer
in the
each other's
debate,
questions?
you were
This
largely
is Omar's
finished up
time
with
to
a-
ask questions. So can
Yeah,
Omar
no,
please get his question out?
Yeah. Should
Omar,
I
ask
answer
your
the
question and Sam responds. Go
So,
ahead.
Should I answer the
Sam, you use
question?
pre-sub as an ad hom, but in the debate is about Adam and Eve. And your very first question, you move the goalpost to ask a larger ontological question pertaining to God. You sound like Darth Dawkins. Everything that you're talking
Who's
about
that?
is just what?
Who's that?
He knows exactly who it is.
So did I reference Darth Dawkins or did I reference atheists? Were you paying attention? What's your
Yeah.
PhD in, Omar?
So
I wanna know.
continuously interrupting me is not going to. Here's the problem: continuously interrupting me is not going to work. That works on weak atheists. So let me finish my question.
Well, you
In
sound
your
pretty
first
weak if
question,
you
you
wouldn't
moved
let
the
me answer
goalpost to a
your
bigger
question.
we
ontological
are on a
question
time
pertaining to
frame.
God.
I'm on a
Yeah,
time
hey,
frame. Let's
hey,
get through the
Sarah,
question, please.
Here's
Ask
the thing,
question,
Sarah.
Omar.
I asked Dr. Omar a question, and he
Yeah,
just
yeah.
immediately dodged me, which is fine. But if Omar,
No, I didn't
Dr.
actually.
Omar, if you-
Actually, so I
excuse
didn't
me,
let you finish your question
excuse
because I
me,
was in the middle of asking you my question. I didn't
if you
acknowledge
want
your
me-
question. You never finished your question actually because I was asking my question. So my question to you is:
I
how
have
do
a
you measure the
fucking
value
question.
of the
Can
story
we
compared
just
to the others?
Can we just get through the question? Now I would like you to ask it, Omar, please.
Dude's like terrified right now.
Omar, ask your question, please.
Hello.
Ask your question.
So he
Yes,
said
thank
things
you.
that I want to address.
So-
and he's
yeah,
not. He's just
yeah.
going to
I
slap
never let
and
you
run.
finish your
That's
question
what's
because I
happening.
was them asking my
Okay,
question.
everybody
That's
stop.
why you never finished
I
it.
want
So,
Omar to
let me
ask
ask
the
the
actual
question.
question.
Yeah, I'm trying to. So I'm assuming that in your Christian worldview, correct? Because you never actually displayed. You said the Bible. So does that mean you're Jewish or you're a Christian?
What's your PhD in, Omar?
So you're afraid. Are you going to stay in for the gauntlet, or are you just
Yeah,
going to
so-
laugh your way to the next 6 minutes and have
What's
to
your
go?
PhD in, Omar? I want to meet you on your ground, my friend, where you have the advantage. So yeah, I reference.
That's never going to happen unless I was asleep, buddy. But even if you did something in your sleep, you'd wake up. I'd wake up and you'd apologize to me.
So,
you're a little Canadian.
yeah.
Your little passive aggressive Jay Dyer approach, ortho bro shit's not going to work. So
You're
can you answer the
crashing out.
question, or do I have to repeat it?
Yeah. So
Do I have to repeat the question?
Damn, get out the
sir?
popcorn. I'm getting
So
hungry.
for,
I have to repeat
so
the
for
question?
everyone, so for everyone who wasn't paying attention, I guess Omar's the only one. Yeah, we are Christians.
Can I?
And we are defending
Okay.
the biblical worldview, which is why I
Thank you.
referenced biblical passages from the New Testament. Okay, when I say that I'm a Christian,
Okay, I'll repeat.
typically
I'll
that
repeat my
means that
question.
somebody
Okay.
is a follower.
I'll
of
repeat
Jesus
my
Christ.
question. Yes,
Hold on,
I
Shaman.
understand. I thought that's what we were talking
Shaman,
about.
hold
So
on a second.
Is-
Hold, Aries, shut the fuck up. Omar, he's answering your fucking question. Let him fucking finish.
These guys, what's wrong with these people?
Well,
They're
you guys are
literally
dick
unhinged.
measuring right now, which is obnoxious to me. But finish your statement, Sam, please.
Yeah. So
Omar, let him finish.
So when someone
Yes.
calls
So in my
themselves a
in my
Christian-
question,
Omar,
we're talking about biblical Adam.
Omar, can you not
Yes.
fucking hear what
Yes,
I'm
yes.
saying? I said Sam.
Yeah,
not
my
Omar.
internet's my internet's going in and out. I'm sorry.
All
I'm
right.
hearing
It's
chop.
not the only thing crashing out, buddy. So yeah, we're
about to fucking
Christians.
crash out.
That means that we follow Jesus Christ, which means that we're not Jewish, although we do affirm the books of the Old Testament. So that's what that means. Now, I asked you, my friend, that's your question. I asked you what you have your PhD in, and I wanted to ask you a question about the statement that you said in your book. And seeing as how you wrote a book on it, this should be no problem for you. You wrote a book. You wrote a book that everyone has faith because they've not come in contact with God. Is that what you said?
I'm
Is that
sorry.
what you said?
Hold on. My internet's
Run.
my internet's crashing out. Can I just ask you the question I'm trying to ask you? Because
Your
I'm
internet is
assuming that you're
crashing
talking
out
about a
and-
biblical
and I'm not able
worldview,
to ask you a
and my
question. We
biblical
need to move
worldview
on.
is pertaining to the Bible, sir, and it's actually not a negative one. So I don't know why you're assuming anything negative.
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
This is
I'll
not.
show you how to
I'm not
answer
an
the question.
atheist, sir. How
I'm
about
giving this
I'm not an
exactly 2
atheist.
more
Can I
minutes.
ask you a question? So
Yeah,
I'm not an
another-
atheist.
Another
okay?
question? Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I'm not an atheist. So my question to you is, when we're referring to the biblical Adam and Eve and the God of the Garden of Eden, in your worldview, are we speaking about Yahweh, or are you presupposing an God
Yes,
of the
we
Garden
are-
of Eden?
cut
We're
out.
talking about
We-
Jesus.
Guys,
we
just
are
give it a couple
speaking
million
about-
years. Allow his mic to evolve.
Yeah, maybe he should come back later. Yeah, we are referring to the God of the Bible, which is Yahweh, which is translated to Joshua, which is then later translated to Jesus. That's what it means to be a Christian. Now, I've asked him, I guess he's gone now.
Oh,
So
it
he
must
wrote a
have cut
book.
out.
I wanted to ask a question about his book, and maybe he'll come back and I'll be able to ask him a question, but it's fine if not.
All right.
In
Well, let's
case
move.
anybody's curious, I got my PhD in epic battle, and I earned a new certificate tonight in slaying YCs and precepts simultaneously. Let's go.
Fair enough. I'm gonna kick it over. Sasquatch, welcome, my love. Miss your face.
Hello.
I'm not even sure which direction you're gonna go, but I'm excited nonetheless.
I'm actually going to keep it largely secular, but for the record, I'm agnostic, raised by Southern Baptists. So if you ever wonder where secular people get their morality, it's from their religious parents. Yeah, I mean,
It's from where?
it seems obvious to me. The religious
It's from where?
but that's neither here nor there. My question is, what is
It's
the
from
primary
where?
driver of mutation?
What was the question? Sorry, I missed it.
What is the primary driver of mutation? I believe was what he said.
Oh, that's a good question. Primary driver of mutation is the imperfect nature of chemistry and molecular geometry. So mutation isn't common. It happens, for like one. Yeah,
Hold
sorry.
on. I'm getting to a point.
Go ahead.
So what you need to promote mutation at a measurable rate is a consistent reproduction pattern for it to be a consistently measurable rate. one of the issues that I see y'all running into between the two schools of thought here is like he kept bringing up very specific D-loop patterns, which are largely used to determine the age when an individual died, not so much how old they are or where they stand in a particular family tree, although they can lend credence to, you know, one being older versus another because, you know, ancestry does carry DNA from their parents. My point is this: how do you rectify the fact that 90 some odd percent of the human race is derived from a handful of villages that developed farming right around 6,000 years ago? You know, when the huge, enormous population boom takes off and all of your data goes back to 6,000 years, and what, you just don't look any farther? You say, Eureka, we found it.
Question to us or Austin? Or
Yeah, I mean,
kind of hard to tell where you're
why
coming.
do you chop it off at 6,000 years? That's my question. And when it comes to the DNA data specifically,
Well, because that would take us right back to the creation event with Eve, with the Y chromosome. It would take us back-
presupposition. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Can you repeat yourself?
Your presupposition. It carries you back
Well,
to
we've
your
all
own
got presuppositions. So
answer.
I'm pointing. Okay, I understand. Okay, we're pointing out that the Bible says one thing: the biblical Adam and Eve. God created two people, Adam and Eve. Jesus says from the beginning of creation, he made them male and female. Adam, the first man, Eve, the mother of all living. That's what the Bible says. Okay, you can agree with it or disagree with it. So we go to the scientific.
That is what the
data.
Bible says. I agree.
The beginnings of your sentences are starting in the middle of mine. Need to are you okay? As I know a couple of them earlier were crashing out. Okay,
You'll be fine,
So,
sir. Just
I-
continue to
relax.
think. You'll be all right.
Do you believe you're related to grass and ladybugs as well?
I think everything on this planet's related some
Oh,
way
yeah.
or another.
Okay, I'll add you to my chart on that. So the
Spell
scientific
Sasquatch
data. So I understand you're excited, okay? Because I'm about to demolish your point. So we go to the scientific data. The D loop is neutral for the most part. So mutate. That's why a lot of these studies, like Parsons and Howell, they like to look at the D loop because the mutations there are going to stick around. It's the control region. They're neutral. So they get a mutation rate. It's fast. And they point out that, oh, wow, okay, if we take this observed rate, we go back roughly 6,000 to 6,500 years. So the Bible's claiming to be the history book of the universe. We look at the scientific data. The scientific data could have contradicted that, but it turned out to confirm that. So yeah, that 6,000 year point would be the creation point. The Y chromosome goes back to Noah at the flood bottleneck. There you go. But
So
and that's the point you
basically,
guys have to-
you're saying something that me and Joe kind of talked about when we were prepping, which is that it's not like you looked at these scientific papers and saw 6,500 years and was like, "Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense." You saw you read the Bible, and then you went out and you found papers that said 6,500 years.
No.
Just no. Okay.
Sam, you want to respond to that, or do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you go to the data, and so for example, before I was a Christian, I looked at the scientific data. I looked at the scientific data of mutation accumulation and how it puts shelf lives on genomes. That told me that, wow, the ape to man evolutionary story has some serious contradictions. Let's test it to the scientific data. I talked about this earlier, where you have the data and then the interpretation of the data.
Yes, you told all of
Austin?
this.
How much of the data do we look at, Donnie?
You're looping.
Well, you keep asserting, Joe, because you don't understand the science of the issue. You keep
Watch
asserting
this.
that I'm cherry picking when I've showed you several studies. Howell, Parsons, Santos, Helgeson. Helgeson
So why does Parsons
is a
only look at 7%
multi-generational
of the
pedigree,
data?
and yet you still keep asserting that I'm only looking at single generation pedigrees.
Why does
And that's
Parsons
why-
only look at 7% of the data then?
I already explained, and let's see if you understood what I said. So explain, reiterate why Parsons looked at the D loop. Go ahead. Let's see if you're listening.
No, I want you to tell me why.
Yeah, exactly.
Parsons
See,
chose to
listen,
only look at
dude, it's
7%
just so
of the
bad for
data.
you here. So many good
Why are we
moments.
disregarding
They look at
93%
the
of
D
the
loop
data
for the
that the
10th time.
scientific community supports?
They look
Why
at
are
the
we
D loop.
disregarding that?
They look at the D loop.
I was trying to cover that.
It's largely
I'm trying to get
neutral.
there,
So the
fellas.
mutations accumulate in a neutral fashion. That's why Austin just
Parsons,
can't seem to understand.
Howell-
Guys, I understand you're excited. I'm
Parsons,
trying to
Howell,
Helgeson.
Helgeson.
Hold on. Let Donnie finish his thought.
when you actually extend from the D loop to the entirety of the mitochondrial DNA, the coding regions, the mutation rate is going to be faster. And if you want to do mathematical calculations, Austin, looking at the max diversity in the entirety of the mitochondrial chromosome, you can't just look at the D loop mutations.
If you want to do,
buddy?
if you want to
Because
do
then you're gonna get
mathematical
wrong numbers.
calculations,
That's why
need
you
to
were
look at
notice how
phylogenetic
he's being
rates.
demolished and he
You
can't.
need to
contain
look at
himself. He's crashing out.
phylogenetic rates, not just pedigree rates. Parsons,
All
Howell,
right.
Helgeson,
Why?
Shu, they're all
Why?
pedigree rates. Not a single
Shu
one
is
of them is a
why?
phylogenetic rate.
Okay.
So again,
Why?
Okay, Sarah,
Here's
can
what
I have
I
the
have
last
to
word here?
do.
Because I want to really address
Here's what I have to do because I have to go catch a flight. We're at the 3-hour mark now.
Johnny.
Every single one of you can absolutely stay along. Mr. Balderson is going to carry in my stead while I go hop on an airplane and head home. I'm so excited to go home, but I don't want to leave, but I have to. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to read just a couple super chats, and then I'm going to raid anyone watching over on the Raging Tomato side. I'm going to raid you over to Mr. Balderson's channel. Also, the moderator or the wrenches will be dropping the links into the chat, I'm sure. If anybody wants to stay and continue this conversation up top, you're welcome to. If you need to go, you're more than welcome to as well. Sydney comes in with the big 2, says for both, why only pedigree, not phylogenetic
phylogenetic rates.
Yeah,
This is
phylogenetic.
exactly what we're talking. I'll take the answer
Johnny,
first
you need
because
to use the
because
phylogenetic
pedigree
rates, Johnny.
rates
Yeah.
You gotta use them.
artificially accelerate the
You gotta use
mutation
them.
rate, which they can then conflate with the substitution rate, so they can do bad math and lie with math to get 6,000 years. And if you take a phylogenetic rate, it's much longer than any young Earth creationist timeline will allow. And now let them run their usual nonsense
It's a
about
question
it.
for
Begging
both.
the
I
question,
get I
buddy.
get to respond. It was a
That's
question for both.
circular reasoning.
One response, and then I want to move on.
Circular reasoning.
So I'm glad this was brought up. So these founder populations so what they do is they cherry pick. They go with the outliers, ignore these sophisticated studies like Parsons, Howell, Helgeson that give us the young date. They look to founder populations like Tristan da Cunha, Canary. As a matter of fact, I actually addressed this in the discussion. They're good studies, but it's a different question. Okay. Founder studies are estimating demographic history using assumptions regarding what? Founder size, migration, drift, lineage extinction, effective
data.
population size. Austin, I get you're excited. It's my turn.
Yeah, let him
Founder
talk.
studies
Austin.
directly observe mutation accumulation. These are different studies. Richard III. Richard III is a great study, interesting historical pedigree, only 2 living maternal descendants, tiny sample size, and yet we still got an observed difference. Still remarkably rapid. So all of your repeated talking points from Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal are not
I'm
helping.
sorry,
here.
your
Austin,
rescue
you
device
failed
here just
miserably.
doesn't
And the
work,
last thing I'll
Johnny.
say is the neutral rate
This is Don's
approximates the
page,
fixation rate. That's basic population genetics. You failed.
You're
This
just
will be a great
using a
clip.
bad rescue device ad nauseum. It's not
You have
gonna
no
work.
rebuttal. I just destroyed
All right,
your
next
Tristan da
question comes
Cunha.
in from Objective Ethics with the Big 20. His says, no atheist has a moral framework. Sam, then why is it that the majority of philosophers are both atheists and moral realists? Sam, I think this one's right at you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. It's not that they don't have, well, so let's back up. They would have a moral framework, but it's just going to be grounded in subjectivity. They don't have an objective moral framework. So the problem there is that they're going to have to ground their morality, and it's they don't really have many options. It's either going to be in the individual, that's moral anarchy. It's going to be in societies, which have justified every kinds of atrocious thing, or governments, which is just mob rule, which again, governments have justified all kinds of atrocious things. So like when they talk about morality, we can ask questions. Well, what's that grounded in? And if they don't want to say that it's grounded in anything, well, then how is that not arbitrary? And this is why in my opening I referenced Friedrich Nietzsche, a nihilist. Like, he understood this. This is where this leads. You can say that there are like moral states of affairs, but it would just be your interpretation. The ontology of ethics there is missing. Okay, there's no ontology. So when you say, something's wrong, like a man imposing his will on a woman, like all you're saying, you can't say that act is bad. You can just say that you don't like it. But that's not what we mean by morality. right? Well, let's go one step further. If they want to say that, like, do women have bodily autonomy? And if they want to say that they do, are they just referring to the law? And so if there's no law there, do they still have it? Now, as a Christian, we would say that everyone has inalienable rights that are bestowed upon them by their creator. So those rights can be infringed by governments or societies or individuals, but ontologically, they would still be wrong. So they have a huge problem here. And just saying that a bunch of people believe something, that doesn't, so what? Okay.
All right. Nunny says, I want to hear Shaman Omar's take on things. Stay on. Go over to Mr. Balderson's side. I'm 100% positive Shaman's going to stay on for this. And of course, last one, Mr. Tom Carpenter says, in case you don't know, Squatch is the voice of God you hear in your head when he speaks to you. Facts, Mr. Sasquatch, in your sexy voice. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to close out on the Raging Tomato side. If you're watching over there, catch the raid over to Mr. Balderson's side, or you figure your way out, or just get the fuck out of here. I don't care. All right, I'm going to shut that down.
Hey, Sarah, thanks for coming forward. Sarah's in Vegas. She was moderating a different debate in a different time zone, and still came forward to bring this platform, make sure this could happen with all you gentlemen. So.
Appreciate it.
Commitment to the game.
And that's after sucking up all the sun in Vegas. You can see it. She took all the sun. Nobody else got in.
Yeah, it really is the Raging Tomato tonight.
Yeah, no, really. It was with Sheikh Uthman, and it was what, because God Logic was there.
Everybody.
Cab
Sheikh
was
Uthman,
there.
God Logic,
Cab
at
was
the
there.
entire apologetics was there in one room.
Even Captain T stopped by. It was rough. It was like I was way more involved in that debate than I think I ever wanted to be. So it got crazy. So tune in over on Digital Social Hour if you want to see that. It'll be out within the next couple of weeks. I'm super stoked. I hope and pray that my moderation compliments that came from the group are going to carry over in the comments, because I had to step in a lot. All right, Mr. Balderson, I am putting you in charge. And again, to everyone, Mr. Balderson will take my stead, and I believe he will carry on the gauntlet just the same way as I always do. He's here for every show. He knows my style. He probably is a little cuter than me, so he might be able to carry on even better.
Outrageous.
There is a
nonsense.
There is a full backstage back there. So, of course, you know the drill. If you want to get someone up, send Mr. Balderson $10 and he will boot someone, except everyone on the top row is unbootable. Everyone on the bottom row, you can kick them all the fuck out all you want. Backstage, we do have Spin. We've got Adamska. We've got Kraut. We've got Darth Thorains. And we've got Crack Baby Go all hanging out ready to come on and bring some heat. So I'm going to get the fuck out.
Sarah,
I love
thank
you
so
all.
much.
No, thank you guys. This
Have a
was
good flight,
solid.
Sarah.
I didn't want to miss this, but I love you all, and fuck off.
Have a good flight.
But Balderson kicked her out. I saw that.
Right. Or were you done, my brother? Obviously, I'm talking to you, Caucasian Sasquatch. Like
Okay,
anybody else has. We should have been next to each other, so we could have touched beards. And would have been glorious.
It would be a pagan adventure.
Yeah.
Who calls me pagan? Why?
Aesthetically, we're just judging on the aesthetics.
Yeah, I do have something of a Viking descent. That is true.
Were you done?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right, Shaman, did you want to finish up? You got dropped a little bit ago.
I
Did you
apologize.
wanna finish up.
All I heard was like 90% digitized, and so yes, I would like. I had a question for Sam. You had a question for me. I didn't understand. Would you like to ask me the question, Sam? Because I didn't hear. All I heard was you said I have a question, and I heard it 4 times.
Yeah. You wrote a book. You said
yes,
and you said that
3.
Okay, you said that all religious people they have faith because they don't have contact with God or something like that. Can you?
No, sir. I said all faith. No, I didn't say anything about religious. I said all faith is blind because it requires us to believe in something we have never directly experienced.
Okay.
Because
So
if you directly experience something, you wouldn't have to have faith. Like I don't have to have faith that I'm a male.
Yeah, well, so that's not the biblical definition of faith. So faith, and by the way, all knowledge is a subset of belief. Okay,
So
and so I need to know from you how you determine that the image in the mirror and the plant in the yard is not evidence of God, and that you are not in contact with God through His creation. How did you determine that?
Oh, that's a good question to an
That's
atheist.
begging the question.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's a good. Yeah, that's a good question.
You wrote a book. Excuse me.
I wrote 3 books, sir. You
In your
keep getting
book,
me out
you
of
said that-
context. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I'm not an atheist. If you're asking me, do I believe in the supreme?
Are you going to
creator
over talk me the whole
and
time, bud?
ever moving move? Well, hold on. You asked the
So
question.
if you're
was,
just going to over talk me, I'm really not interested in having a
You're-
conversation with you. 'Cause
you're
just
on the
monologuing
third
and you're not
question.
engaging.
Hold on. Balderson asked me if I had a question for you, and as a gentleman, I said I heard you had a question for me. You're asking your third question. Did you write a book? In your book, did you say that about religious people? And you're on your third question.
That was a
So we-
caveat to my question. That
Well,
wasn't my
I'm sorry. Those
question.
were 3.
Obviously, I
Well,
know.
that's like the
Look,
Trinity.
dude, if
That's
you're just
3
gonna-
things.
If you're just going to act like a child, then we're going to move on. This is how this is going to go. Like, I directly asked you a question.
You did, and I
would
answered
like for
it.
you to not. Did you write a book? You made that clear. And then I
Yes.
wanted you to reiterate your statement, so I formulated my question correctly.
And I answered it.
Those are the okay.
Sir,
So
did
this
I
is-
answer
this
your
is how we're
question?
gonna
Let's
do
be
it?
serious. Can I ask my question? You're the panelist, and we heard your whole debate. Can I ask you my question? Okay. In the gauntlet, I'll answer everything, no problem. So my question was pertaining to the concept of Adam and Eve, right? When we're talking about like pre-sup, right? So you were using pre-sup almost as like a weaponization ad hom, right? But as we all know, we have presuppositions. In your
That's
first
not how I
question,
was using it, Omar. And I want you to answer my question if you want me to answer yours.
Listen, buddy.
So I'm going to ask you again. I want to know.
Listen,
how
you're Darth
determine
Dawkins. You're
that
Darth Dawkins.
everything that you're acquainted with is
Okay.
not evidence.
Let me
of
answer.
God.
Let me
That
answer
would
his
be the
question.
Image in the mirror.
Hold
That
on a
would be the
moment.
plant
I'm
in
going to
the
answer
yard,
your
and if it's
question.
true
Hold
for
on a
those
moment.
things, it would
Once
be
I
true
answer
for
your
everything that's
question,
gonna exist.
once I
Now,
answer
if
your
you're gonna
question,
continue to
Sam,
overtalk
are
me
you
and
going to allow me
misbehave,
to answer
I'm
my
really not
question?
interested in talking with you.
Once, yeah, you said
So
that.
go
Once
ahead
I
and
answer
my
your third
or I'll
question,
have
will
to
you
gather
allow me
my
to
food
ask
again.
my first question? Yes. Do you agree? Or are you going to run? So when I
Yeah,
answer
he's
this
not
last
gonna
fourth
do it.
question,
He's going to try and
he's going to run. You know why? Because
Yeah.
this is, and then after I answer your question, you're going to say, tell me what grounds your moral framework, what grounds the answer you said. This is Darth Dawkins 101. This is 10 years old.
So I'm here. So Omar, why are you giving me? So we've had some pretty bad rhetoric up here, but not as bad as yours. And you have a PhD there in your name, and you're supposed to be an educated man, but you
Yeah,
literally behave more
that's
juvenilely than everyone else.
So let me answer that question. That's
I'm
from
gonna ask
yesterday
you-
when
no,
we
I
were
want
talking
you to
about
only-
red pill.
Right,
That's
I want
a joke.
you to answer the question that I
Balderson-
asked regarding
Balderson-
everything that exists.
Yeah.
I actually I put the
Same.
PhD, I put the doctor in front of his name.
From
It was
yesterday.
a joke because it was a different debate panel about the red
Yeah,
pill.
yeah.
It really
We're all
had nothing
doctors.
to do with any of
That
this.
makes sense.
Everybody was a
Yeah.
PhD or a doctor or a.
But anyway,
Adam down here was a grand poobah,
Yeah,
and we also
it's
had
okay.
a prophet.
Well, that's
So-
disappointing.
So once
That's
I answer
disappointing,
this
Omar.
next question that you have of me, you agree that I can ask my first question to you, sir. Correct, Sam?
Sure.
Okay. You're not going to move on when I answer your question and tell me then what grounds that framework and grounds that moral framework, right? You're not going to
Well,
move
no,
into
there's
your.
a difference between a response and actually answering a question. I
Yes,
want you
this
to
is-
actually answer the question and not just give me a response. Or when you
And-
ask me a question, I'm just going to
I
say
haven't gotten to ask
"Shabubu."
you a question. That's the best part.
Well, you did. You asked me if
No.
I was a Christian, and then you asked.
Sir, I
if
told you my
Jesus is
Wi-Fi went out.
Yahweh, and
I didn't
said,
hear.
yeah.
I didn't hear your response. I
You
started
asked
off
me-
by
you
saying
asked me
that.
2 questions.
No, I didn't. I didn't hear any
pathetic.
response. All I heard was about something about. I heard nothing. So I started off by saying this. So ask your question. I'll answer it to you, and then I will ask mine. Thank you. Tell me so I don't get it wrong.
So now that I am clear about my question, that you have wrote a book and you said you misrepresented what we define as faith. You said that everyone has to have
I don't grant
faith
that.
because they're not well, you defined faith improperly. I made
No.
that clear. You said
No,
everyone
you.
has
I don't.
faith or-
You made it clear. Doesn't mean shit. So you made it clear from your worldview. I disagree clearly with that.
But you need to do a little better job of behaving. Okay.
So,
you said that we all have
do I have
faith.
to behave? Please ask your question.
So-
Stop playing with the ad homs.
Right. So for the mod in the room, I'm not going to do this any longer.
Yeah,
I'm,
because
like,
it's not
yelling
working on me. Your passive aggressive bullshit's not working. Ask your question.
That's fine. I can leave. So let me ask.
Yeah.
My question.
You're gonna run. I already claimed that. I'm a prophet. If you run, I'm a prophet. Then. So go ahead.
Right.
Ask your question, sir. Forget the ad homs. Thank you.
Like in the world of TikTok and social media.
Ask your question and relieve the ad homs, please, sir, for you and your family. Leave the ad homs alone. Thank you. Ask your question. Mr. Frustration. Ask your question. Fine, I'll ask mine. No problem. I'll ask mine.
Yeah,
so in the debate of Adam and Eve, your very first question was, you moved the goalpost to a bigger ontological question, right, pertaining to God, which is fine. But the problem is you're assuming. Oh, I'm so immature. What song is that, sir? Is that my second question?
That's your theme song, bud.
Oh, is that? What is the theme song? I'm not a country hick like you. I don't know what you're whistling. Whistling Dixie.
So
okay.
Yeah.
So great. So
that you
the
can't
bigger
defend,
question is if you believe in the God from the Garden of Eden creating the biblical Adam and Eve, right? And we can grant that. What connects the idea that biblical creator, right, Elohim of the Garden of Eden, creating man would then in turn be the creator of the universe at large? How do you answer that?
What connects the idea?
No. So if you were to say biblical Garden of Eden, you said, I heard you say about Trinity or Yahweh. I didn't actually hear the answer. But if we say, obviously, I'm assuming
Would you like
that
me to
you
clarify
believe,
for you now?
would you like me to answer the question? You seem confused with it. My question's not even that. I don't know why my question's not even aggressive to you. It's like a biblical question.
Would you like me to clarify that for you now?
Clarify which part? My question?
So I believe in the Trinity. I am a Christian. I'm a biblical creationist. Okay. In the Bible, that's where my argument is grounded. And in the biblical narrative, God is very clear that he created all things. Okay. You can go to the book of Colossians. I think it's chapter 1, verse 15, where it talks about how all things were created through him and by him. Nothing that exists was not created by him. And so that's just going to be creation ex nihilo. It's just going to be biblical doctrine all the way through.
Okay, but in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, and Elohim said, "Let us make man in our image, image plural."
Correct. Yeah. And so some like old Jewish people, even though they were monotheists, they weren't rigid in their monotheism because there's like an old doctrine called the two powers in heaven. And so there's controversy on what that means, but typically that's referring to the Godhead, one God, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, because we're not made in the image of angels. So that's what that would be from. There are other people that would say that that is like a divine counsel, and they're going to ground that in Scripture as well. But that's not the view that I take. Okay, when it says us there, those are the persons of the Trinity referring to each other.
So you're saying that in the Hebrew Bible, in Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 11, come let us confuse their language. You're saying that's referring to the Trinity of the New Testament, Paul's
Correct.
Trinity.
Yeah, because again, when we get into the New Testament, and this is also established throughout the Old Testament, that when the Bible refers to the Holy Spirit, it's referring to a person. The Holy Spirit has roles. It convicts. It speaks. You can grieve the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is referred to as God. But there's only one God. The Bible is very clear about that, and that's going to be the same with Jesus. How all things are created through him and by him. So he is also God. But God is eternally begotten from the Father, and so the Father is also God. So that's how we derive the doctrine of the Trinity biblically, that there is one God, and there are three persons within that Godhead.
Okay. So the problem is that everything you just said, I was going to get. So let me just say my perspective of that. That's all ad hoc application of New Testament theology.
That's biblical
yes,
theology.
it is. Are you familiar with the Hebrew? It completely contradicts what you're saying. Would you like an example?
Are you a Hebrew scholar?
Would you like? Sure. Would you like an example?
You're a Hebrew scholar?
Would you like to get into the New Testament or the Hebrew, sir? You're getting into theology with me. Pull up your book.
I don't,
King
but I mean, I
James.
do have a concordance here. and
Yeah,
I
good. Great.
I can look it up, but that's not the
Great.
topic of the debate.
No, pull it. No, keep the book out so you can fact check me in real
Well, I'm
time. You
not-
made a
no,
claim.
well, hold on,
See,
bud,
here's what you
listen.
do. Here's what
Listen.
audience. Here's what he does. He makes a
hey,
claim.
host,
I
I'm
let
gonna
him
tell you what.
finish. I want to clarify
I'm
that I
happy to
disagree with
leave if
him.
this is how
As
it's
soon as
gonna
someone
go.
disagrees with him,
Okay?
he loses
And then you
his
guys
mind,
can all
stands
just
up,
sit in
grabs a
your
book,
echo
puts it back,
chamber
and then wants to ask me,
and,
"Hey,
I
what?
don't know, stroke each other's
What's the
egos.
problem here? What's the problem? The problem is
This is ridiculous.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and reserve this for the gauntlet. If Sam is gonna stick around for the gauntlet,
He'll never will.
Well, we shall see then. Whether we're gonna have to change your name to Prophet Omar or not, we'll find out. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next panelist and spin.
So this is a question to the people up top. So what species of human do you think Adam and Eve was?
We don't believe that
Anybody
that
can
humans
answer.
have species. There's no such thing as a species of human.
Well, weren't we considered apes at one
Well,
time?
that's what
We're
the
still
debate was
considered
about.
apes.
So in my opening, I made a distinction between the data and the interpretation of the data. So
Well, you have to understand that was 3 hours ago.
Austin used an example of calling us, I believe he called us geocentrists or something like that, tongue in cheek. I get it. He was being funny, but actually that was a good example of what's taking place here because in science there's this competing paradigm issue. And so in the same way that there was a time when people would look out at the cosmos and they would interpret that data as evidence of geocentrism, a new information came along, and that same data, we're talking about the distinction between the facts and the interpretation of the facts. Those same facts were then reinterpreted through a different lens. Okay, and so we went from a geocentric model to a heliocentric model, and so we see the same thing when before the Hubble redshift was observed, they believed that the heavens was like this eternal state of affairs. Same data, they'd look up there and say, "Hey, look, we can explain all of this stuff." Then they observe a red shift, and the current consensus is that the red shift is evidence of an expansion, but it's not necessarily an expansion. There's seculars who disagree, and they don't care anything about what I believe or the age of the earth. And so again, like all we're saying here, I debate differently than Donnie. Like I could literally just grant you guys the way you interpret the data and say that I don't care because it's not a conspiracy. These are just slogans. It's a paradigm issue. So we're approaching the data from an entirely different paradigm. And last thing I'll say, when we understand that, then you understand why I argue the way that I do argue, because undergirding any paradigm is assumptions or beliefs about reality that we bring to the scientific method. In my opponent's case tonight, that would be naturalism. Well, if naturalism is a sufficient philosophy, then they should have no problem answering those deeper worldview questions that I posed tonight. But instead of actually engaging with intellectual rigor, they just scoffed and mocked. And yeah, Joe, I know you want me to leave. You'd be happy if I would leave, and if the host keeps modding the way he is, then I will. And that's not a prophecy being fulfilled.
I guess I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure what you're talking about with the mods. Are you complaining about me putting up super chats?
No,
the last guy. This is
sitting here
you two adult men. You two adult men.
Now he's going to
decide how you interact with each other.
Well, I'm not interested in
when
that
the
type of
rest of the
interaction.
show can't overtalk.
Well,
When
I
the
can
rest
do
of
that
the show can't,
too, right?
you're gonna be quiet while I'm talking, dude.
Oh, I am.
That. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
he's the mom, motherfucker. So you go.
Definitely.
But he's the fucking mom.
See, you notice how that is? You notice how that went, little god boy? You're gonna be quiet while I talk. When you guys talk over each other and the show doesn't become productive, then I will interfere as I did. So if y'all can continue, that little bitch left. That's all right. Dude, I have never seen anybody quite so Jay Dyerish in my life.
Yeah,
like
and
that.
it's
That
funny
dude,
he
because-
left.
he sucked every
did he
bit
leave,
of-
guys?
Yeah,
He sucked
Prophet.
every bit of sperm out of Jay
how
Dyer
ironic.
Pecker.
Real quick, I just
Can I
wanna
say
add,
something,
I'm not
Mr.
saying
Balderson, real
anybody-
quick?
Hold on,
Yeah.
Shaman.
Can
I'm
I
not
say
saying
something, Mr.
anybody here
Balderson,
would
real
do
quick?
it.
What once again, Raging Tomato community and friends at large, the fucking shaman draws the demons out again. I didn't even ask 4 words in my fucking question, but he could fucking sense. He could fucking sense it, and he had to strike. That's why Sam's
Yeah, he
theological
interrupted
teacher
you out
was
the
here.
gate. You didn't even
I
get a
wasn't
part
even
of the way
fucking-
through your question before he was interrupting you. That dude was a cunt.
I wasn't
All right.
even gonna go with him. But then this
Shaman,
motherfucker
you ain't
decided
lying.
to test me. Are you a Hebrew scholar? Bitch, go look at my fucking debates with all the rabbis. I've got 50 hours with rabbis, son of a motherfucker. Don't question my fucking Hebrew. Did he
All
pull
right.
out this big book he's never read?
right.
Sam, then you pulled out that big book. You better study that
Shaman.
fucking book before you come fucking dance with me, bitch.
We
All right,
still-
so-
It's
Still the fucking Q&A.
All right,
And
so the rage quitter's gone. Ha ha, funny little bitch rage quitter.
What a
We're all
fucking cunt.
laughing. Graham
Yeah,
Poobah, Graham Poobah, do you have questions for the remaining panelists that are not Jay Dyer fucking
yeah,
Real quick, guys.
I had questions for the
one
bitch
second,
that
Adam, one
ran
second.
too, but
Guys, go look up a guy named Darth Dawkins. He's like the original apologist, like that guy where Jay Dyer picked up all his shit. They go passive aggressive. The best defense is attack. And what they'll do is that, sir, what grounds your moral framework? It's either God or not God world. False dichotomies, aggressive repeating of the same question, then accusing you of getting angry. That shit doesn't work with actual men, you little bitch. Go ahead. Sorry, Adam.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
No, you're good,
Darth
Omar.
Dawkins'
You're good.
actual name is Gary Milne, and
Thank
he's
you. I was
actually
wanting to
kind
know.
of obsessed with me. He also goes by Darwin was mentally ill, and he follows me around on Facebook and comments on every single post I make about biology and evolution because
Oh.
evolution lives rent free in his brain.
Listen, before God logic, before my inspiring philosophy, there was one man.
Background noise right now.
There was one man, and his name was Darth Dawkins, who argued so he taught all these people their apologetics of being like Jay Dyer. They all copied him, and so he's using that. I didn't know that information, but he argued his exact argument is Darth Dawkins, because when I answer his question, then he'll say, "And what exactly is the moral framework that you ground that answer in, sir?" I already know what you're gonna fucking say because that guy doesn't stand 30 seconds in the fucking Thunderdome. Sorry, Adam.
you're good,
Yeah,
Omar.
and what he really does is just gaslighting. He provokes you and then acts like he's surprised that he got exactly the reaction he wanted. He'll never answer questions about his own worldview and will just relentlessly question yours.
Yeah, that's
he
Darth
loves
Dawkins,
to manipulate.
101.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Hey,
done.
hey,
man. Ben, can I say something real quick,
Oh,
Ben?
you weren't done. You weren't done. Okay. Then Spin. Sorry about that, Adam. Spin was not.
Sorry, guys.
It's
Spin.
all good.
Let me cough. You just do your thing, Spin. Jesus.
Okay, I would just. You all right? Don't chunk up a lung or something. You know, you don't need to be like me right now. Anyway, so I believe God is the creator of everything. I believe God created Adam and Eve, although I'm a little perplexed about Adam and Steve and Eve and Genevieve, but that's another discussion for another fucking day. What is your take? And I'm just trying to be concrete before I ask my next question, your take on God is the creator of everything.
If you're asking us, the atheists, I'll tell you this. I think all gods are fictional entities. They're fictional characters. So in human prehistory, humans have burning questions. They had these concepts that they answered those questions with. And those concepts were things like the soul or the spirit or the soul or spirit realm. And the reason they had these concepts because they couldn't answer questions about the world around them. So you can even kind of picture like a prehistoric human waking up one morning, looking down at its now deceased spouse, and then like looking around, wondering where the animate, the living part of them went. So there is some kind of like human predisposition towards dualism, like this idea that there's something separate from your physical body that makes you animate. So prehistoric humans don't know that that's maybe not really true. And so they make up theories about where this soul, where this animate thing went. They look up at the night sky and they see stars, or they're burning stuff and they're seeing the vapors rise to the heavens. And that's how we end up with the up there geometry, even though most modern theology says that God is like outside the universe. So up there doesn't really make directional sense anymore, but it's not that big of a deal. So in my worldview, there was the soul and the spirit, and then the soul and the spirit realm. And then gods are just entities that humans came up with. They're fictional entities who reside in that spirit realm. They collect spirits in that realm, or they ferry spirits back and forth. And I think the roots of this are in every modern religion. And so if I believe this even when I was a theist, and I would have just said that the idea describes something real. Like this concept that we came up with, it maps to something other than just imagination, dreams, feelings, stories. So
the concept goes back to thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
He's saying the beginning of the origin of
you
humans.
would agree. So then you would agree a rock cannot perform a human or generate or create a human, and a human in those days could not create a rock.
Well, rock just exists.
How did the rock get there?
The rock was there before the human got there.
Sure. So what makes a rock a rock?
It's like you're talking about linguistic, like how we just label things in reality. A rock is a concept.
A rock is a label.
It's a concept we use to communicate about that thing I just stubbed my toe on.
I would agree with that. But again, I ask, who created man?
Why? Can I answer the question also? Spin?
Hold on, Shaman.
Why is it a who?
AC and Joe, I want to hear from them.
I think the question is misleading to say
it's not misleading at all. It's a very direct question.
Why is it a who? That's
You
said
why
who,
is the
who
who?
created
So
you? Why does it have to be a who?
Okay, so let's ask the why we were created. What are your thoughts?
I'm a physicalist, so I don't think there's a purpose. I don't think there's teleology. I think there's chemistry, there's molecular geometry, there's quantum theory, mechanics, how energy works, and the universe is a collaboration of self-organizing systems that all are emergent from these properties.
Okay, so basically your theory is we're created out of thin air, basically.
Out of stardust, out of an initial state of the universe, an initial state of the universe where it's so compressed, it's so hot and so dense, geometry doesn't even make sense, and the energy is at such an excited level that you can't even form particles out of it. And then that initial state collapsed. We don't know why. And things started changing, and that has been the lifespan of the current stage of the universe. And in that stage, things started cooling down, spreading out, and we ended up with particles. Those particles accumulate enough in massive objects to generate gravitational fields. We get accretion disks. Accretion disks ignite into, stars. We get stellar nucleosynthesis when those stars explode after they've converted their fissionable materials, and that's how we get heavier elements. For the first 380 million years, it's nothing but helium and hydrogen and lithium. And yeah, I think this is all, there's tons of great evidence to back this up, and it's got a ton of functional utility. It is the top contending model in science, the Lambda CMD cosmology model. And I think it's either it itself is true or something very close to it. And it will change over time, because there are elements of it that we're still working out, things like gravity and how
I think gravity has been worked out, because if we didn't have gravity, your ass wouldn't be in that chair.
No.
Would
I mean
us.
how gravity
It
and
has not.
quantum forces are related to each other, because we have formulas for how these things work independently. We don't have formulas for how they work as an entire cohesive unit. So that's called.
We're going to go ahead and put a pin on that.
And that's what Einstein's been chasing.
Yeah, because
for a
my
long
next
time.
comment would not be appropriate.
We're going to go ahead and put it. Well, you can save that for the gauntlet. Howard comes in with the big 100 kroners and says Sam and Donnie need to be bullied a little. Omar, you got this. Sam and Donnie should have been bullied as they were growing up. Then maybe
he bodied it.
I would
Then
say
maybe,
nonsense, Wyatt. I've yet to begin to define myself. I didn't even fucking start. I didn't even start, guys. I swear to you, I swear I was asking a creationist question that was fucking neutral, and I was gonna ask Sims the same question. I swear to God, that was what I was doing. It was a phenomenal question to ask the theist and the non-theist.
All right, can I go next?
No, he wouldn't even let. Yeah, he is. I just said I'm going to go through.
I'll tell you why. He saw the name Omar and he assumed I was a Muslim.
And then we're going on to Adam and the rest of the bottom row. The Freak comes in with 2 gems and says Silver Star. Howard comes in with the big 100 kroners. Bro, why are you crashing out, Sam? And he definitely saw that. He was not happy with the reception he was receiving.
Weak. Jesus would be ashamed of him. Or God, I'm sorry. God would be ashamed of that guy.
Well, he's definitely on the Jay Dyer bent. And Stinky Paradox comes in. Laugh out loud. Sam was a real weasel on that one. Are you a scholar? While he denounces blocks of academia in most other facets of his worldview. Be consistent.
Right.
If I wasn't a scholar, why would I be wearing these fucking glasses, Sam?
Exactly.
Idiot.
And it looks like that is that. So we move on to Adam. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hey, Ben, can I just
All right,
say something?
everybody,
you're right after Adam Kraut. You're after Adam Kraut.
So my question was, I had one for Sam too. You know, I do believe in God and Christ.
That's
but I would have loved him to explain that humanity started 6,000 years ago, when we can actually prove it. You know, humans were around lot longer than that. But my question to you guys, you say I'm not as educated as you gentlemen, but it seems like you're just trying to say in a different way that God does exist, but you want to put it in your terms. Oh, the universe was super hot, this and that. But at the end of the day, you can't disprove God doesn't exist.
So why would I have to disprove that God doesn't exist? Why would we?
Because you guys are claiming that everything happened through evolution and this and that. So
no, hold on.
And then you do kind of dismiss God like he's not there.
Back up.
Or
why would we start with the assumption that God exists?
All right, we can go from there.
Well, that's not how
I'm a
debate
little
works. You had
difficult
an
for your
interlocutor that said
argument
God
because
exists.
I'm an atheist who would say that God exists, but I would add the caveat that he only exists in your imagination, in your mind, in feelings, in stories, in dreams, in experiences that you have, in like dire moments where you're really desperate or distressed. And in those moments, he can feel very real, but I don't think he is.
What about when you're orgasming?
Dude, if God is hanging out with me in that moment, we're total bros. Okay, we can bro down anytime.
Sims, that's what I was going to say.
always there.
I think we need to clarify when talking to atheist guys what we're talking about God. So when everyone says God, they're usually talking about like Trinitarian, which would be like little g, or you're talking about God the Father, big G.
Well, I mean, they both failed. We can't speak for them.
No, but I'm saying collectively. Like when I say God, I'm talking about capital G, capital O, capital D, meaning the supreme creator. The causation.
Let me clarify. I don't want to use my religion as the base for what I say God. I'm just saying God, period, as a creator. No Jesus, anything tied to it. Just God as a creator.
So the reason that I say why would we start with that God does exist and that we need to disprove it is because this is the same as me asking you to disprove leprechauns or unicorns or something like that. It's a strange question to start with. Disprove this thing that I think exists that you don't believe in. Do you
But
see
AC there is basically saying that God is just a figment of my imagination. So ergo, he's saying that God is not real. He's a figment of your imagination. But how can you prove that God is not real? Just because you're an atheist doesn't prove anything.
You can't prove that God's not real. The same as you can't prove that God is real.
Well, I get what you're saying. I'm asking AC now.
Actually, I would say you can prove that a supreme creator, ever moving mover is real, because the antithesis of it is not logical.
No, but technically, couldn't you prove that everything is a figment of our imagination? Because technically, our eyes are projecting what our brain receives, and so everything that we see is
100%.
technically really isn't real. So technically, everything is a
100%.
figment of our imagination.
100%. But if we were to take
concur with that, sir.
But if you were to, before you existed in that,
All right, hold on. We still got a couple people waiting to get their questions in, guys.
This is not Gauntlet?
No.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Sorry.
we're 4 people away from Gauntlet. Let's try and make it quick. Everybody's chomping at the bit, guys. Although Sam and the other one are gone. So yeah, no, Sarah had to go catch a plane. It was taking too long, and everybody hadn't gotten their questions in yet. Brett Kraut, he is chomping to get his in. Thank you, Adam. Can you go ahead, Kraut?
Yeah, I don't even what I have to say for the Gauntlet, but I just want to say this a couple weeks ago, this was already set on stream, so I'm not putting anything out there. Spin did go to the hospital, so while he's up on the panel, we need to keep it very formal. We can't get worked up because then he might get worked up. I don't even want that motherfucker up here, but he is up here.
He's got a very limited time up here, and then he's going to bed.
But yeah, let's try to keep it real formal so our he doesn't rub off on him. You know what I'm saying, everybody. But yeah, what I got to say, it has to be reserved for Gauntlet, so I yield my time.
All right, thank you, Kraut. Crack baby, go. How you doing, brother? What you got?
I'm doing good. All right, now I did show up late, so any atheists or whatever, just answer my questions real quick. Now first off, I'm gonna make a statement. Now, as a Christian, I'm not every type of Christian. One, I do believe in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, but I also believe that the Bible says that 100 days is one day for God, and 1 day is for 100 days for us. Or 1,000 days. 1,000 days is 1 day for God, and 1 day is 1,000 days for us.
You're a day age gap guy.
So if that's the case, then all right. So that means for day 1, that means it will actually be 1,000 years. Day 2, 1,000 years. Okay. So for anybody that is, because I actually agree with both statements. How old do you think the Earth was before humans actually was formed? Is my question. My first question.
Like how old was the world when humans formed, or
the Earth from creation to when humans were formed? From where I'm coming from, where the Bible says 1,000 days is 1 day for God and 1 day is 1,000 days for us. So if that's the case, and it says it in the Holy Word, then where do you come in and says how old do you think the Earth is? Because I don't technically believe the Earth is really maybe 7,000 years.
So I'm going to try to answer the best version of your question as I understand it as a former young Earth creationist. The utility of day age gap creationism is that it allows you to account for the fact that the universe has at least the appearance of great age. It looks very, very old. There's varves, seasonal depositions in lakes. There's volcanic islands that take a really long time to form. There's volcanoes themselves that only detonate every 10 to 20,000 years. These enormous time spans between volcanic detonations. So what day age gap creationism allows you to do is it allows you to say that creation, that wasn't actually 6 days. And because it does seem like a very fairy tale answer, right? It's almost bippity boppity boo level to say God created the entire universe in 6 days. So what it says is that it's the language of Genesis is being metaphorical there. It's describing ages of God developing the universe instead of it happening in 6 days. So it can be a naturalist solution. And I maintain that if you're an old earth evolutionary creationist, you're not a science denier. You're not denying science. You're in line with scientific data, and you're not having to really cherry pick. You're doing pretty good. So if you're a
once again, I'm not full.
Evolutionary creationist, you're really getting the most utility out of day age gap creationism.
All right, I respect that answer. And once again, I can see where you come from on that, because I partially agree with you, because of the fact that even after the day 7, it shows a good time before God created man, and it doesn't show a time span for how long it took God to actually create them, really.
Yeah.
And so for that fact, it could be any time limit of wherever it took for man to grow.
Yep. And what I
formed.
learned from my grandma, who was a Universalist Unitarian pastor, is that the reason for that is because the Bible isn't trying to answer those questions. It's a soteriological anthology. It's not trying to tell you the age of the universe. It's not trying to give you taxonomy or geology or chemistry.
I believe it tells you what you. I believe it tells you what you want to see.
God gave us.
If you don't want to see it, then that's you.
He gave us the scripture, and he gave us the world that he authored, and we have to go read the second book ourselves by doing science. And in a philosophical sense, the correct interpretation of the Bible won't go against what we find with science.
Yeah, I don't believe. Once again, I just believe that. Once again, I see where you come from, and that's why I said the holy word and what you believe is the same. You just don't want to give God the credit. I believe that's the main thing, because I can see where.
Ask a question of you real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
So, if we accept these natural processes outside of the creation itself, right? Whenever we introduce a God into that explanation, I think it complicates that a lot more than it helps it, and so it's not so much that I'm trying to give credence to these things that it could have been God that done, but God doesn't actually explain any of that whenever I insert that.
But see, I think that's a false, and I'll tell you why.
Sure.
And I'm pretty sure someone made this plenty of times before, but prior to us knowing that we actually breathe in oxygen, we just breathe in oxygen. And so when someone brought up the fact that we started breathing in oxygen, people didn't know that information. People couldn't just conceptually believe that was actually happening. And so it might have brought a little confrontation, just like how you don't believe that God is the creator, just like some people might not believe oxygen is what we breathe, because the fact we can't see oxygen, we just know that somebody says that you can, under certain limitations, you can see oxygen, but fully you can't see oxygen surrounding you. So for that factor, that beats, not I'm gonna say it beats your claim, but it can lean more onto the side of, yes, there is a creator at hand.
Well,
look, I maintain that I don't have doxastic closure towards God claims, so I think it is possible to convince me that gods exist, but I just the burden of proof is extremely high, and when I try to visualize universes in which God does exist, it doesn't seem like the universe we live in. So when I visualize a universe in which God exists, I see something like the prophets get correct prophecies, and you can go meet a prophet if you want, and that prophet speaks for God, and he can tell you somebody's going to come over next Wednesday and hand you a black teapot, and somebody comes over next Wednesday and knocks on your door and hands you a freaking black teapot, and they're never wrong. So that would be an example of a universe in which I think it would be rational to believe in God. There would be sufficient corroborative evidence to warrant believing in God in that universe. In our universe, I just don't think it matches a universe where a God would exist. And so that
can you also say that humans are
places
blind
the burden of proof on any claimant that wants to claim this is a universe where God exists. And I maintain that I remain open to them showing me what that would look like and then corroborate.
Which I can understand that, but I've also understand that sometimes humans are blind to the fact of what's in front of them. Even in the Bible, it shows to where I can't remember who it was, but they asked God to prove so many times. It's like, God, can you keep the water in the cloth, but not let the ground get wet? Then it's like, all right, God, I'm going to touch you even a little bit further. Can you keep the cloth dry, but make the ground right under it wet, as if it was just drip right there? And sometimes we just so blind that we just test and we still don't see what's right there in front of us.
See, I think the believer is blind to the natural processes because of God. So, that's a perspective thing.
Joe, I think people are wowed by miracles. People are wowed by miracles. Thank you, Crack Baby.
One.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good talking to you, Crack Baby.
I
hope my answers were helpful to you.
Dark Threens, what you got, brother?
All right, then I'm gonna try to make this quick since I don't plan to stick around, and I will be sharing my screen later on for a second to make my point clear. See, the problem here is that the opposition here isn't much of an opposition, and now let me explain why that is. And if you understand the quote by Jordan Peterson, in which he states that the liberal principles are built on Christian principles, that's true. For example, within the debate, they were trying to out-liberal one another, saying, no, Christianity is anti-racism and leftism is anti-atheist, evolution is anti-racism. But that is a Christian value. But you got to understand, on the mythology upon which that principle of anti-racism is built on, it's built on the mythology, the origins mythology of Christianity. Now, give me a second to share my screen to drive the point I'm trying to make. So,
who made that claim? I never heard anyone make that claim.
Both of them made that claim during the debate. They were trying to out-liberal one another. Can I share my screen for a second? Now, this is that phylogenetic tree that they brought up. Now, look at this tree. What is connecting these different haplogroups, which are different races, by the way? Nothing. It's all imagination. Right. It's all purely lines on paper. So fundamentally, this is no different than freaking Pokemon. When they say that, yes.
No offense, guys. That's hilarious.
Yeah. So Adam and Eve would be this center Pokemon, and out of this, this Semitic couple, all races sprung about within 6,000 years. So it's super evolution. So within the Christian worldview, if you apply Mendel's P's, it is possible that a pure race from like a pure Japanese race couple could in fact give birth to like a Somalian child spontaneously, randomly.
Oh. Damn.
And I will stop sharing there. So again, the very principle, the very atheist liberal principles of anti-racism, yes, like Jordan Peterson has stated, is built on Christian principles, and that Christian principle is in the denial of race realism, because they have to get rid of race. And how do they get rid of race? Through evolution. So there is no actual opposition from the atheist liberals here. They just kind of the only opposition is when that happened.
Darth, interesting part is that a theist like Sam should respond to what you said with something like, which one is more irrational, an eternal source of being or the existence and emerging of a non-being, right? Like some like proper fucking question. But he would just come in and he would just go into the meta of how the Pokemon images you use weren't in fact the actual color of the actual characters. That's what he would have fucking done.
Yes. Again, what's the actual data connecting them? Nothing. It's just lines on paper. It's their imagination.
Nucleotide identity sequences fucked hard.
Then you would go to intelligent design. So we would both agree that a dog and a squirrel can't fucking create a whale, right? So then you'd have to go into the concept behind intelligent design. And is that from a single causation or just random occurrences? That's what the theologian would go to the next. I'm not saying I'm trying to have that with him. I'm saying that's on behalf of Sam and what he thinks he is. That's
ultimately the liberals' atheist theory of evolution, like Jordan Peterson has stated, is built on top of the Christian theory of microevolution. This is what they call it, microevolution, which is just evolution. But they put this limit on it that is completely arbitrary. It's based on the the presuppositions of the Bible.
Yeah, I honestly can't tell if Darth is a troll or if he sincerely believes the shit that comes out of his
You
own
didn't
mouth.
say where I was wrong.
I
He
I
knows us
often
all.
think he is a troll, especially when he
That's
makes
an ad hom.
arguments like this.
Ad hom,
It
my
makes
man.
him seem like he is
That's
an
not a rebuttal.
evolutionist
That's
who's
just an ad
trying
hom.
to make young Earth creationists look stupid.
No, I'm making you
Uh,
guys look stupid, along with the Christians.
So I just don't even like feel the need to respond to it on that
You
level.
don't have a response.
And then if he's actually sincere, I welcome him to just talk to me about
you're
anything
welcome to
that
debate
actually
me.
makes sense
We
anytime.
could, you're welcome to set up a debate.
I think the standing invitation I have for you, Darth, is whales, but you still don't have an answer for it.
Whales.
Yeah, are whales
What are you talking
mammals?
about? I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Are whales mammals?
What about whales?
Yeah, see, he can't even handle the first 3-word question. So yeah, I think he is
You're
a
cutting
troll.
off. You're like roboting.
Well, hey guys, Balderson's right here, and he's I
I
would say
can't
like
hear you,
the
man.
code
You're
that
like roboting. I don't know what's happening.
Balderson's the code
Are
director
you
of this
on
channel,
your
so he can organize it.
Are you on your phone there, Darth Therains? Are you on
Was I
From my
roboting
end,
for
it
everybody
was you
else?
guys cutting off. I guess it was me. Say it again.
Are you on a phone?
No, I'm on my PC.
Oh, are you going through Google Chrome?
Yes.
That is your best option then. So that's the best you're gonna get. I don't know. Maybe your internet's going in and out.
Shit, I'm not even using.
It has been going out lately. We have been having outages.
Well, if you gentlemen want to set up something with each other, I'm sure Sarah or I would be happy to do so.
I'm willing to debate evolution.
I'm good to move on to the next questioner.
Yep.
Hey,
Sam,
can I ask you, what was
that's
the
what we
guy's
were
name,
doing. That's
Gary?
why I'm saying I wasn't planning on setting it up right this moment. I was saying that so we can move on to Rocky. Everybody, buckle up your fucking seatbelts. We're gonna find out what Rocky's got to say. Hit it, brother.
Muted.
You're muted, Rocky. You're still muted, Rocky.
Rocky, stop talking to the clouds and unmute your mic.
You're muted. You're muted, Rocky. All right.
I don't think he can hear us.
Well said.
Rocky.
I don't think he
You're
can hear us
muted.
while he's talking.
That's the whole, yeah.
Your microphone's not working, Rocky. Or
I
you're
was just gonna say
muted
the
on
same
your
shit I said
microphone
last
or
night about
something.
I think your
the
speaker's
big
not working
earthquake,
either, Rocky.
70 AD that the whole world, no one knows about, but it was the biggest earthquake in the world, 70 AD.
Nobody can hear you, Rocky.
Hey, Sam.
Nobody can
Sam,
hear
did
you,
say
Rocky.
Gary, did you say
That might
Sam,
be a good thing.
Did you
Objective
say that
after.
guy, Gary?
Yeah, I'm here,
What
brother.
you got to say, bro? What you got to say? We'll get back to you, Rocky. Figure your shit out. Objective X6. What do you got, brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing me up, Alderson. What a shit show, man.
go.
You wow.
Can you
You've got
hear
a
me
lot
now?
of patience. You've got a lot of patience.
Now we
Yes.
can. Yes, Rocky.
Can you hear me now?
You next. Yeah.
I
Okay.
did not come up here to throw any personal attacks on anybody that's not here to defend themselves. So I want to be clear about that. But I do feel like it's important to highlight just the facts of what has happened here tonight. That gentleman, and I use the word kind of loosely here, but whatever his name was, Sam, was that it? He literally said in the debate he wanted to run to tag, and by asking him, he literally made the claim that atheists have no grounding for morality. There's no moral framework, were his exact words, which is why I sent that super chat asking about, well, if atheists have no moral framework for morality, then why is it that the majority of philosophers are both atheists and moral realists? So when Sarah read that super chat to him, he contradicted himself by saying, well, yeah, atheists have a moral framework, but it's all subjective, which shows that he also doesn't know what moral realism is, because moral realism is obviously an argument for objective morality. So he blundered twice in that exchange there. I also want to point out, Omar, I think that's your name, brother. I don't know if I've had a chance to really speak to you. Yeah, dude.
Nice
Enjoy
to
watching
meet
you guys
you.
on the show. I'm a regular viewer. I don't really get on the panels too often, but I do enjoy you very much. I think you've got a lot of really interesting things to say. I would like to have a longer conversation with you sometime, but I think it's really interesting how you brought out the worst in that guy and you literally did not challenge him at anything. You just wanted to engage, and I think that was really crazy that he crashed out like that. I thought it was a really interesting debate for the two debaters who are here. They both know me personally. I have a tremendous amount of respect for both Austin and Joe. I've worked with them on different projects over the years. I've gotten to know them, and I just really think you guys are both great guys, very intelligent, very good debaters. I think the debate was really disappointing overall. I think it just got dragged down into the mud, and I don't think it was really very productive. Too much circularity over talking points that already had just been, addressed, should have been moved on. Joe, my only criticism is I think that you're really good when it comes to the moral arguments. I would have liked to have seen you, go at Sam when he tried to run to tag, because I think that you're really well equipped with the philosophy and the moral arguments. I would have liked to. I know that wasn't the topic of the debate, but I feel like the debate had already gone down into the mud so much that it would have been at least more entertaining to watch you dunk all over tag, which is such a fundamentally broken, worldview anyway, as far as I'm concerned. So that would be my only comment about the debate itself. Really enjoyed watching everybody here tonight. And thank you so
what?
much.
Our goal. Let me respond to that. Our goal was to spend as much time as possible questioning their version instead of defending our own. And you're absolutely right to point that out, because that would have been a good way to do it that way. Like we kind of knew we were going to have to leave some points on the table, especially with Sam, and we were fine with it because they're just low tier points.
I think every time Donnie just kept going back to the same argument that you had addressed, and he continued to just continue to hammer down that same point. It already had been addressed, and I think that Sam's MO, it seemed to be, and you really saw it come out with when the super chats and here in this Q&A portion, like with Omar and stuff like that, he would make an assertion, and as soon as it was challenged, he would run away from it. And he would start with the ad hoc. It was it was such a repetitive, it's just a. That was his mode of operation.
Like trying to nail Jello to a wall. Yeah.
I love doing that. Nice to meet you, man. By the way, you should join these panels more often, because I remember you a few times in here. Here's the thing, like, just real quick. Gentlemen, is that guy's name Gary Milne? Is that his name?
Gary Milne, yep.
Okay, so that guy. So when
Duncan atheism.
Okay, so when I said he reminds me of Darth Dawkins, like a Darth Dawkins, hey, Rocky, get a grip for a moment, brother. You'll be up in a second.
What are you talking about? Rocky, mute yourself if you can't stop talking during the Q&A.
So I draw the demons out. So I literally. So the thing is that guy, Gary Milne, when I looked it up, that guy is the second biggest Darth Dawkins. Next to Darth Dawkins, he's been trolling on the internet all day. He never makes a fucking argument. And to you two gentlemen, it's really simple. And by the way, I am in no way an atheist. The only I know for sure, but I don't believe in a first mover. I believe in an ever-present mover, which is the Ma'at in ancient Kemetic understanding, right? Otherwise, nothing makes logical sense. But when he wants to start the world at 6,000 years, he's presupposing his Trinitarian ad hoc application to everything. And all you guys had to simply do.
You're next, Rocky. You don't have to raise your hand.
All you had to do was simply to say, okay, so in essence, you're saying that God from the Garden of Eden, the biblical God created man. Okay, and who is that? Oh, that's Yahweh, and Yahweh, oh, is Jesus. So tell me, using all science known to man, how a human could either house all of the energy of the universe or create all of the energy in the universe outside of their own fucking mind, sir. I'll wait. And it's over.
Can I just really quick follow up one thing before I turn it over to Rocky? Just really quick. Really quick before I turn it over to Rocky. So just really quick. So the important thing for the atheists who are watching this need to understand, and I know Joe knows this, you don't have to be a moral realist to have a moral framework. You can literally argue morality from the emotivist view, the non-cognitivist view, subjective morality, objective, anti-realism, moral. There's a million different models.
Code of Hammurabi.
God. Yeah, absolutely. So you can literally go with 1,000 different models without ever having to appeal to a God character. So to say that an atheist doesn't have morality and then to argue that it has to be objective or it doesn't count, none of that even holds up. You got to make the actual argument. All right, that's it. I'll turn it over to Rocky.
But you don't have to argue. You don't have to argue his God.
I'm getting thrown off because I was going to address crack.
You're not getting thrown off, Rocky, but you're going to wait your turn because this is Q&A. That's why I muted you in the first place. Thank you, sir. Objective Ethics, thank you very much. And Shaman Omar and I are going to start an esoteric show on Wednesdays. We would like to see you in those panels, sir. And with that, God help you all. It's Rocky's turn.
Well, I wanted to address Crack Baby Go on how old the universe or Earth is. So you start with Genesis 1. It says this is the gap theory. This is called the gap theory. It's a Christian theory. It's called the gap theory. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, period. It became void because was and became are both a time thing. And instead of translating it, it was void, it says it became void in the original Greek. It's not, it doesn't
I never
say
claimed
it was.
anything about the universe. I was talking about the
So
earth.
God,
when I said
so
anything.
this tells you the
I
angels.
said earlier when I said something about earth, I said earth. I said earth. I didn't say universe.
Okay, earth. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the earth. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, period. And then it says it became void. This tells you because the angels fell before man, so they were on the earth before man. So they fell. It became void because of their fall. And then it was restored in 7 days, which could be 1,000 years or 7 days. God can do miracles. So he created on the second day, he created man. And then on the sixth day, he created Adam. And then, so we're all human. There are no races. There's only the human race. There are no, so this gives you the.
You're way off of what I'm talking about. I wasn't.
Then I was
don't
going to
get
go
me lost
to the
because I
next.
know how you talk, Rocky.
Okay, I'm not finished yet, but I was gonna also address the evolution part. Man is not evolving; they're devolving. So Adam and Eve had all of mankind in their DNA, so they could have had white babies, black babies. It doesn't matter because they were all in one, like a wolf.
Not possible.
Noah took two dogs
That's
onto
not
the
humanly
ark,
possible.
right? I'm trying to explain evolution. Okay, I
Well,
call
try a
it
little
devolution.
You want to know why that's not possible?
Devolution. Who's interrupting me? I'm not finished.
The guy on the panel who's allowed to interrupt you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is one of the guests. These two guys cannot be kicked, and they get to talk.
Okay.
The guys to the side of me here.
The other
So
way.
do you want to know why that's impossible?
Sure, I'll answer for him.
Do you
Sure.
know how many genetic alleles it takes to account for the diversity just in blood types?
I don't know
48.
what I'm saying.
Tens of thousands. Do you know how many you get to start with if you only have Adam and Eve?
It's all hearsay.
No, this is objectively verifiable reality.
So you've seen DNA. You've actually looked at it and seen it, and
Yeah.
you can read DNA.
Yeah, you
How
can see
old?
it actually.
You got a microscope that you can see
don't need a
DNA and
microscope.
you can read that shit. You can
We
read that
use
shit.
Genomic comparison browsers and programs like BLAST and CRISPR.
It's all made up shit. I'm saying.
No, it's not. I have
Listen,
videos of myself on
Listen,
my channel
evolution.
using
You gotta
it live.
be dumb as a monkey to believe in evolution. I'm just
Oh my
telling
good
you.
God.
Okay,
I think we're
there's
ready to move
evidence
on
of
to the
God.
next
Rocky, let
guest.
me ask you a
I'm gonna
question.
bite
Have
the
you ever
bullet
eaten
on
All right,
that guy.
Rocky. Yeah, I definitely agree, Rocky.
Okay, I'm
we'll
sorry.
save the
I
rest
agree
of
with
that.
Rocky.
No problem.
I
You're all right,
wasn't
Rocky.
trying to
Rocky,
That was
have you ever eaten a
pretty
banana?
good for Rocky. That was actually
Hold on,
pretty
Rocky,
good
have
for
you ever eaten a
Rocky.
banana?
We're gonna go ahead and tuck him back and bring up another
Yeah,
person.
I love you, Rocky. I love you.
And
Rocky.
then
I'm
also
not
Crack
done.
Baby and
Good talking,
everybody.
Joe.
I'll bring you back
Let
in
me give
order.
one
for the
more
gauntlet.
example.
We're almost
One more
the gauntlet.
example.
Oh,
One
one more
example.
example of what?
Okay,
Thanks for so patient.
it says that God took two of each kind on the ark. In those two were every kind of dog. So 2 cats, 2 dogs.
There were no dogs. Dogs evolved from wolves, bro.
Wolves. They were wolves.
we
They
were
took
just
wolves. They
talking-
were originally wolves.
So then
We
you
were
believe
just
in
talking
evolution. There we
about
go.
we were just talking
You
about
just
how
proved
many
evolution.
mutations
Thank
how many
you.
mutations
I'll
it
say
takes to
goodnight.
account just
People
for
who
blood
have ears
type.
to hear
Rocky,
will
let's
hear.
not
And
in the
those who
gauntlet,
don't,
Rocky.
Hey, Balderson, ask Rocky if he's ever enjoyed a banana.
Let's see here. Who is next?
Have
That's
you?
racist,
If so,
bro.
then you came from then you're monkeys.
Joe Cool. What you got, brother?
Well, Actually. What? Most of this shit is probably not provable, falsifiable. Some of it though is way more provable than other parts is. I don't know, the timelines, the very short timelines are easily disproven. And I'm not sure where you guys come down, but evolution is hard to fight against. But I'm not sure that doesn't mean there isn't a God. Again, something that would be super hard to prove through the gate. Is there a God? And if I were going to do it, and I'm sure we'll do it later, I wouldn't go with the cause and effect route. I would go with defining God, which is good, mercy, those things, and trace those things and our motivations and over motivations to those things. That's the route I'm gonna take whenever it opens up. I don't think I have any specific questions.
I'm glad you brought that up though, because I can give you some feedback, and it's that I freaking love evolution, and I'm atheist as heck, and even I will admit that evolution doesn't disprove God. God could have just made an evolutionary creation. He could have made a universe that's capable of complexifying without any sign that he's involved at all, but it's still according to his divine ordination.
And even biblically, there's arguments. There are arguments that there were people here before Adam and Eve. Why couldn't they have evolved? Blah blah blah. Then God see if they would concede to evolution, I think their arguments would be straight.
What it does do is it disproves a very specific form of literalism. And like I said in the debate, you can interpret the Bible literally and still interpret a different way from what these literalists are interpreting it. So even other literalists don't agree with them.
I understand. That is a problem though, when they're so literal that they have to put that rigid age on it and stick with it. That's a hard position to defend.
And that's why I broke it down the way I broke it down earlier.
Great feedback, Joe Cool. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Balderson, check your Discord real quick, sir. And continue.
Excellent stuff, brother. And Jody, what you got to say, brother?
I mean, you guys, I'm not an atheist at all. I don't really know how to describe my personal belief. But when it comes down to the Adam and Eve discussion, what is more realistic and what is more believable? That's up to personal connection, right? So like God created man, and then he was lonely in paradise, so he sacrificed his rib, right? That's how the story goes.
This is good.
To create woman, right?
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Because if he got the genetic material for Eve from Adam, technically Eve would be a clone of Adam. So when I was talking earlier about how you'd only have 4 alleles, technically you might only have 2. But anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I'm not here to shut down anyone. I'm all for anyone's beliefs. I'm not here to, be disrespectful or anything like that. I'm just, what's more believable, that a burning bush created a man that then sacrificed a rib to create a woman, or just some germs created a fish that walked out of the sea, became a hominoid?
That's not bad. But
became a hominoid and started to understand how to make tools and then make fire, which eventually cook meat, which gets more nutrients once the meat is cooked.
And we speed up.
You're talking about the evolutionary feedback loop that generated humans. It's the fact that being bigger brained helped us get more calories, which helped us be bigger brained, which helped us get more calories. And
gain that
we've
advantage.
reached the peak of that feedback loop. and specialized into having these super big brains that are really good at communicating and developing and using tools that improve our ability to collect data with our senses. It's freaking awesome. It's so cool. I love science so much, and I don't think science has to diminish your faith at all, just like Joe was saying.
Yeah.
I believe. But that's exactly my point, is what I'm getting at, is who created that bacteria. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It is like a perfect debate storm, because we have all the perfect essence of life to create life here. But meanwhile,
the term you're looking for here, and you are walking down a path that really is hard for evolutionary believers, is abiogenesis. So at one point in time, there had to be abiogenesis or magic or something, because there was no life and then there was life. So once you start walking down that road, you are walking down a real nice argument path that the evolutionary people have a hard time with there, Jody.
It's not even that. It's that abiogenesis is dealing with something that's philosophically difficult to even define. We're talking about a fuzzy barrier between a living system of molecules and a non-living system.
That is exactly where I would have went with that.
And the difference can be very arbitrary. Even if you just have a metabolic turnstile, that qualifies as life under a lot of diagnostic criteria if you interpret things in that way. So yeah, no, abiogenesis is just one field in an overarching series of fields called origin of life studies. There's abiogenesis, there's synthetic life studies, there's protein synthesis and folding studies, unnatural base pair studies, xenonucleic acid studies, astrobiology, and synthetic life and abiogenesis. And they're really amazing fields. They're making huge advancements all the time. Like literally just last week, a 190-page paper about a manufactured cell called Spud Cell was published, and it's freaking amazing. What they did was so impressive, and it might revolutionize medicine. What they created a cell using just ambient molecules and assembled them into a membrane, and then assembled chromatin and organelles for the internal network of this cell. It's hand designed. They hand designed the genome, they hand designed the fission mechanism, and showed that you can build a cell part by part. It's proof of concept that that can happen.
So you're saying that humans are playing God. So you're saying that humans are practicing God in a sense, kind of like how they're trying to bring back the mammoth.
Showed an ancient person a microscope and showed them Spud Cell under the microscope, and as it was dividing, and you explained to them, hey, we built this thing and programmed it so that as its membrane increases in perimeter, it develops agitator proteins that cause it to pinch and duplicate. They would lose their minds. They wouldn't know what you were talking about. They would melt down. They'd freaking lose it.
But we do know that they were actually
but it isn't witchcraft. It's just science and naturalism.
Yeah, but just because you can do something doesn't mean it's good. So we can't say all science
for
is
sure.
good.
And you know what? Axiology has been a big issue in science, and that's why ethics is one of my core areas of focus.
And we just have to have that as a precursor. So for there are certain peptides that are really helping people, and certain peptides are having very negative effects at the same time. And that doesn't mean peptides are inherently good or bad.
Right. That's right. Yeah. I can agree with that.
So, Papa, are you still going, Jody?
Oh, you're good. That guy fucking made me feel like a goddamn moron.
Yeah. You walked into a good path, but you don't know enough about it to counter all I knew that was coming. Papa Felix. Anybody know Papa Felix? It seems familiar. No. You're gonna have to cam up for a second backstage, bro, so I can see that you're not gonna crash the stream. And this is the last question before the gauntlet.
It's true that most people wouldn't know about abiogenesis. It's a very abstruse field. It's super interdisciplinary. You have to know molecular, geometry, chemistry,
biology, organic chemistry. It's a field that tends to be dominated by interdisciplinary experts, people who have PhDs in multiple different sciences, people way smarter than me. I can just barely explain it.
Is one of you bearded motherfuckers, Mike, rubbing your beard?
Yeah, I think somebody's clicking away on a keyboard and they aren't a particularly fast typer. and they are not muting themselves while typing, which is, you know.
One could almost say they were
Papa Felix, I realize you've been sitting back there for a while. You got to cam up so I can see you if you want to get brought up for your question. If not, we're going to kick off to the gauntlet. Let's see. Ant was here first. I'm going to take put you guys back up in order that you were in when you came in originally. So Jody's got to go down. He just came up. Crack Baby was before Jody. Let's see here. And that brings up Grand Poobah and Ant. And I think, yep, we're good to go. So everybody, we got 4 people backstage, although we can't bring up Papo Felix unless I see him, although I feel like I know the name. We got Jody, Crack Baby Go, and everyone's favorite slaver, Rocky, backstage.
No, he's right there.
All right.
He's
On
right
that
there.
note,
No, the guy literally told us how the Bible justifies slavery the other day, and the whole panel jumped him about it. It was wild. Like,
It
dude,
does.
what are you doing right now? Like,
It does justify slavery all over the Bible.
right? Rocky's wild. Rocky's wild. So, with that, gentlemen, widgets, no media assets. Here
King
we
Captain
go.
Zodiac have the-
Oh, that shit.
And just for
rock.
housekeeping purposes, everybody, Ben has reset the goal over on the Benjamin Balderson channel. Please donate to the stream. We have 1 hour to hit the 10 donos or the stream goes away. Mr. Balderson, back to you.
Nope, back on you, gentlemen. Have at it.
All right, real quick, I want to ask AC a question I couldn't ask earlier. How do you explain consciousness?
Consciousness, I'm a physicalist, so I would explain
All right,
consciousness.
but I don't care about that. I asked you to explain
He's
consciousness.
trying to give him a second.
I would explain consciousness as an emergent property of the arrangement of matter that's in your brain. So you have this brain that's been built by evolution that's got neurons that have soma and axons and dendrites and synapses. And in those synapses, you got biological pumps that move around sodium and potassium ions, which creates electrocircuitry in your brain, not unlike the electrocircuitry in a computer chip. Not exactly the same, but it's a good enough comparison that you can begin to understand it. And those
would make
flashes
consciousness
of ions, those electrical streams flowing through those patterns of ions, generate this responsiveness to stimuli that we call consciousness. So consciousness is really we're taking a verb and we're turning it into a noun. In reality, consciousness is a bundle of things we do, and all those things that we're doing are the results of mental activity, which is the results of ionic movements in the brain.
Thank you for your answer. Go ahead.
Wait. I
You know
think
why-
he is
hold on, you know why
also
they
saying
got-
implied in there. If you were implied in there, I think he is saying that these things exist, but after a certain level of advancement and complexity, we now call them consciousness. But they
He's saying
exist.
it's
on entire
chemical and
level
it's
before that.
biological. But
Yeah.
you know why I realized why the debate was going like that, because you guys like to answer in long form, just like the pre-subs. So you guys were doing like long form answers and fucking driving each other crazy. But you aren't you just saying it's biological and chemical, right? Consciousness is a product of biological and chemical responses within the matter of the brain, correct?
Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
So then my question would be, then how do you explain emotions? Same thing?
Yeah, emotions, dreams, thoughts, responsiveness to stimuli, they're all results of neural and mental activity. If I poke you with a needle, you might not even feel it, but your arm will jump and you won't have any conscious awareness, right? But it is still a part of your mind.
If you would like to get into some sort of medical debate, I'm the guy to get into it with. I'm going to tell you something.
Let me just finish like two more questions. So here's the thing. You brought it back to mental, right? So even if I were to grant the aspect of all consciousness is mental responses to biological and chemical responses within the matter
And
tissue
I
of the
kicked
brain.
off the gauntlet.
My question was about emotions, and if you said your answer was it's basically the same thing, so then my question to you would be, then does that mean that you've never had a real emotion?
What we call emotions are
forget about what we do. You
yeah. What I call emotions are a bundle of physiological reactions and thoughts and attitudes. So mental activity and physical activity.
Yeah, you said real. Does that make them real or not? I'm not sure.
No. I like Sims.
Real.
By the way, I really
real.
Sims, I like you. I like you a lot. By the way, I'm not in any. I swear to you, I'm not trying to blood sport you because I really like because I think that you ultimately, if you had to put your money on one ever-moving mover, like source of all things or not, you would say there was, but it doesn't talk to man, and it doesn't, and when you said that these other prophets that were talking to spirits, I completely agree, and that's actually what the book says, because a jinn is a being of fire or smoke. So I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to gauge your atheist perspective as a scientist. So I'm asking about you personally, because have you ever felt love?
Yeah, and what I define as love is like the bundle of physiological reactions I feel when I see my daughter. Like my serotonin levels go way up. My vasopressin and dopamine levels increase a lot. My heart rate calms down. There's a measured physiological response, and that's a big part of the emotion.
And the wiser you get about the biology of man and the smarter you get within the science, it still neglects the aspect of reducing this beautiful, and I have two daughters, the beautiful feeling of a father seeing it, not seeing, but feeling the daughter.
I don't think
bring it down
reduces
to only biological, even if you have the scientific answer, I'm asking about the human component.
Yeah, I don't think it reduces it. But that's just a stance. So I don't know.
Okay.
Shaman, this guy doesn't believe a human is a fucking human. Well, let me tell you, anytime you're ready to debate any type of medical or an anatomy or any type of system in the body, please set up a debate with me. I'll shut you down in about 30 fucking seconds. Okay. Satire, I don't believe exactly what you're spewing. Okay. There is no such thing as fucking pixie dust coming down and creating fucking humans.
I didn't hear that part.
Fucking moron.
Which part do you disagree with?
Spin's back. Spin's officially back, guys.
Spin's officially back for 6 more minutes, and then Spin's going to bed.
No, I mean Spin like the man.
Oh, I know. But that's because he took naps today instead of streaming all day.
Jesus Christ,
and now he's
Spin.
going to go to bed in 5 minutes.
Spin.
What the hell did Sims do to catch that heat? Are you catching up?
Well, yeah, without the angry shit, Spin, I'm wondering what points of contention do you have with him the most?
The point of contention is there are electrical signals that go to your brain. This moron doesn't believe that.
No, that's what I said.
Exactly. You're
I
dumb.
said that does
You are the
happen.
dumbest motherfucker
No,
on the internet
relax
right
a
now.
bit
You're
now,
very
because-
confused.
What?
I don't
I
think
am
he's
not
denying
fucking
electrical
confused at all.
You
impulses
are.
in the
Let
brain.
me tell you
You agree with me,
something.
you son of a bitch?
I studied medicine
for
Again, I
26
will
fucking
reiterate that I
years.
kicked the gauntlet off.
Maybe you should fucking study medicine for a little bit
I
and
do.
actually realize what the fucking human body is.
I do,
You're on
and
the
you're
right,
confused
dude.
because I
Spewing
agree
your
with you.
shit
Why
over
don't you
here,
get to studying, dude?
dude. Spewing
Spin,
your
Spin,
bullshit
take a
as you
second.
have been
Can
over
we
here
just-
on this
We
fucking
gonna
panel.
dart you,
I will
Stan.
shut
Clear
you
up
the
this
fuck down.
Balderson has a dart. We're gonna
Can we-
dart you if you keep it up and put you
Hey,
back
give
in
him a
the
date.
class.
He's only got 6
confusion.
minutes. Give him a date, Balderson. He has a limited time.
Which one? Who are you arguing with here, Spin?
Sims
just-
and
I
Balderson.
just-
Give me a mother. Give me
I
a
never
motherfucking
said
date
that.
with this fucking
Subject is
satire
biology.
piece of shit.
Subject
Which
is
one?
biology.
You argue with a bunch of people. Spin.
AC
Who?
Sims, Balderson.
He's Sims.
AC
obviously.
Sims. All
Yeah,
right,
look-
you
yeah,
get
let's
5
go, motherfucker.
minutes.
You
And
want to
then
biology.
AC
try
Sims,
your shit with
Human
me? It
biology.
ain't going to work.
Human
AC
biology.
Sims, go ahead and tuck him into bed.
Take your
Let's go.
Well, okay. So this debate doesn't need to happen because we agree.
We agree. No. What the
Yes.
fuck you mean you agree? You just told me that fucking people are like pixie dust.
No.
Are you
That's not what
dumb?
I said mental activity is created by electrocircuitry in the brain.
Correct. No, earlier when I
So
asked
we
you the
agree.
question, you
So
said
we
you
agree.
didn't believe.
We
I
agree.
asked you the
We
question.
we agree.
Are you going to
We
let me
both say
fucking
that
talk?
electrochemistry happens.
Are
in
you
the
going to let
brain.
me fucking talk?
You're wrong, though.
I am not wrong.
Yes,
I
you're
heard
wrong.
you very
You told
fucking
me I had a
well.
position that I don't, and you got extremely butthurt about it. And
I
now
did
I'm
not get
correcting you
butthurt. You're
and
out here
telling you
spewing
we
bullshit.
have the same position. So calm down.
You're here talking bullshit.
No, you're very
Yes.
confused. We have
Yes.
the same position.
Molecular structure of the human body is what?
Molecular.
What is molecular structure of the body? Tell me.
We're talking about the
You're
molecular
gonna lose,
structure of
dude.
the brain.
Just answer the
We're
question.
talking about the molecular structure of the brain, which is composed of neurons, which
No
are composed of soma and dendrites and axons and
Okay,
synapses,
and then
through
you're
which
sitting here saying
through
that
which
emotions are not
through
real,
which- Are you
basically.
gonna let me finish? Jesus
Fuck
fucking
no.
Christ! You're so convinced.
all
you know my
you've done,
fucking
all you've done is
position.
run and skew your
Okay,
atheist
I
fucking
think I'm done
bullshit up
talking to this
here.
fucking moron. If you
I'm-
study medicine
let
for
me
20
tell you.
years, I have
Let me tell
serious
you.
concerns about anyone.
I
who
am
gave
less
medical
than a
care to.
moron than you.
I'm done.
Trust me.
I'm done.
All right, Spin. Give everybody your closing thoughts on everything, and go get yourself some rest. For those that don't know, I am not Spin's dad. But Spin had a stroke less than a week ago. Has been to the hospital twice, and then wants to stay up till the middle of the night, getting very worked up and angry, and that is not conducive to good health.
Hey,
Yes,
just to
angry with
clarify,
people he
Wow, I
agrees
didn't
with.
know that.
Sims, you're a biologist. What are you?
Yeah, Sims. Where does a stroke happen?
It happens
In your
brain.
vascular system.
It
Where
happens
did the
in your
vascular
brain.
system
It's a
come
bleed
from?
in your
Dumb
brain,
fuck.
dude.
You're
It's a
dumb.
bleed
You're
in
the
your
dumbest
brain.
motherfucker. You need to
It's
get
when
off
a
the
blood
fucking
vessel
internet
in
and
your
go back to
brain
school.
breaks and you bleed from your brain. I gave you the correct
Oh,
answer.
I
you
bleed from my
fuckwit.
brain. Really?
Dude, is this guy
Really?
this guy's pathological
Ben,
and we're hurting him? We need to
good
get him
night.
out of here.
I'm
Ben.
about ready to fuck.
Yeah,
real
so
quick,
hold your
Sims,
top.
Sims.
Time for you to go to sleep. Don't go to
Sims, I think what
Get
Spin
off
was
the
asking
fucking
you
panel.
is that you
Go
said
back to school. This is my
You fucking
closing
atheist piece of
thoughts.
shit.
Sims, go back to fucking school. Your satire, you're nothing but satire. You're not ready for the gauntlet, and you're not ready for this fucking stream. Good night.
Actually, they
Oh.
stayed in the Christians ran. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah,
True.
Night,
not
man.
all the
I love
Christians
you, brother.
ran.
that's true.
No,
No,
that's
that
the
were
guess.
the channels, not the gentlemen that are
Just for the
regulars.
record,
No,
everyone
no.
knows he
Oh.
misunderstood what the conversation.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
he
I'm glad
completely
that- hey,
misunderstood
I wish
AC
somebody had
Sims. It was
spoken up and
remarkable. It was
said
like,
that.
you agree
you
with
guys
him.
were arguing the
On
same
some
point.
medication right now, not and yeah.
Oh, this
so
is-
And that's no shade at
Sims
AC
goes,
Sims.
I don't know
He's
what
trying
we're
to
supposed
tell
to
him.
debate. We agree. Hey, Sim said, I don't know what we're supposed to debate. We agree. And then Spin didn't hear him say that, and he kept going. That was amazing.
I thought we were past
I
that.
think
we got
though
him to be a little bit more rational. This is slippage.
He is normally, but then he's on these medications
No,
and all
he's
that.
he literally
you
just
know.
had a stroke a week ago.
I know,
He's been
I
out of the
know.
hospital, but now it seems that he's completely healed from the stroke. Now his energy's back.
Well, we went.
I wouldn't count
I
on
don't
that.
think so.
Well, he went
Oh
back.
no,
to
he's
the
about to give
hospital.
himself another stroke.
sounds-
Shit.
Well,
He went back to the
he-
hospital 2 days ago. That's why he's not allowed back. That's why he's not allowed on the panels and when it's late because he gets worked up and he knows to go to bed.
Oof.
Take care of
hope
himself.
Well,
He
he
doesn't
is
want to
one of
take
a
care of
kind.
himself.
At least that's what the entire world is hoping.
Hey,
Yeah. I was just
Sim-
say.
Sims, was that your
Sims,
first time?
I think his
was that your
question,
first time
though-
dealing with an
His question was that you said that humans were made from stardust. That's what he was trying to get at.
No, he said pixie dust. He was talking. He
What?
Right,
for
that's
some
the-
reason-
I think he meant stardust,
I
though.
could be wrong about this, but I think what happened there was for some reason he got
Pixie
the
dust.
impression that I was saying consciousness wasn't emergent, that consciousness doesn't come from electrochemical biological shit, right? I think he was trying to say, which is like panpsychism, or there's other things that besides physicalism that explain consciousness differently. I don't subscribe to any of those. I subscribe to physicalism because I think it makes the most sense. And I think he just got really confused somehow.
No,
Sounds like
I
you
understand
fucked
what
up.
you were saying. You guys were arguing the same point. It was hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah, it really was.
Sim stepped out of line with that bullshit and fucking spin.
He put me down by saying the exact same thing I said. Yeah.
It was
that my favorite
remarkable.
part of the whole night.
Like
He's like, you don't know shit. You know what the fuck you're talking about.
Pixie dust. Sims with that bullshit. Sims
He's probably listening, but he's also not up here. Let's not
He's
rag on
Yeah,
him too hard.
that's fair.
That no one can defeat what that shit I just pulled with fucking the other guy, the alleged Sam. That was
Sam.
a joke compared to what we
Sam
just
I am.
witnessed. That was shit.
I knew he was going to do that.
He
as
made
soon as you said
he
that.
made Christians look real bad, real
No, I called him
emotional.
out. I
Well,
told him ahead of
it's
time what he
amazing
started
because
doing.
actually Omar hadn't even done anything. Omar
No, I
literally
did. Shaman.
Omar got like 10 words into into what he was saying, and this guy started interrupting him and going, I have a question, and then the dude wouldn't stop, and it was like, and then he even at one point started fucking whistling the circus tune while Omar's trying to talk, and then acting like I'm a bad moderator for not. I was trying to give him leeway because he's a guest, like I'm just sitting here in my head thinking, Jesus, if this wasn't connected to Sarah, I would have booted this dude a long time ago. This dude is actually might be a bigger cunt than Jay Dyer, and for
No,
me,
he is.
that
No,
that
no,
is
no,
a
Balderson.
high bar.
Here's the number one is a guy named Darth Dawkins. Number two, cunt Presup is him, and number three is Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer is not even on this guy's level. That's why I told you. The only time I got Jay Dyer on, Jay Dyer quit in 20 seconds on Twitter. They cannot handle someone who they can't fucking overtalk. And someone who know when I said Hebrew, and I said, you're misquoting that. And he pulled out he goes, are you a Hebrew scholar? I said, sure. He pulls out, this is a 700-page book. I said, bring it down, open it, and turn to Genesis 1:6, motherfucker. Don't question me on what I'm saying. And he walked.
So I've talked to him and Darth Dawkins at the same time, and he idolizes Darth Dawkins.
You like how I called it out?
Yeah.
I know he used a fake name. Hold on. He used a fake name. Guys, look, Shaman. He used a fake name, Sam. I never heard his voice before. I told him, I said, you sound like you're using Darth Dawkins techniques. He played dumb. I know he's Canadian from his accent. He can't hide it. He lied. He's Canadian. And then the third thing I did was tell him he was going to fucking leave. And then before that, I told him, when I answer your question, you're not allowed to give me the fifth question, which is, and what moral framework are you using to ground that statement you just made? I already know you're fucking Darth Dawkins line of effects, and they can't get past 30 seconds. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, I'm fixing to get off. I just want to say, Ben, thank you for having me up.
Always a pleasure,
Yeah,
crowd.
no.
I
Yep,
wish you had gotten more gauntlet time. That was a very long show.
Yeah, Yeah, my argument was not really about Adam and Eve. It was going to be about how the universe was created by itself, and somebody on this panel actually helped me come to the conclusion that science actually suggests a creator. It's quite lovely when science can help with evidence for a religious belief. But
science
I'm out.
suggests a creator?
Night, Kraut.
Thermodynamics and entropy.
You
Look it
super
up.
hot woman, you.
Yo.
Hey, Sim,
Not a man.
Sim, you said that guy follows you around the internet. How do I get him to accept the debate? I would love it to have that kind of. He would fucking.
Hold up.
he would-
Say that again.
You said that guy trolls you around the internet?
Who? Casper?
No.
Who are we talking about?
Darth Dawkins?
Sam.
Well, Gary, I guess.
Yeah, both of them do.
Yeah, that's you accepted the debate and you knew it was him, or you didn't know it was him?
Yeah,
'Cause
dude.
you
When
know
when
this.
I became a scientist who's going to communicate with the public about science, I knew people like young Earth creationists, fucking flat earthers, Holocaust deniers, all kinds of fuckwits were going to attack me. I did it anyways. Fuck them. They're out here spewing bullshit and it's fucking the world up, and we need good information. People are hungry for good information. They're hungry for a more effective epistemology, and I am capable of filling some of that void because of my unique privileged experience. And I mean, I'm totally fucking privileged, and I'm psyched to be privileged and to have some of this information that I get to share with people and enrich their lives and give depth and color to the world around them. And
I'm gonna be honest. I've enjoyed listening to you.
Hopefully help protect them from some fucking charlatans along the way who are going to try and tell them that drinking their own fucking piss is a secret fucking ancient medical magical health secret.
The Brazilians are
like,
still
you laugh,
doing
but
it with
some
Brazilian
people
Jiu-Jitsu.
will
They picked it
fall
up from
for
the
that.
Japanese samurais, so they're still drinking
Yeah.
piss in many places still.
Fucking A. Tell me about it. There's places in the world where you can go get cancer treatments in the form of getting wrapped up in tobacco leaves, and they throw fucking tobacco juice on you, and they blow secondhand smoke in your face, and they call it divine cigarettes.
Well, I lived in the
cigarettes
Amazon for
are
3.5
gonna cause
years.
a miracle in your
I
body.
lived in the Amazon for 3.5 years, and in the Amazon, there's over 155,000 plant species known. About 300 are used for medicines, and about 80 are used to ingest. And so, you know, I've experienced many medicines of the Amazon. A curandero would be a jungle medicine. So we have to remember also at all times that these medicines that we take in chemical form today all have a plant origin, right? So, you know, there's a middle ground. I think you're, not to say like, it sounds to me like you're in the middle ground between like the balance of science and the understanding of the mystery, but it seems like you're more 60-40 on the, one day there'll be someone who can really argue the science, but then we'll also be able to comfortably say there is a great mystery, and even if humans live 10,000 or 1,000 or 50,000 more years, we may not solve, and we may uncover more mysteries than mysteries we solve. And could there be something bigger that connects it all? Sure, and if there was, that would be God, and if that would be great, but that doesn't mean that thing's talking to people in bushes. Like, if you could merge those two things together, that person would be the fucking grandmaster.
Yeah. You know what? I don't have a problem with people believing in God. I'm not like one of those theists who's like, oh,
You don't sound like you do.
rather.
That's my point.
Yeah.
You don't sound like
Yeah.
you do at all. I didn't hear you attack his idea of God in any way. You should have had him explain what God is. That would have been interesting, but
Yeah. No, I see that religion has utility. I've studied sociology. I know about, functionalism. There's function to religion. I'll admit that. I'll even admit that it probably played a pivotal role in human evolution.
religion it has done a lot of good and a lot of bad, right?
Yeah, for sure.
The same medicine, the same sword, the same knife that could be used to save someone's life or take someone's life. You could cut out a fucking poison out of someone and save them by bleeding them out, or you could cut an innocent person's throat. Right? It's just
absolutely.
Have you guys heard of the code written in the Bible when it says God told us the end from the beginning, and the very first word word in the Bible points to the cross?
What is the first word in the Bible? Tell me.
The first word in the Bible is in the beginning. In beginning. Beginning is the first word of the Bible. And if you spell it out in Hebrew, it points to the final letter being the cross. So it starts
told you
with
that?
it's interpreting Hebrew. It's a Hebrew
the word is Bereshit. And if
the
you go
Hebrew
type in
alphabet.
Bereshit Hebrew,
The
it doesn't
Hebrew
have cross,
alphabet
4 letters.
has numerical values, and it has a picture, and the pictures are explaining, and each letter adds up. So the word is Bereshit.
Yeah,
in the beginning. Bereshit, in the beginning. The first letter is a tent. It represents the flat earth. God came down. He has a crown. He had a crown, and he was strong like a bull, and he had teeth, and his hand was held out, and then it points to the cross. His hand is pointing to the cross. The
Listen,
final
Rocky,
letter.
I'm
So
going to
in the
say this
beginning,
as gently as
I'm
I
just
can.
telling you a
I'm gonna say
code
this as
in the
gently-
Bible.
I'm
that
going to
they
say
could
this
not
as
have-
gently as possible. The earth is not flat. I'm sorry.
It is.
Take
it is
as
flat.
much
Anyway,
time with
we're not.
you
I'm
need
not.
with that.
I'm not getting into the flat Earth right now. I'm showing you a code in the Bible that could not be there, and you believe in science, right? So you probably got all 3 of the boosters or something. But I'm not going to go there. You science worshiping bitches. I mean, you believe in the ball because they
fucking great.
evolution.
Dude. I love
evolution.
it, Rocky.
Evolution
This is-
depends on the
This
ball.
is an absolute clinic. This man's a
Evolution.
genius. Get him a microphone. Get him in front
Where
of
the Bible never
Stern
says
review
the
board.
Bible never
Sims is
says
getting
if
fucking
you're a
crushed
Christian
twice.
and you believe in the ball, you don't believe.
Yeah, you remember earlier when I was telling that Sam jackass that I was the one that changed people's name to doctor. I changed and PhD and all that. I put prophet as Rocky because he's obviously a fucking prophet. If you listen to this guy long enough, you're pretty sure you just heard Nostradamus and you just
You
don't
won't
know
be
what
able to
any-
communicate with the world, though. You won't be able to carry a normal conversation with
Yeah.
anyone on fucking Earth.
Hey, Ben, who
But-
else is in the back?
But you would find your own panel one day of a bunch
Who
of
else is in the
misfits
back?
and then somehow kind of blend in there.
Bozo
I
on
got
the panel. Bozo on the panel just popped in, and then we got Popo, aka Felix, which I'd swear is a familiar name, but he never cammed up to show me who it is or that it is not naked.
Okay.
Same size to you, Bozo on the panel.
I think that I really do need to get going because I gotta get to bed.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. The guest
Wait,
is
we can't
making
hear
its
you.
exit. Go
Yeah.
ahead and feel free. And the other guys could have done this too. Feel free to tell anybody where to find you, and we appreciate you coming on. Make your closing. Take as much time as you want, brother.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be quick. My name's Austin Sims. You can call me Austin. You can call me Sims. My channel is Scientific Origins. I talk about evolution, medicine, the shape of the earth, physics, I just science in general, and I try to get good information out there, and I talk about philosophy of science a lot, and I'm adding new videos every week. My channel is still pretty small, but it's growing quickly. So do feel free to come over and check it out and subscribe and watch some content, leave some comments, tell me if you disagree, tell me if you learned anything. And I love hearing from people, and I love talking to people in the panel sphere. So you'll probably see me around.
Austin,
Sims, before you go, can I ask you one question before you go?
Yeah,
It'll be super quick. It's super quick.
Address
Austin,
anything.
Because you're a scientist, right?
Sims? Austin J.
You're
Sims?
Austin C. Sims.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did Pangea happen?
Oh man. Okay. So that's not something I have memorized at the moment. I know.
Well, it's a joke. I didn't need you to literally answer.
I'm sure you can just look that right up on Google, right?
Rocky
Yeah,
told
'cause Rocky
it's an inside joke. It's an inside joke because Rocky tries saying that 70 AD. And so it's an inside panel.
Oh,
joke that we
okay.
all know-
Well,
that we all
here
get.
I can give you this fact then. This is interesting. Sauropod remains are found along the coastal edges of the places we think were the areas where Pangea was fused by the modern continent. So where the modern continents used to be fused together and in one piece, the sauropods lived, and then they died. And then when the continents separated,
Sauropods,
the coasts of those
you believe in
areas
dinosaurs?
have sauropod remains in them. So that's really strong evidence that the Earth was once one big landmass. Was there anything else you wanted to ask before I go?
Dragons.
I got something that I want to say.
You believe in dragons?
Awesome.
You believe in dragons?
Bro, get rid of Rocky. I sent you a cash app and trade him for any fucking buddy. I don't care.
That's ruthless, brother.
And you're down and out, Rocky.
That was cold-blooded.
Bozo on the panel, you were next in line, but you got to cam up for a second. Let me see you, so I know you're not going to crash my panel. Oh, okay. Yay.
I had one.
No, I
had a
just
couple
really
things
quick.
for-
I'll leave right after I say this. Balderson, when you said you smoked a bong with a Freemason, I thought that was the craziest shit I've ever heard. But seeing Sam's theological delusional teacher ass up here along with Rocky and the fucking false petitioner brick petitions. I love you guys. I love you guys so much. It's always good to see you guys. Be safe, okay? Be safe. Each and every single one of you. I love you guys. Be safe.
The best part is he's actually not got a shirt on, but since I know him, I was like, I know who this is.
Yeah,
Austin,
Yeah,
Austin,
Jody,
your
what's
YouTube
up?
page is Scientific Origins.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay,
We love you,
got it.
AJ.
You gotta announce these things better, man. I'm trying to find you in live and I can't find you.
At first, I just saw skin and I was like, gone.
Okay.
And then I saw his AJ. I was like, oh.
I wanted to say something to Austin, if I could.
Yeah.
Fuck you for making my boy spin. I almost have another seizure.
I didn't know.
That was his own
I
damn
won't
fault.
do that again. My bad.
That was his own damn fault. Shit.
But I completely love. I
agree
love
with
the way
you.
that
What are you
could
talking about?
like the way that you could break down the science of it. Like I'm a fucking moron, but I do understand words.
No.
And the way that you could break it down and dumb it down enough for us fucking simple-minded folk,
Bro,
I really appreciate that.
That's so kind of you. In my worldview, we're all morons. And if we're ever wise consistently, it's by just pure unbelievable luck or just insane levels of effort. So,
well, the funny thing was, you guys were
believe in
both
luck, but
arguing.
not God.
You guys were both arguing about the same fucking thing, and you could have
Yeah,
just
I
came
got
to
a ru-
agree.
yeah,
I got
bring it
a
in
real quick question.
What's up?
Real quick question. It's just a yes or no. You believe we're all monkeys, right, Sims? Do you believe black people are monkeys?
I think all humans nest inside of what's called the Archont group, which is a group of organisms that are lemur-like, monkey-like, and then they would nest inside of the ape group within that group, and then the
That's
hominid
the
group
longest
within
yes that I've
ape
ever heard in my life.
Hominoid.
It's
You should have
worthy
just
of-
said
it's
I'm
hominoid.
gonna glide right over this landmine. Just glide.
It's
You should've
worthy of
just
the
said
disambiguation because I would never call somebody like a freaking ape like that. That's clearly a loaded racial.
But you
term
would
when
But you're
you
not
use it.
denying it.
Only if you think it's racial.
Words.
Only if you think
mean
it's racial.
things Based
We're
on usage.
bipedal
I'm not.
hominoid.
I don't want to.
Hominoid.
That's
I'm not.
convenient.
I would
Right now,
describe-
you acting like an ape. You acting like a monkey just for.
I would.
No,
I
I'm
would
happy.
describe
I'm happy.
everybody
I hope I see
here
you
as
again,
a-
Sam.
I would describe everybody here as a human ape, and it
Welcome
would
to the
just carry-
gauntlet.
It would carry
Especially the black
zero
people.
negative connotation because I think apes are awesome. I think apes are incredible organisms. They're empathetic.
Hey,
They're intelligent. They
Only the
communicate.
people,
they
only the actual
socialize.
racists have to explain any of this shit, man. You have to say monkeys,
Exactly.
monkeys, not monkeys. I'm not thinking about
Well,
black
you're doing
people when I
too
talk
much,
about
bro.
monkeys.
No,
doing
he's
too much.
You know
trying
what?
to accurately
You know what I mean?
describe
Stop the.
It's
You're
an
making it sound
interesting
like you're a racist
question.
by
where we
explaining
came
that you
from.
love monkeys and orangutans and shit.
He's
Stop.
trying to explain like we
It's
don't really come
it's
from monkeys.
no,
I
we
Yeah,
know,
do.
I've
that's
been
not what
That's
the,
what I'm
that's not
trying
what
to
the tone
clarify.
of this whole conversation sounds to me. It sounds like a bunch of people.
So
guilty
here,
as-
let me give
Well, I
you the
guess you have to
scientific
clarify, you
answer
mean
to
old
yes,
world
they
monkeys
are.
or new world monkeys?
Sounds
We
like a bunch of
definitely
guilty
Yeah, old
white,
world
are not
sounds like some
connected to new
liberal
world
leftist white
monkeys.
Joe,
people
I
shit.
need your
Old world
laugh right now
monkeys,
so bad.
Catarrhine,
Hey, crack
Haploline,
baby, right? It sounds like
They
some
look
white
like
people
you're gonna
apologizing
piss
to the
us
hall
off.
during BLM riots and shit. What the fuck, dude?
The gauntlet woke up, sir. Welcome to the gauntlet. This is the dumpster fire hour.
Everyone's put on their fucking rainbow flag during the July, so they'll be called the
It's got nothing
anti-Semites.
to do with anything we're talking about.
What are you guys
Yeah,
talking
what
about?
we are is primatomorphin, archontic, primate, haplorhine, semiform, catarrhine, hominoid, hominid, hominine, bipedal Homo sapiens. In
I
the
believe you are a
genus
Homo sapien.
we have the bipedal movement
you're
is the
on the
most
homo.
recent evolution, and then the mental protuberance is also the most
Oh, I
recent
believe you're a homosexual.
Yeah, we're all in the genus Homo. We're all homos. So we might have to just deal with that.
That we are.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
not condone this. This
Hey,
type
Brick, why don't we let Brick's monkey ass tell us something?
Oh shit.
Well, with that, I think I'm gonna head out. It's nice talking to y'all.
God damn. Thank you very much,
Enjoy the
Sam.
panel.
And
Peace
now-
out.
We greatly appreciate your time, brother. Hope to see you again.
So see how you can
Sounds good.
say to anyone of any color and make everyone feel the same thing? Joey,
Great job.
Joey
No, in
tried
the
to
Marine,
explain that he
you know what?
has-
In the Marine Corps, we used to say everybody is green. We just different shades green. We don't care about the color because everybody was just green.
Because we're all doing fucking push-ups and being grunts and fucking it doesn't matter.
Fuck, why does fucking race matter at the fucking
Dude,
end
the
anyway?
dude with his face in the mud next to you with your face in the mud and both you miserable, you're just living it together. Doesn't matter after that. That's
I
why
live in the
Army
middle
does-
of nothing but white people. I ain't worrying about no damn because I'm one third of not even one fifth, hell, 1/10 of the fucking town of the blackness I am. When it's dark, it's because I am on my side of the town. That's why my town is dark.
Race accounts for less than 1% of the difference between different groups of humans. It's almost meaningless.
Yeah, but it counts for
You
90%
guys wanna
of
know
problems
something
because
funny?
of our ignorance.
You guys
True.
want to
I
know
won't
something
disagree
funny?
with you there, Omar. It's pretty spot on.
You guys want to know something funny? The shit that Rocky does when he's on screen with the like symbols and all that and all those things, he does that even when he's off the screen. Like the whole time I'm seeing him do this. He's like,
Yo.
He's backstage dropping the fucking magic on us.
Yeah.
Hey,
He is.
remember last night he kept casting spells, so I had to come out with the Jew magic to defend his fucking
Jew magic.
I brought the Jew magic out on his ass, and I was one step from grabbing my rabbi cloth and teaching him a Jew
the sign
magic
with the sign of Solomon.
Oh, he's hitting you with the clam slam now, guys. They're doing that. He's doing this number. He's hitting you with the clam slam.
I thought that was scissoring. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
that's
it
what I
was.
imagine.
That's a scissoring.
I love that. What are we
Yeah,
talking
the
about?
clam
This is called
slam.
blessing.
Rocky's solid,
This is
man.
blessing.
Rocky's
Well,
solid, you know.
That's
Yeah,
what I
I like
imagine
that.
Sam and Donnie fucked off to go do.
Oh, wow.
that guy-
Wow.
I think I would pay to have that asshole not be able to quit for an hour.
Oh, fucking ant. Oh, God.
Bro,
I think Clay literally paid to get Rocky off fennel.
Yeah,
Am
let's
I
let
right?
Brick tell us something.
He did the Lord's work.
Exactly.
thank fucking Brick.
Clay's a real Christian.
Yeah, that's Clay. Clay is doing the Lord's work.
He gave
I
he
see
gave his
Clay
10%.
understand Jesus more than any other Christian I've talked to in my life, actually.
You have 5 minutes left, Rocky, and then you.
No.
Clay, say something.
The Lord,
I would
the Bible
say
says.
that if we're all homogeneous, that would be the beginning. So we all started out being
Do you know what homo
homogeneous.
means in Latin?
One or something like that.
Man. It means man.
Yeah, one.
That doesn't mean one. It means man.
Okay, sure.
How do you,
You
say
know what it
woman?
means in Greek? You know what it means in Greek? Gay.
Okay.
It's all Greek to me.
Can I ask? Can I ask the panel something? What is a woman?
Oh god,
Bring spin, bring spin.
dude! Last night got zesty. Let's go.
Spin if you're out there.
Who got
We
their
need
ass
you.
whooped? I didn't get my ass whooped. Don't be bringing Dr. Hooligan's racist ass back here, dude. Stop summoning the devil, bro.
Yeah, bro. Last night we pulled the demons out of people. That's why I did it so fast tonight, because we warmed up with the angry Casper guy with the picture of his fucking cat talking shit about being a man.
Oh, yeah, how'd that go?
You're afraid to show your face.
Oh, Omar, you had me dying backstage, bro, when you and him were going at it.
Like, you don't even know what a man is. I'm like, a man's not putting pictures of a little neutered cat as his motherfucking face picture.
Casper is a character beyond the character beyond the character.
I don't even know who he is. It was just he came after me.
You know, now that I think about it, Casper and Sam they're kind of the same type of guy, though.
That's who we were
No,
talking
not
about.
really.
We're talking about
Casper ain't
the
a
way-
bad guy, no.
Nah, Casper's not bad. He's like got some weird ideas,
Guys,
but he's not a bad
I'm
dude.
not. I don't know who Casper is. I'm talking about my first experience was I was in the middle,
You're right,
in the middle
right.
talking. He joined the panel. And he goes, "Oh, so what I'm trying to say?" He just jumped right in, and then he basically kept accusing everyone of being aggressive while he was aggressive and being rude while he was rude. And then he was like playing this victim role, which the whole concept last night was red pill is gay, and the claim was that anyone who run these red pill, half of them blame women for everything. What's more gayer than a bunch of guys sitting around blaming women for all their problems?
Yeah, that's pretty gay.
That's as gay as it gets. And
Papo Felix, I gotta see cam up backstage for a second so that way I can see you.
Because in the second part is then those same men that get together and blame all women, they go, "We'll show them." and then they
okay,
beat
I
them.
do remember you. I fucking knew I remembered your name, dude. Thank you for
Okay.
reminding me. You're good.
Welcome, new person.
I was
Jody,
like,
I
swear
gotta say, man,
remember
I
that
was really impressed with your question to Sims, though.
You guys got bloody lucky. Rocky was only 2 minutes off from coming back in. You're lucky that
Impressed by what?
Rocky
The
goes,
question you gave to Sims about the bacteria coming out of the sea.
Well, nobody could definitively say what created that, you know.
Well, so like he was trying to tell you, like
I would say
abiogenesis
not.
is a frontier of science. It's really largely hypothesis right now. There isn't a start to finish explanation for how life came about. There may never be one because
it's
Right.
Basically,
have been proven wrong.
But
basically what it is, Jody, is the
wait, I can't
speculation.
understand anybody.
Basically, what it is, Jody, is the speculation that life had to begin. There's life, so it had to have begun. That's just a fact. And so then the speculation is it began a simple life that just basically popped into existence. So then there's an admittance now that life did start somewhere, and where the problem with that, with the evolutionary train, then is if that happened. If we're now admitting that happened once, why did it only happen once? Why didn't it happen 100 times? And was
Well,
every
that's-
form of life that popped into existence exactly the same? Why would there not be distinct possibilities of evolutionary lines that were not intermixed whatsoever? And so it starts creating a whole bunch of, but you've got to kind of study it and look at
well,
it.
that was
one
kind of
thing at
my
a time.
point. That was kind of my point of that question was like something in the Bible. It was like God created his divine creation was man, but they don't say it. It doesn't end there. It says on earth. So why couldn't God create life on other earths, other planets?
And it is in heaven too.
You
So
see-
Well, we
You see what-
I mean, what says he didn't? I mean, I'm not going to argue with that.
exactly.
But, there's about as much evidence. Well, actually, there's less evidence for God starting life than there is for abiogenesis. And abiogenesis
No,
doesn't
but you're
have much either.
You're presupposing biblical Abrahamic God. You're not supposing all aspects of God. You're picking one thing and classifying.
It doesn't matter. A creator named by any name.
It actually does matter.
I actually don't care what you call the creator.
Yeah.
It does matter, because if you're you're limiting, because the problem with the precept argument is they go with this Aquinas like first mover, right? So when you say
Right.
first mover, you're presuming that there was something that didn't move. And so that actually is a mirror of their limited argument of Jesus is God and God is Jesus and therefore the universe, right? But if you go-
You're getting
hold
into
on,
the 5
if you
ways.
step- I'm almost done. If you step back further to the larger understanding, which the Hebrew people had, which was in the form of El or El Elyon, right? The Almighty creator, then you would understand that what the highest understanding is in the beginning there was a word, but that word is still being spoken, meaning all creation, everything that ever existed is still inside of that word that is ever present and everlasting, right? So that type of God level goes right in line with science aspect, because when I say God's the answer, that's what I'm talking about. So there's a degree to it, Ant.
What are you trying to say that is different from what?
That's everyone.
Because I'm addressing their claim, right? That they believe there was a
Could I please?
creator that.
Because
Oh, no,
if you
stop,
haven't
stop.
got it yet, then I don't think you're ever going to get it, right? So when Shaman is saying that you're not understanding it from the perspective of what most people in the whole belief system outside of religion understand it as, is that you're taking what pastors and preachers have told you and then attributing it to what you could attribute it to, but you're not taking it from the perspective of a strict belief or faith understanding.
I don't care. It doesn't fucking matter.
No, and
That's the point. You don't care.
Seconds.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is, when everyone says God, we all of us presuppose Abrahamic God, right? And all I'm
I
saying
don't
is
care which God it is. I don't care which creator you call your creator.
He doesn't care.
Because the concept doesn't change.
Yeah, you're right.
Or
Clay,
either
it doesn't
talking
matter.
about,
It doesn't
we're either
matter.
talking about a
It's just how
divine
you think it
origin
does.
for life
Says, "I don't
or a
care,"
natural
and he
origin
legit
for
doesn't
life.
care.
It's that
At that
fucking
point,
simple.
he doesn't care about the evidence. He doesn't care about
You're right.
reason. He doesn't care about
Well,
logic.
no, he's just saying he doesn't care which God we name it. That it's either.
I think that's what
I'm
he's
saying
saying,
he doesn't understand God. Is my point.
I don't.
All right.
I don't need
Can we at least hear
to.
his
Exactly. You don't
opinion?
need to. See,
Can we at
Ben,
least
that's
hear
what I'm
his
saying.
opinion?
Is he's
Please,
not
right.
going by your definition of he doesn't
All right.
care.
Can we at least
He's
hear his
going by
opinion so
that
we can get?
doesn't matter what
It's not
kind of God
important
it
to the
is.
argument.
He doesn't have a desire
It's
to
100%
understand it.
important to the
Meaning
argument.
he doesn't
Because
care.
if I say
Look,
bicycle,
we can't fully
if the debate's
attack his
about
argument if we don't
bicycle,
hear the
you know
full
what kind of
argument.
bicycle we're
Let
talking
the
about.
man
Electronic
finish his
one or
argument,
big-
though,
Yeah.
so we can fully attack
Yo,
his argument.
Exactly. Let him fully go.
Listen, I'm talking about the origin of life, right? We have one of two explanations. We either have a naturalistic explanation that follows the laws of nature as we understand them, or we have a theistic explanation where some sort of divine entity began life in some mechanism somehow. I'm not trying to say who it was or explain how it worked. It was just simply laying out the two modes that we are looking at this from. That's all. And I don't know why you kept trying to fight me on it.
He was
Because
just
it doesn't conflict with what you're really saying. You want to add in all of this stuff that just doesn't fucking matter.
He was just
Are there any other
appreciating my
options,
question, guys.
There's probably sure if you have some more options, throw them in there, quick. It's fine. I wasn't limiting it to two.
Okay,
I'm just saying these are the-
off. There's
It's a true
agnostic.
dichotomy. There's
right?
only two options.
The
It's
I
either the
don't know.
natural
No,
or
it's not a true
supernatural.
dichotomy.
Then
This
there's
is not-
also the I
again,
don't
guys,
care what you just
guys,
posed.
okay, so let me clarify with his kind of strong, but not on purpose. When anyone today is mostly talking about God, they're fucking going with the monotheistic component
That is Santa Lucy.
of Abrahamic, which is the fucking Aristotle fucking shit. What I'm talking about
No, it's
is
not.
the
Aristotle
different
didn't believe in God.
of God,
Not
which
not
ties
the
into
not the
all-
Abrahamic God.
which ties
No,
into
hold on.
all the
I can-
science, which ties into the concept of black matter known as ma'at, which ties into all the fucking science, and you cannot argue that. And there
Well,
is that-
you can make
about,
you
like,
can try to
every
make
God
associations between scientific concepts and religion. I'd be happy to hear them, but you can't just say
well,
that
no,
they're
you wouldn't be
connected.
happy to
You
hear
actually
them
have to
because you interrupted
demonstrate
every
it.
single time and said, no,
Well,
that's not
based
what I
upon
know.
it's based upon reason.
Because you talk forever, you gish
Welcome
gallop
to
like
the
a
gauntlet,
motherfucker.
gentlemen.
But I don't mean to do that, Ants, I promise.
Hold on,
If we-
hold on.
if-
Who just
look,
said that? What'd you say?
Adamski said something.
What?
I said, welcome to the gauntlet.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair.
But if we take this
dumpster
from
fire,
a strictly
baby.
look, if we take this from a strictly philosophical understanding, okay, so you've got philosophy, you've got religion, you got politics, right? So philosophy houses
What's
religion
politics
and
got to do with reality?
so philosophy houses religion and politics. Okay, everything that you believe or understand is either under politics or religion, which is housed under philosophy. All of science itself and mathematics is housed under philosophy. So if you don't have a basic understanding of philosophy, then you're never going to make it under understanding anything.
This has nothing to do with what.
Understand what you are talking
There's two
about.
ways we.
So when I'm
there's-
talking
according to
about,
Kant, no,
when
brother,
I
according to Kant,
specifically,
there's two
when I'm
ways that we obtain.
specifically,
There's
You're
two ways
babbling.
we obtain knowledge,
look,
brother.
when I'm
There's two-
no, it's not
no,
babble.
there's-
If we're
there's-
actually
You are
trying to
babbling.
understand and
There's two
define
ways
things,
that we
it's not
obtain knowledge.
babble.
There's
But if you just don't care,
You're just
then,
talking
you know,
to talk.
where
You
do
haven't
you
said a
stand?
thing.
There's only two
If you
ways that
just
we
don't
Either
care, where
way,
does your stand?
both sides look.
Clay.
Either way, both sides is getting some type of information from from somewhere where you have to depend on that knowledge from somewhere else. We're not just so none of us can actually go outside right now and detect and do the physical work to say this is what's actually true. So no matter what, we're taking it as from what we've learned through whether it's the holy word, through whatever God you have, or whether it's your science. Either way, we're taking that and taking it as granted.
Science is testable with repeatable experiments.
But
has
you
science
never-
ever
you
lied to
don't-
us
Clay,
whatsoever?
let me
So
clear
then
that for you,
what
brother.
stance do you
You
have?
seem confused.
Okay,
There's two
hold
ways
on.
that we
that
there's two
those
ways.
guys were talking
Okay, there's
about
two
tech. You
ways
can't
that we
you
obtain
can't
knowledge.
get a
You're all talking at the same time.
with an
Hold on,
atheist.
hold on, brother. There's two ways that we obtain knowledge. Okay, this is like Kantian logic right here. So you have empirical knowledge, which we get through the scientific method, and you have practical certainty, which is where your philosophy and everything else comes from. And knowledge comes from either one of those two places. So that's it. And as far as the supernatural versus natural, Omar, it's about exhausting the logical possibilities. So however you want to frame it within that particular axiom, you can do that. You can diversify it and make it as fractal as you want. But there really are two logical possibilities, either the natural or the supernatural. Within that dichotomy, you can then say, well, according to our supernatural, we're going to take the Abrahamic version, or we're going to take the Jewish version, we're going to take the Taoist version, or so on and so forth. But the logical possibilities, there really is a true dichotomy. It's either a natural explanation or a supernatural explanation.
I mean, hold on, guys. He just asked me direct. Can I just respond? Okay, objective ethics. That was amazing. Good to see you, by the way. I understand what you're saying. So what we have to do is, if we take it by your worldview, then we're looking at the universe as distinct parts, similar to how the Christians would say God is three distinct persons. What I'm saying is that universal creation in all of its entirety is omni-creation. It's a singular creation. So if you were to go into like the philosophical component, what I'm saying would be closest to something called process theology. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, it's coming from like Neoplatonism and the Plotinus, the one, or you could look at Spinoza's substance monism, for example.
Yeah, that stuff. So
Yeah.
mine's not exactly that, but that's the direction that I'm going, if that makes more sense.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, I've
pretty
heard
much,
a few
he's
different
pretty much
models
monist.
built off of that, and it's really interesting because when people start to break them down, to me, it sounds to me like people are like claiming a difference without a distinction. Does that make sense? Which is technically
It does.
Like,
Yeah. No, that's
yeah, they're,
that
like,
would
saying,
be, that
they're
would,
saying it's different, but when you actually get
Yeah.
down to the nuts and bolts of it, they're not making a clear distinction. So they're just
Yes.
relabeling it. Now, I'm not saying you're
okay.
doing that, brother.
No,
because I haven't
you're
heard
right.
Your model.
By default, I am. So you're absolutely right, and that would be the exact singular argument against what I'm saying. But in what you just said is actually my argument. That's my point. My point is that whether you look at the spiritual component, the consciousness component through any religions or any existence of mankind, or look at the universal component, ultimately universe means all matter in space, right? Seen and unseen, but universe is matter. Matter becomes particles, and particles of atoms. And when you look at things in the subatomic level, everything disperses into a oneness. And that's exactly my argument, is I'm saying that ultimately when you break it down, it does all disperse into a single oneness of existence. An omnipresent, continuous, ever moving mover of consciousness, matter, material. And what I would also add in is spirit, which cannot be proved to disprove other than something like emotions and things we talked about earlier. So that's what I would say.
Well, I do feel like
That's true. That has to include Jesus Christ.
I do feel I do feel like quantum physics does actually really open the door to a lot of really interesting conversations when it comes to oneness and monism and stuff like that. The question I would have, though, is whether or not you take the idealist or non-dualist position, however you want to frame it, as do you think consciousness is fundamental or emergent? Because that makes a huge difference in the worldview itself.
Fundamental.
Yeah.
That's why I'd asked the guy earlier about consciousness, because that was like my whole thing.
Yeah, I didn't want to
explain that.
I try to be respectful and polite, and the gauntlet isn't really the place for that. It's kind of
me too.
Throw my hat in the ring here.
No.
Is everything mankind does natural?
There is no evidence for a material world.
To answer that question, I would say that what we continue. So just a real quick precursor. So quantum mechanics, right, or quantum physics. Would you say that it existed because we discovered it, or existed before we discovered it?
Yeah, that's a really fair question, and I'm actually still working on my own epistemology with that, because I'm struggling with.
Okay, hold on, I got you. That is a fucking profound, and no one has the right answer to that. Correct? No one ever will.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if logic and mathematics are a priori necessarily, right? As in the metaphysical building blocks that hold up reality, or if they're simply just a necessary part of reality. And I'm not sure how to best argue for that position, because I do tend to see myself as a metaphysical naturalist, but I don't have the argument for it.
Exactly. And here's my point. This is my point. Okay, this is the concept of the chicken and the egg, right? And so when you go to the ancient, the further back, when not Egypt, Al-Kemet, which is where alchemy came from in chemistry, when you go to the ancient understandings in the Upanishads, they actually have a pretty fucking great explanation for a lot of the stuff that we're now discovering and applying into the quantum fields, which is the craziest thing. And so then the question is, did they somehow know things we didn't know? Or did they just ponder things with less distraction and come to the same conclusion, which I think I've come to, which I think you're pointing to as well? No one will ever be able to tell us which one comes first pertaining to the consciousness. And at the same time, that's where the concept of something other non-physical things that we've always known or doubted, etc., such as a soul, for example, when you throw all that into one pot, the way I look at it would be in the principle of polarity. And so in one aspect, duality exists because things materialize and they live in the material and the non-material through this perspective of consciousness. But pretend that you were a different form of a consciousness, you would have, but the existence of both laws existing at the same time would exist. The quantum and the universe and the unseen universe, the ma'at, the substance, the dark matter.
So I have a question in regards to that, and maybe OE, you can chime in on it too. Within physics and just reality in general, there tends to be this always ever pointing arrow in a direction with typically everything. And so when it comes to the mind or, a omnipresent mind or whatever you want to call it, a God factor, right? It seems to be like every time we delve into the thought of it being a thing, it always comes back in my mind that there's this arrow pointing to yes. Of course, we can't prove that, but then if that be the case, that it's this ever pointing arrow, just like with everything else in reality and physics, doesn't it seem pretty natural to start to believe that?
They can't perceive that.
And quickly in back, we got one of our favorites, Salty Santa. And
that guy.
If somebody wants to torture the panel, we got Rocky. $10 to bring either one of them up. And go ahead, gentlemen.
Rocky's actually.
Objective ethics, real quick. On Balderson's channel, we're going to start doing not, I would say philosophical, but like esoteric, occult, and like these types of conversations. You don't have to come up for that. I believe
Where
you can
it's a
ask Balderson.
discussion, not a debate. It's a
It's
discussion.
just a
so
dive.
It's not,
because
it's not an open panel either.
Ultimately, what I just said proves and disproves my statement of a quote God, because it dissolves into one thing, which is existence, right? And so, and then at the same time, it proves what objective ethics is saying. That's my point. It's like in my book, it says,
Can you get a definition for metaphysical naturalist?
in my book, it says, knowing that the unknown is known to the one, meaning existence. That's how we know a God exists. And it's like, because we know the mystery is not a mystery to something.
That's the problem.
Because we
have
know
no knowledge of
mystery
God.
is not a mystery to something else. That's how that something is what I'm talking about. Meaning that when we
how many
discover
people
something,
in here are deeply religious?
Are
Bro,
you,
when
are
I-
you tapping into, Omar, just by chance, are you tapping into taking a little bit from Plotinus and being as the first principle, that there is no becoming, there's only being?
So I
Okay,
don't know,
guys, hold
but
on,
last
hold
time-
on. Howard sends in the big 100 Croners. Bring up Rocky and kick ass. Sorry, not sorry.
Oh
All
shit!
right.
Oh
Well,
goddamn!
then good night.
Let's get
I'm not-
it. Let's
You're,
get
you,
into
you done
it,
for the
baby.
night, then, Ant? Love
Yeah,
you,
it's
brother.
already late. I don't feel like waiting around, and I can't
No
stand
problem.
listening to Rocky.
See you
Love
later,
brother.
Ant.
Fucking retard.
Later, Ant.
Get
Later.
into it. It's about to get
Oh
screaming.
boy,
I
buckle your
wanted to fucking-
seatbelts,
I
gentlemen.
wanted
It's
to
gonna get
ask
rocky.
I wanted
Objective
to ask
ethics.
everybody on panel how religious they were, because if they found out that
Everybody's
aliens were
religious.
real, if they would be crushed.
well, aliens could
There's
easily
plenty of
be the
non-humans in the
Anunnaki
Bible,
or
so
the Elohim from the Bible. That doesn't mean they
If
created the
they're-
universe.
That's what I. That's
Well,
kind of what I was trying
I'll
to
give you
get
my
at, but I've
answer,
been
Jody.
patient.
I'll give you my answer,
Yes,
Jody.
sir.
I mean, my faith in God is real and it's deep, but I'm not against aliens being real. You know, the universe is massive. Who am I to say they're not?
We are the aliens.
That's just an
and-
ignorant thought.
So it would not discourage you from God.
You are
Well,
the
the
fallen
aliens
No,
told me to
because like
tell
I've
you
had
to
this
believe in
conversation with
Jesus
my mom,
Christ.
who's really religious, and she freaked out about it if it was ever real. And I said, well, you know, if God created us and aliens are real, well, then God created those aliens, and whatever their religion or whatever their belief will be is their interpretation of God
Unless
Thank you
the
very
aliens
much.
came and created
or some
man,
higher
they
power. I
created
shouldn't
God.
say God. I say, well, you know, I keep it simple.
Well, that's
Hey, what if the aliens that created
That's
man
just
in the
a
Garden of
word.
Eden created God for us too?
If we are
Wait, what was that, Omar?
Anunnaki talk.
Yeah, or the
Not
Elohim.
possible.
Either way, no, it's Anunnaki or Elohim. The ironic part is that the Anunnaki conversation of the Nephilim support the Bible story of the gods
Yeah.
bred with the daughters of man. So it's one and the same, in my opinion. But
Yeah, I
the
mean
name-
that goes straight to the Book of Enoch right there. If you really want to go,
exactly.
Yeah.
And what
that's
if
where it will
what
go.
if the Elohim,
Yeah.
the gods, the Anunnaki created God for us to manage us?
But I'm saying global wide.
Somebody still had to create them though.
Exactly.
Global
But
wide
they
fear
understood
is
a
what I
different
was
point
trying
of
to
God,
ask
but they don't even know what
everybody.
God is.
Which will be
And so they
which
tell
will
us
be
a
called
lesser version.
the fallen one. That's
The whole
why they said the
universe
fallen
is
one.
consciousness thinking it knows what God is. Don't you understand? The whole game is everyone thinks they know
Jesus
what
Christ
God is, and
sealed
no
who
one
God
does,
is.
except for
But
Rocky.
not
Go ahead,
everybody
Rocky.
thinks. Oh fuck! I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, but some-
I know someone who
Yeah,
thinks
but
that.
some people
Hold
worship
on. Hold
God.
on.
That's the
Hold
difference.
on. Wave philosophy comes in with the big five. According to Christianity, God's properties are eternal. Thus, wouldn't it be reasonable to presume that he eternally creates by that paradigm? And we have Darth Thoraine's back and Salty Santa for anybody that wants to see them up on the panel. Anybody got any comments to wave philosophy?
That
Yes.
actually is.
I would
that is
agree with
actually
that.
Spot on for what. That's accurate. It's 100% accurate. So the beginning, obviously, there's a beginning, but then after that, there are things that are in creation that are considered eternal.
And we are actually establishing what's good and evil. That's part of our role as human.
Hold
mankind,
on,
whatever.
Clay. Clay, what in the universe is eternal?
So in the universe itself was not created to be destroyed.
But something must have always existed.
Well, what was that,
by
Clay? Because you
definition.
cut out a little.
I said the universe, the earth, human beings, according to the scriptures were not created to be destroyed.
Right. I'm saying in the physical realm, though, what in the universe is eternal? Not the spiritual, the physical.
Yeah, I just answered that.
There's no
So
physical.
the universe.
Yeah, but
the
you're
earth,
wrong, because in the
human
physical
beings-
universe, everything is finite.
Sir,
Everything has an end. Planets,
sir, in
stars,
the
universe.
scriptures- The scriptures. Okay. Understand
right.
what the scriptures say.
There are numerous.
Oh, I understand that. I was asking in our world, in our physical world, just as men, what would
There
be
are-
So
eternal
what
about the universe?
specifically is
Because it's
destroyed?
expanding.
There
What-
are
what
multiple
specifically is
cosmological
destroyed?
models. There are multiple cosmological models that account for an eternal universe, including like a false vacuum model, which actually requires infinite time to then where you get through a quantum fluctuation, you get then a new bang, and that requires infinite time. You get a true vacuum out of that.
Oh,
There's a
really?
big bounce model. So there are, and I'm not saying any
Or
of
at
these.
least in the
These are all
bins.
theoretical in nature. So I'm not saying this is fact per se. We need to keep that in mind. But there are numerous cosmological models that do account for an eternal universe.
Yep. Exactly. Thank you, OE.
I'm not trying to sound like I'm attacking you. I'm just, that was just my question. I don't mean to come off as.
I agree. I agree with that. What you just said. I don't see it as an attack. You were actually asking a genuine question, but the model there does not, in the scriptures, does not remove an
Might have been
eternal
barking at
universe.
you,
So there's two understandings of the word eternal,
Yeah, he
right?
put
So
me
there's
on
the
while I was in the
eternal
back.
that's never created, but then there's the created eternal, which goes on forever.
The potential
Technically, there's no
infinite.
such thing as created eternal, because if it's matter, then it's not eternal. That's the difference between the spirit and the material. That's the
So
whole thing with God.
so if I hold on, if something's created and it never gets destroyed, is that eternal?
Yeah, but no, that's not how. Didn't we get into this before?
I
think
mean,
we got
there's
into this
literally
before.
two definitions for eternal.
So, okay.
Guys,
Potential infinite, you're saying.
trying to
Okay,
describe
so eternal. Okay. Let me answer.
Spinning
In
ball.
Hebrew, the
Is that the
nehet is
firmament,
eternal.
Rocky?
Well, but in ancient Egypt,
Yeah, this is the
the
firmament.
eternal is the jet, right? And
Oh, I
jet
thought it was
means-
racist symbolism.
the jet in ancient Egypt in Al-Kemet clay means unchanging and completely permanent. So the original oldest understanding we have of eternal means completely permanent, unchangeable. Matter changes. Therefore, it
So
can't
what
be
in that definition is saying uncreated?
No,
No,
continuing forever.
no one. That's two things. That you're adding eternal to.
That's what I'm
to not-
asking. I'm asking.
No, but
so the definition
com-
there is not including uncreated, right?
no, because that's
Okay, so then
uncreated is eternal.
Does
That's
it
my
does
point.
it include created?
Yes, created is matter, material, universe.
So
it is not
so
eternal.
there's two definitions.
That's
of
why God
eternal
exists.
first.
One is God, and second is His creation. You're arguing the God point. That's my. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we
Everything
obviously
is material.
agree on the baseline here. What
Yeah,
I'm
but you're
telling
arguing
you
for the atheist.
is that there's two definitions of eternal, and this is where what OE was explaining is like, well, there's the completely like always existing model of the universe that is possible that physics
No, but that's my
talks
Clay, Clay,
about.
Clay,
But
that's my
then there's-
point. No, Clay, that's my point. The science trick is to have us agree that something that was created is also uncreated, meaning eternal. The point is
Yeah, but
that-
they
hold on.
recognize what that means.
I
Is all I'm
know,
saying.
this is my point. This is my point. If we believe that everything had to exist because nothing can come from something, right? I mean, sorry, nothing can be created. Something cannot be created from nothing. Okay, means that something had to exist. Now
Correct.
that is
Correct.
eternal,
Yeah.
right? And everything that's been created in our, we can measure from our five senses, and any machines that look through the five senses is called not eternal because it's been created. Therefore, something that had to be eternal to create all the created. Science would tell you, no, that's all eternal and all matter. No.
Well, no,
because
because understand that just because it was created doesn't mean that it will be destroyed. Not being
means it
destroyed
can be
is the part
destroyed.
that
That's
makes
why
it
it's not
eternal.
eternal. No,
Not being destroyed is what makes it not eternal. I mean, eternal.
No.
Yeah.
Must be
Yeah.
a
Being able to
person.
be
No,
destroyed
means
means
lasting
not
forever.
eternal.
It doesn't have anything to do whether it's
Oh my
created or
God.
has
Can
a
it be
beginning.
destroyed?
It just
Can it be
means
destroyed?
lasting forever.
Can it
It
be
means
destroyed?
it's always transitioning, Clay. It
No.
doesn't mean it's destroyed
Can it
or
be
not
destroyed?
destroyed.
No. Can a rock? It transitions. Can it be destroyed?
That's
There's a
matter.
conservation of there's a
No,
universal
guys, if
conservation of
something can be
energy and
destroyed,
matter.
it's not eternal by definition. Is my point.
Yeah,
but
The
there's
energy
there's
does not
there's
get
a
destroyed.
conservation
Sir.
of energy
Energy is a
and
part
matter.
of God. That's my point.
We know there's a
Okay.
conservation
So
of
then we
energy.
agree.
But there's actually a
Science
Well,
attributes energy.
the point I was
Energy
making
exists in
about the
the physical
universe and
world.
it
No,
being
here's my
eternal
point.
is that there is this thing called entropy, and at some point the universe will have like a
Energy
heat
exists in the
death.
physical world.
Okay,
but there's also
science attributes
conservation
energy
and the
into matter.
the law of
That's
conservation.
my point. It's
Yeah.
not part of matter.
But energy is ever present.
That's part of
But
God.
energy
not
is
matter.
only
Thank
one
you.
expression of what
Energy
So then it's
can be
eternal.
neither created nor destroyed, and there's
Energy
a
is eternal.
conservation.
Here's
No,
the real
that's
world.
you said
Universe
matter.
created
Energy is not
matter.
matter. Yes, it's energy is eternal.
I
It's not
never
matter.
actually
Thank you.
said matter.
But
I'm
Not
saying
once
matter
did
is
I
not
say
eternal.
matter. You
You guys,
brought up
because
matter.
remember,
Created
E
means
equals MC
energy is
I
not
squared.
didn't
created.
say matter.
Energy
Energy
times
is not
Hey,
created.
Jody,
squared
I didn't say matter.
Energy
Energy is
cannot
not
be
Hey,
created.
Jody,
Sorry.
would you like a sandwich today?
I never
'Cause,
once
mean,
said
I want to
matter.
know if it's
Energy
Not even
cannot be
once.
created, buddy.
know what the fuck is going
I
on.
never
Energy
said
can't be
matter.
created.
I
You've
know you
said that
can't
4
hear me over
times.
these
You've
other
said that
guys
4
Energy-
times. No one said you
always
said matter.
transitioning.
Energy cannot
I
always
never
be
said
created.
matter.
Doesn't mean
Energy
Yeah.
it's
can be
not
converted
Six
to
destroyed.
times.
matter.
No
There's
one
a
said matter.
conservation.
No one said matter. Energy cannot
Energy
be
can be
created.
converted to matter. The law of conservation applies. Energy matter to conservation applies to the conservation of energy because E equals
But they
MC squared. You
translate
know that.
between each other. E equals MC squared.
That's what I just
buy
said.
into
They can
that law.
transition. They can transition between each other. It doesn't mean they're destroyed, Clay.
Where's your little sign?
I never
Oh my
claimed
God.
that it was
Clay never
destroyed.
said matter.
I
Clay
don't know
never
where this
said
is
matter
coming
can-
from.
Clay-
It's not
Clay
actually
never said-
something
Well,
that I
maybe I
claimed. Why
misunderstood
are
you, but there were only five people talking. So
Santa, what are you
maybe I'm too
saying
slow
right now?
for that.
What are
He
you
keeps
saying right now?
accusing me of making a claim I didn't make against him. 6 times he repeated it, and you're making the 7th time. I never said it. Santa just called you that, said that.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking
I didn't
Santa,
say
what is he
about
actually
matter. I
saying?
said it can transition, and that's
Yeah,
what
okay.
E equals MC squared says.
No, the question is, can
Anything else,
energy be
Einstein?
destroyed? The answer is no. That's why energy is not a part of the
Did
universe.
you get
It's
that
not part of
clue there,
matter.
Sherlock?
Energy is a part of the creator.
Are you
not
working for the
created.
FBI now?
Yeah, are you
Jesus.
just going to talk over people to create
Well,
confusion?
I'm trying to understand
Yeah.
what you're trying to tell me, but you keep talking over me and Omar.
Well, that's because
but-
I didn't want to sit back for 30 minutes watching Oprah while you
Yeah,
two
but
go
we
back
were
and
going
forth.
back and forth.
I know.
And I understand that you want to step
It's the
in.
Rick show.
No,
It's
you built
always
a
the
straw
Rick
man
show.
against
No
me.
problem
We
with
weren't
that.
going
if
back
you
and
just
forth.
talk over me.
Clay, you
And
built a
Oh,
straw
well,
man
you
against
talk
me.
over people all the time. You don't like it.
No, I really
you
don't.
dish it out, but you
No,
don't
I
like
really
taking
don't.
it.
No,
You
really don't. You
don't?
just
Oh, okay.
came right in,
Yeah.
like butting your
It
head
ain't the
into a brick
salty
wall.
Santa, it's the angry
Equals
Santa.
MC
Broke your
squared.
head and
Santa
into
got
a
tired
brick
of
wall.
watching the
Yeah.
straw man
It
you were creating.
transitions. See, we're all talking over each other. Isn't that grand?
No,
Now,
Santa.
I happen to agree with Omar on this one. You said something
Omar
about destroyed. What
is
did you
what
say
just
about
happened.
destroyed? I'm asking
What?
you a question, Clay.
Are you?
Exactly.
Or are you just making a statement?
I
ask
don't
you a
need
question?
to play for you, boy. Answer
One,
the
one,
question.
one or the
or
other.
not.
Are you making a statement? 'Cause you've been
damn.
making this statement.
I
for the
asked
past
you a straightforward
5
question.
minutes.
Just answer it. What did
What's
you
the
mean
question?
by destroyed? I
What?
didn't hear it clearly. You said
didn't-
something about being destroyed. I think in
Oh, I
relation
said
to whether or not it
something
was
about
eternal.
being destroyed. Okay, what specifically?
I heard it as it was in relation to something being
Yeah,
eternal.
you hear a lot of things. I know.
Well, God damn it, answer the question.
What's the question?
I've asked it 3 times
When we were
now.
talking about Clay,
you
when I
said
asked you
something.
how is the
No, I
universe
said.
eternal?
He's asking
you said
what
you said something about something about something. I don't know what
Is
to
the
tell you.
earth a
Clay,
ball?
you know what he said. that. Come on, you were saying that you were saying that energy or matter could be destroyed. Which one are you saying can be destroyed or can't be destroyed?
I didn't say either.
So matter can't be destroyed?
It's not like that. Okay. So I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna try to speak so that the layman's can understand.
I got a scripture on that.
Oh,
and try to-
yeah, okay.
Let him do it. Let him go. Let him
Make
go.
sure
Play.
and make sure
Let me
that
lay
he's
out that sixth
understanding
grade
which is
education
accurate.
for me.
Bro,
Okay.
what are we doing here? You're just
Bible
gonna talk
says
over?
I'm doing just what you do.
Bible says.
So what
Okay,
it
okay,
is,
so then
you
I'll
want
just
to
do
lay
that.
out
I
an
don't know,
ad hominem.
I'm in a
I'm going to
hotel
make it simple for the
lobby, bro. Like,
layman here.
I don't know what you want from me, bro.
Well, what? I got my
I want
helmet
you
on.
to
You want to suck my
speak
dick?
without talking
You want to
like
suck
a
my dick?
girl.
You want to suck my dick? Is that what you want?
No, I
Okay,
want
then
you
shut
to
the fuck
answer
up.
like a man.
Clay,
You don't
Do
need to
not
throw
fear
the ad
man,
hominem in
Hey,
but
there.
You have to
hey,
be
hey,
calm.
hey, hey,
destroy
hey.
Man, the light of Christ is big in you, eh?
all
Zip. In order to
Then
hear,
answer.
you have to close the mouth.
soul.
You
This is
might
just
try
how it
it.
works.
See, I can do what
It's
you
just
do.
how it works, bro.
I
Like, I don't know
asked you
what
a
to tell you.
question.
What are you
Just
doing?
answer
What are you doing?
what you do.
Why don't you scream it?
Well, I was
Whatever it
asking the
is.
question, and then now Santa's asking the same question. So if you're not going to answer, let's move on to
Yeah.
something else because it's been like 10 minutes of the same.
Yeah, because you don't even know the question you're asking.
I know,
Santa.
and you accused me of a straw man 6 times, and he's asking the same question.
No,
You just
I
didn't
don't
which
know
way you were
what I don't
taking.
know what he's even asking.
Do you know what I was asking?
Yeah.
Can man
Can
destroy
energy be
the
destroyed?
soul?
Well, I mean, you could have asked like 10 questions between here and there.
Can
No,
energy be
energy is
destroyed?
not destroyed. Energy is always
Clay,
conserved.
energy can't be destroyed. That's the answer. Okay, so it's not a fucking gotcha. No
Yeah.
one.
It's not like
can't
that
be
either. No,
energy
it's
cannot
not
be
like
destroyed. Are you arguing
It's
it
not
can?
like that. Listen.
It is.
So,
hold on. I haven't said
Omar,
what
what
it's
you're
like
saying
yet.
is that energy is
Hold on,
not
Clay.
destroyed;
I
it's
didn't
converted.
say what it's like or not like. You haven't even let
Energy
me
can be
fucking.
converted to matter and vice
Bro, what
versa.
are you
Energy and matter is
you're
always
arguing
conserved.
with a face. That's
Thank
all
you.
you're
Listen to
doing.
me.
Clay,
Listen.
you're interrupting. Tell me it's not
And
like
Rocky's
like
over
what?
there with the
Like
fucking
what?
quacking.
Like what?
It's so fucking
Well, it's
ridiculous.
It's
Let me
not like what?
listen to
Tell
me
me.
for a second.
Honestly.
Listen to me
I've
for a
been
second.
I've been hand sitting I've been hand sitting
right
with
here.
them.
Some straight
Bible
up goofy
says.
ass shit.
I don't even
Right.
know what the
Bible
fuck
says
he's
if you
saying,
want to
but he's
have a
doing this
conversation,
and I'm doing
we
it
God
can
with
do
can
him
that.
destroy the
like
soul.
This
like a
goofy ass
dolphin
God
shit,
will
swim.
this
destroy
ain't
your
gonna work,
soul
man.
in
Just
hell.
answer the
It really
question,
ain't.
Clay.
It's not gonna work.
Just answer the
With
question.
Rocky doing the thing and Santa doing the thing,
I
we
know
were
there's
having
always
that
a reason why you
conversation.
can't, so answer the question, please.
What's the
I don't get
question,
it.
Santa?
Let
It's
us
What's
just
the
move
like
on to
answer
question?
the
something.
question. I answered the
I'll
question.
I'll
Answer the
mediate
bro. You
between
didn't
you
even
and
fucking
Clay.
ask
What's
a
the
real
I
goddamn
think
question.
it was a
question?
really good
It
conversation
was a
until you
shitty
start
question,
stonewalling.
bro. It's a bad
Okay,
question.
I'm with Omar.
It's a
Let's
shitty
move on to
question.
something else because you're
Why
not
why
answering.
why ask a
Well,
shitty
I
question?
got another question for you
I got a
guys.
question
Have
for
you
you.
guys
Why
heard of
ask
the
a
Great
stupid question?
Attractor?
What's that?
Why ask
Have
a
I
It's
stupid
heard of
I
it?
don't
question?
know. I
Yeah.
guess it's in the center of our
Because it's a
universe. It's
shitty
pulling
question.
Yeah.
everything towards it.
Right.
What are your thoughts on what it might be?
That's an amazing thing. That's part of what they said when they're talking about a firmament biblically. They weren't. I think that they were talking about like a certain first lens over this third dimensional reality called Earth.
Rock.
But if you look at this concept, they
Bro, I
say
don't
that
even know what to talk about with flat Earth
the
shit
great
bullshit.
detractor shit he's talking about.
Okay, I got a question.
So hold on, you just
The
interrupted me. So
Bible
you,
says,
no, I'm
does
talking about
not
him
the
talking about.
Bible say? The Bible says that don't fear man, but
It
fear
also
God,
says
because
spare the
God
rod,
can fear
spoil the
both,
child. I think we should
can destroy
all
both
get a
body
rod
and soul.
be Rocky.
So God can destroy the soul. He can destroy anything he wants. He created it. He can destroy the
Rocky,
soul. He can
come on,
destroy.
dude.
So when you guys reject Christ, you're
Praise
rejected, and
Rocky.
you are
Everyone
free.
tell
You are free
Rocky
to
he
reject
is the
Christ,
Messiah.
and your
God can't
freedom
destroy the
will give
soul
you
because that would
exactly
be
what
destroying
you want.
himself.
You will be
God is the
dead.
soul.
You will be dead, and you will be no more.
You did
You don't
this,
even know what you're
Santa.
talking about.
God can destroy both soul.
No,
it
God
says
can
in the
only
Bible.
not destroy the
This
soul.
is your
That's why
fault,
God is the
Santa.
soul, the eternal
He
soul.
can destroy the
Me and Omar
soul.
were
He would
having a good
destroy himself.
conversation.
What are you
Don't fear
talking
I'm with
about?
man who
Omar
can't
on this
destroy
one,
the
Rocky.
soul. Fear God
If
who
God can
can
destroy
destroy
himself,
the soul.
then it's not God. If God can destroy
Yes.
itself, it's not God. Dude, what are you talking about?
Preach, Omar.
God is going to destroy you wicked unbelievers. That's
No, God's
his
going
Right
to come
promise
back
here.
and
is,
smack you into
He
the
has
you
my
eternal
don't
address.
damnation for
accept
being
the
retarded.
gospel of Jesus Christ,
You are willfully
will
retarded.
burn to ashes and be no more.
I
You will
guarantee
be
you, I
dead
guarantee you, you
for
don't know what what the fuck you're talking
eternity.
about, sir.
So you better find Jesus. You better find.
He's purging
Jesus.
the
You
light
better
from the
find
dark.
Jesus. You're the
Better
one
find
misquoting in every
you.
fucking episode.
I
All
pray
you
to
do is
God that
misquote
Jesus
Jesus all
finds
day.
you.
I have to correct you.
Hellfire and brimstone.
Believe.
Only $10 to get
Believe on the
Rocky
only
off the
begotten Son
channel.
of God.
Hey,
Sodom
Believe
and
on the only
Jesus
Gomorrah.
begotten Son of
90%
God
of the
who
time.
came.
Sodom and Gomorrah. I
Your
promise you
prayers
this.
have been answered. Your prayers have been answered, folks.
Hey, Clay, be honest. Does Rocky misquote
And they
Jesus
say
90% of
God's
the time
not
or 70?
real.
How
A
much does Rocky
miracle
misquote Jesus, Clay?
has happened.
Honestly.
I'm fucking dead, dude.
This is a problem with Christianity. It attracts a lot of selfish people. These people don't realize how selfish they are because what they are requesting is that.
Well, wait a second.
You got to understand that the reason the Christian, especially these boomer types, want eternal life. Who are the boomers? They're the liberals that were born out of the post World War II. But the reason the Christian wants eternal life
Why
is
do
because
you
let me
label them
finish,
as
man.
liberals?
Because
Why
they
do
are
you call them
liberals.
liberals?
Because the baby boomers are liberals. They were the first liberals to ever happen on the
is
surface
the
of this earth.
generation that took part in the first social things that we had put in.
The literal
so that
boomer generation.
that's
He
the
means the
social
literal
security
generation.
and all that kind of thing. That they're the first recipients and pretty much going to be the only recipients of that.
Yeah,
Exactly,
hashtag not all boomers, not all, but the majority of American, because like you gotta understand the Christian. Why does the Christian want eternal life? What he's really saying is, I want for my specific way of life to go on forever. I want this selfish me to keep going on forever. These people don't want to change.
But how is it selfish if he's trying to tell you how to get a
I would ask
time?
you. I would ask you if you know the difference between the me and the I.
Here's the thing. The whole purpose here. Let me explain. The whole purpose of resurrection means you're abandoning your old ways. You learn something from your old life, and now you're like having some sort of spiritual evolution. You could say you're becoming more knowledgeable. But what these people want, they don't want to let their old selves die. They don't want to kill. They don't want to kill the old self because to them the old self is all their egos. It's the liberal. It's that
Darth,
liberal mentality.
Are you talking about boomer Christians?
So let me understand. Are you generalizing all Christians that way?
The boomer generation of
most
Islam or something, or just American Christians?
I would say
Pretty sure
most
he's
American,
Gen X, by the way.
American Christians. I would say
Okay.
this is particular to
I was just
American.
curious.
Yeah.
You got hair on your peaches. I'm just asking.
Couldn't we say that about Islam?
No,
I was saying that, for example, in that same boomer literal generation of timeline, for example, the boomer generation in Afghanistan will have a completely different opinion and experience, or China, and etc. So I was making sure I thought you were saying about American Christians specifically, but I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, this is particular to the American Christian. This is not taught in Islam. In Islam, you're actually taught that it doesn't matter what you believe, what you do. At the end of the day, Allah is going to choose how He likes. So it's not based on the idea of a free grace.
Yeah, it's predeterminism.
Well, wouldn't you say it's pretty selfish that a unaliving bomber, all right, thinks that when he does what he does, he's going to heaven and
He's not
there's going to be all
talking
these
about
virgins?
Muslims, brother. He just clarified. He's not talking. He's specifically talking about the boomer generation of American Christians. Let me give you an example. When they said during the pandemic,
all Christians.
No. During the pandemic, when it was like you're going to kill someone's grandparents, the reason why they cared, they're the grandparents. The reason why they wanted everyone to worry about the stock market all the time, they're the only ones that have stocks. Get it? Yeah. About that generation.
Yeah, I understand now. I apologize.
Yeah, you got to understand. It's about perpetuating their own life. They could give less of a damn about the rest of us.
And he's
like literally they bought houses for like $40,000 and then try to sell them to us for $1 million and then act like they don't understand why housing's unaffordable. Like, are you fucking serious, you dickheads?
Absolutely, Ben.
They're the only ones who are
very
going to
specific
benefit
statement.
from Social Security. I'm Gen X. And fucking promise you, I ain't getting no Social Security check from fucking, but it's going to be tapped by that point.
Yeah, this Ponzi scheme is just gonna drain the future generations, and it's often been said by many, not just me, not just in modern times, but even in ancient philosophers, that Marxism is just a political Christianity, and Christianity is just spiritual Marxism. This is an observation.
I think they both
around?
disagree with that, but
I like that, dude. I like that, dude.
Marxism's only been around for like maybe
I think he's got a
150
cat on
years,
him
bro.
also.
There's
But not the
ancient.
concept. No, the whole concept of there's no Jew, no Greek. This is the very denial of race. There's no slave nor rich man. This is a
That's-
denial of
Is
class.
there no
Yeah, but that's
race, or
only
is there race?
with all due respect, to defend the Christians here for a moment. Even though 99% of the Christians today believe that, you have to remember that was made by one man, Paul, who in fact was
Paul.
actually a Jew. So technically speaking, you can blame the Jews for that.
I mean, yeah, and there's some argument about whether or not
I'm playing,
fucking-
but I'm not. That's actually historically
Well
true.
played.
I'm joking.
The Jews are getting shots fired everywhere.
How
They
do
bring
you
it on
handle someone
themselves.
thinks I'm a Jew, and then an hour later they call me a Muslim. So whatever.
I don't give a fuck what
you just
you
can't
are.
win, bro. You just can't
I don't
win.
give a
I
fuck
think it's
what
hard
you
to
are,
pin
your
down the
sexual
baby boomers
belief
as
or
hippies
anything.
and then to say that they're the communist authoritarians that they are now and call them Christian. Like, that's just too many labels for one group.
No,
Yeah, well, I
liberalism
guess
is
they're just
inherently
grabbing the
fascist.
first one that
They just
sounds
don't know
bad.
it. They
Christians
just hate
is a fake
fascists.
concept. That's why there's
Hold
so
on.
many different denominations. Like I was going to ask Omar and Clay because
Hold on.
we
Did
guys
you
were
hear
having
his
this
question?
conversation
Did you hear
about-
his answer? That answer was fucking genius.
What'd you-
Say your answer again.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Say your answer. The question was phenomenal. Say your answer again.
Yeah, the liberalism is inherently fascist. All they are is just gay fascists.
They're actually a flower.
Dude, I fucking love this
The
guy.
left
That's a good
does
answer.
lean more
I
fascist
fucking
than
love
not,
this
yeah.
guy.
That was a good answer.
I'll be gay for
That was
you,
great.
dude.
Darth, you gotta turn your mic up. I can barely hear you. You're dropping some shit and no one can hear it. These
let me try to
liberals are
fix
gay
that.
fascists. They don't even know it.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
Omar,
if they had it their way, they would make us.
talking about Christianity, it's such a vague concept. If you're talking about, he's talking about Christians, American Christians versus Christians elsewhere, certain generational Christians, and the whole concept of Christianity to me, it just seems so vague because it's got so many different meanings to so many different people. They say there's over 40,000 different denominations of Christianity, but I would say if there's 2.5 billion Christians on the planet, then there's 2.5 billion versions of Christianity. Frankly, like the word, you and Clay were talking about the word earlier. In the beginning was the word when we were talking about that whole energy thing. When the logos translates differently, depending on if you use philosophy and Heraclitus and the Stoics definition, it was really about knowledge, a fundamental principle, and not necessarily something that's spoken as a word. That's really kind of unique to Christian theology. Even in rhetoric, we think of it as a concept or something. So logos being the word was really developed in the third and fourth century through the church. It didn't even start in that way. And I don't think when John, the author who wrote John, I don't even think that he actually intended it to be as in spoken word, because when you actually read the Proverbs, creation was actually done through wisdom, the goddess wisdom, who's also a female deity and personified as a female in the book of Proverbs. And it says through her creation was made, through her the pillars of the earth were set, right? And so you get this massive transition, which you're well aware of, from the Canaanites to the Hebrews to First Temple Judaism, Second Temple Judaism, all the way until it becomes Christianity. And there's so many influences there. So I was just curious as what you guys think about, because you were talking about the word and citing that in the beginning it was the word. And I don't think that John actually intended the word to be spoken as the church has postulated that. I think that he was talking about more from philosophy and Heraclitus and the Stoics, that the word is actually concept.
That's
or
exactly
wisdom.
what I said. Hold on. Objective. That's exactly what I said. I said in the Hebrew understanding of the story of Genesis 1:1 is significantly different than the Christian version. In the word was Jesus, because Jesus was the word, and the word was chosen by the prophets in Tanakh, but Moses never said nothing about a Messiah. So it's this constant progression and development of something that they ad hoc apply to the fucking beginning story of the God they don't know about.
But the thing is, though, it's words that form thoughts.
No, but
That's
it's
what
not
it's
about
really based on.
Thoughts that
Hebrew.
form that
No,
lead to
no,
words.
Hebrew word for abracadabra. What I speak, I create. So it's not a. It's about the creation of something in substance existence that's non-physical and cannot be witnessed by the five sensorial, right? And the etheric creation of which it's like the creation of which the light itself can be cast upon. And so in ancient Kemetic philosophy, this is the Ma'at. So the Ma'at is the divine feminine, the substance, and God would be the phallus or the creation, right? So the existence of these polarities, which is in one way.
That's certainly one interpretation.
My familiarity
but it's
with
not the only one.
I'm not saying that I'm the only anything.
Sure.
I'm just,
another one, going back to what Oe was saying initially, the interpretation that I would get as John was writing it is the principle, as opposed to a deifying.
That makes so much more
in
sense.
The beginning was the truth of the gospel. It doesn't necessarily have to be a person, because the principle is the underlying truth of those things that don't need to be said. Yeah,
that interpretation, I think, is much more cohesive with the actual what John's whole hermeneutics, because he's not considered synoptic with the other three gospels for a reason, right? And I think that this interpretation actually matches John's theology a lot better when you look at it as principle. I think the brothers completely, Santa Claus or whatever the brother's name is. I'm sorry, Dr.
Santa Claus.
Yeah, he's right on. I agree with him 100%. And I think you mentioned Ma'at. Now, I'm not a theologian, but I have studied this, and I do think that my recollection is that comes from Egyptian theology, and Ma'at
Kemetic.
And Ma'at represents
Kemetic
truth.
philosophy.
So that the soul is weighed against, or the heart, technically, your deeds, which are written down on your heart, the Ka, are weighed down on the scales against Ma'at's feather, because it's weighed against the truth. Is that,
yes?
Are we thinking of the same interpretation of Ma'at there?
Well, no. So that's an embodiment. That's a Middle Kingdom Egyptian creation of Ma'at into a physical form. So the same way that there were the Titans and the Greeks developed the gods, it's basically saying Jesus is God later. So it's a Middle Kingdom, not an Old Kingdom Egypt Kemetic understanding.
When would that have been, Omar?
Hold on, last thing. When we're talking about Old Kingdom Egypt, then Middle Kingdom is the Hellenistic, right? In Old Kingdom philosophies, there's no physical forms in these primordial forces.
Well, I would say, okay, so is there the Ba and the Ka in the Old Kingdom? Okay.
That's like the transition point. That's amazing. That's like the literal transition point to go into the Ra and then all the gods. So that would be like
the Ba
so
and
in
the
Hebrew,
Ka
that would be
represent-
like El, and then there's El Elyon, which form the space between the firmament, and then the Elohim. So you mentioned like the El Elyon. I'm talking about the El, for example, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So you see, when the Christians talk about the logos, that's really interesting to me, because if you view this from the perspective as reality being simply what it really is something akin to like simulation theory. So basically, in simulation theory, you're gonna need your computer, which is gonna be God, and the means by which he generates a reality. And the question is, how does he do this? Well, in the very same way a computer generates a virtual reality through logic, so must God create all reality through the logos. And so, I think what the Christians call the firmament, and the Kermit, what the Egyptians called the waters of Nu. I'm not sure if you heard of this. It's akin to something it's akin to the ether. So basically, so the spirits, the spirit going through the waters of the ether, are basically the logos, or the information, the logic, which constructs a reality, because it must be what's the word I'm looking for?
So are you talking like Don Hoffman with the projection?
It is a projection of God's mind, which is, you could say, a virtual reality created within God's mind, of God's mind.
So that was it. Let me get what you just said is fucking amazing. First of all, so the Nu would be like the substance itself, like the brilliant darkness of which light is cast upon, right? Then the Nu is like the eternal itself. The Ma'at would be like the consciousness that we would refer to as the consciousness of a God force, right? Not saying judgments, like the where in the beginning there was a word, or in the beginning there was a thought, which would be a word before. Before the word is a thought. So the word would create the universe, all matter.
Oh,
I think you
is it me?
froze up, Omar.
Oh, it's him.
Yeah, no, that's him. That's not you. You must feel some vindication though, because Omar had said that you were going to wreck the panel, and now Omar just said that that was brilliant. So you must feel some vindication.
Yeah. Well, maybe something's in the air. Omar and I agreed. So
No, yeah, but because you know why, Santa? Because we're talking about really deep diving stuff and deep levels of philosophy that no one if you know enough, you eventually know you don't actually know the complete answer.
Yeah.
And that's
point to
that's
each
and
other,
Clay,
but aren't the
and
same.
Clay loves this shit too. And Balderson, I mean, we're doing this Wednesdays at Balderson's Objective Ethics. By the way, Darth, the reason I said that to you, and I apologize in the back, is because what the guy who spurred out and accused everyone of everything he was doing was I called him Darth Dawkins' like protege, and so anyone who uses Darth, that's why I thought he came back under Darth Thronis, like a play on Platonism, to call me a Platonist, as if that would be bad.
You know, the funny thing is, I do have history with Redefined Living. That's his YouTube account name. I used to like join his panels, but even then we had like a little bit of beef.
Whose panel?
Redefined Living. That's his YouTube channel.
The Gary guy?
Yeah, the guy you were having.
Oh, he has panels.
He used to back in like during COVID.
We saw how well he acted. By the way, you saw I changed my name to Sam's Theological Teacher, and in less than 3 minutes, he fucking left.
I could listen to you two talk for hours, I swear.
I didn't even say
You and
anything.
Darth there.
By the way, yeah, Darth is great. And by the way, Objective Ethics, I just messaged you in the back, like 100% is the answer. But, you know, this is the type of stuff. And like Clay, for example, Clay is my favorite type of Christian because his faith in Jesus is literally unwavering, but not from an ignorant perspective. He's gone through everything necessary and formed it by what he went through. He didn't get told Jesus is God and then ad hoc applied it with, you know, in anachronistic ways. He fucking formed it himself, right? But even that guy Gary would call him a fucking heretic.
Yeah, well, the thing is I don't even, and I don't believe Jesus is God, right? So I really, literally believe, based upon just a simple monotheistic, I guess you could say, understanding that he was created just like all of us. The whole creation, there's only one being or one thing that was ever existence before that we could also call, in my opinion, eternal because he's everlasting. But then,
congratulations, you're a Gnostic. Perfect. You're 100% perfect. And according to the Jews, you're an Ebionite, which would mean accepting Jesus as the Messiah, but then understanding the Messiah wasn't God. So you're a Gnostic Ebionite. And guess what? Good. That's the
That
best
doesn't
thing.
have to necessarily exclusively be agnostic. He could be a oneness. He could be an Arianist, and I don't mean Arianism in white power. I mean,
dude, I made that point the other night. I made that fucking
Arius
point the other night.
Arius was a Gnostic. They call him the godfather of the Gnostics. That's my point.
Because remember, I asked if your point about Paul would change if they fucking did Arianus's view of Paul, where he wasn't making Jesus divine.
Right.
No, but that wasn't Paul. If you say not making Jesus divine, then you have to take Paul out because that's all he did. Paul created a religion
according
about
to Arius.
Jesus.
According to Arius, they were just trying to. All that was happening was they were misinterpreting Paul, and that Paul was an actual apostle, but he did not consider Jesus divine. So that was their version of it.
Well, then what writings that's attributed to Paul can we accept? Because in every single one of his letters that people later call gospels, that's all he fucking talked about.
Man, I don't like any of it, so I'm not sure why I would be able to answer that.
No, I
was
tell you.
asking about the
I can tell
Arian
you why.
controversy.
I can tell you why.
Because you're a multicultural man, Mr. Balderson.
Arius was a Gnostic. Arius was a Gnostic, and Paul was so attributed and intertwined into the early church, that you couldn't just erase Paul all of a sudden. He was trying to find a way to explain him away. And then if he was able to achieve that Paul didn't mean what he said, then he could bring the rest of the ecumenical council into conceiving that Jesus now is not God. It was a misinterpretation.
Yeah, but Omar, I think I might have misheard you. I feel like you were saying that Arian
Wiseman buzzed into the party with a big 50. I went to feed the monkeys, but the monkeys were gone, so I can only feed the gorillas now. Ooh. Hi, everyone.
That's Ed Sheeran if he was being theological.
I was just curious, Omar. Just correct me if I'm wrong. It sounded to me like you said that Arian was the first Gnostic, but we get the Gnostic text from the Nag Hammadi library, and the Essenes. And John the Baptist was probably one of the first Gnostics. I mean,
agreed.
Yeah,
and the tribe of the Mandaeans, of which I believe both John the Baptist and Jesus came from.
Sure.
Right.
When I said it, I immediately was like, hold on a second, but I didn't want to interrupt myself because then there would have been a break in, and then everyone would have jumped in, and it wouldn't have been finished. But yeah, no, I didn't. You're absolutely right. The Nag Hammadi library, the Gnostic Gospels that were found, the Gospel of Thomas, all the things they call heretical, aka Gnostic, is the same way the Romans called people who weren't Romanized barbarians. So it's a intentionally derogatory term you use on people to try to say, oh, they're Gnostic. But really, the funny part is you're saying, oh, they're seeking wisdom outside of the church. Don't listen to them.
Hey,
can I ask Omar, because I don't know too much about the Gnostics? Why are they calling Thomas and them heretics though?
No. The
That's what
Gospel
he
of
was
Thomas
just
would be
saying.
considered a Gnostic gospel.
Exactly. Yeah, they people
all right.
didn't like the Gnostics
Hold on.
when they
Have
made
you read
the
the Gospel of Thomas?
I mean, it's been a while, but
Okay, no, probably not. Look, you look up Gospel of Thomas. It's 116 or 118 sayings that's attributed to Jesus from the Apostle Thomas, who writes, and then the Messiah spoke. Like he wrote what Jesus said, right? And it was found in the Nag Hammadi libraries where we're talking about, and it actually is a much older canon. I think the Ethiopians have it from even older.
Yeah.
So the reason it was never canonized is because nowhere in there did Jesus say he's God. Jesus had answers that were on the highest level of philosophical, according to the Gospel of Thomas. He sounds like a Buddha. You know what I mean? So read those. That's
I get what you're saying now.
The biblical Jesus, the historical Jesus came from. When I read the Gospel of Thomas, I realized this man, first of all, definitely existed. And number two, because 65% of the sayings in Gospel of Thomas are in the first gospel. So you can't say it's all made up. The only stuff that's not in the Gospel of Mark is the stuff that when you're talking about like show me he who does not come from the womb of the mother, and those things. Anyway.
all right.
Clay, question. Just following up on there's one God Almighty who created all things is what essentially I heard you say. Now, when there was a spirit going over the waters, was that an expression of that same deity, or is it a separate and one type deity that you might see in the Trinity?
That would be the Spirit of God. So that's what would be referred to as Ruach, right?
Okay.
It was actually not. It's not like he physically or even like the presence of him was there. It's actually his spirit. And a lot of people actually don't even understand what that means. It's the dynamic energy, the force of him. Now we have electricity, energy, that sort of thing in the physical universe, but and I would actually say that he is able to manipulate that as well as matter, but that's not a reference to what he what's being referenced right there.
Yeah,
it's on the spiritual realm side.
But the problem with the Christians and spirit is that they anthropomorphize spirit as if it were some sort of entity.
Respectfully, Clay just didn't.
Yes, he didn't. But most Trinitarians are gonna anthropomorphize the spirit. What the spirit is
Clay
something
not a
like
Trinitarian, so yeah, that's part of why he didn't. Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying. Clay's a very unique Christian. He's a follower of Jesus, as he would say. He's not. He would be Unitarian. Yeah, he would be a Unitarian. But even then, I wouldn't I would respect
Yeah,
his
it's still a poor terminology.
I still wouldn't put him in a box. That's the highest level
Yeah,
of respect.
and not to put you in that box there, Clay.
No, I know.
But yeah. So what the spirit is more akin to, it's like the spirit is it's what an entity does. So you could say the spirit is more akin to the song inside of a cassette. It has no real ontology, but it is some sort of code which gives, for example, you'll hear cheerleaders, do you have the spirit? They're not saying do you have this entity with you, but rather do you have what moves you.
See, I would wonder if that
there's a
doesn't fit
soul
in
and a
with a
spirit,
motive
right?
force.
There's a soul and a spirit. There's
it's
person
not just
and a human.
It's not just a force, but it is the rhythm, the data, the information which makes up that force. You could say that.
Well, yeah,
for example,
but the motive force is what spins
Yes.
things off into existence, right?
Yeah,
And
the
so,
rhythm
yeah,
of
it's the thing that motivates.
Yeah, this way too, right? So, like, when we're alive, there is something inside of us that we would call that spirit, right? And so it's similar to that. Now, the scriptures actually describes it as it's the same. It actually comes from the source. That spirit that is life comes from the source, and it returns to the source. So that it's the same sense of what that is, except for that when you die or the body dies, that spirit goes back to the source. So there's something, according to the scriptures, that's keeping us breathing, keeping us, the blood pumping, alive.
Yeah, there's different modalities of spirit. For example, you have the Holy Spirit and you have the spirit of anger, the spirit of jealousy. But these are simply modalities. These are corruptions of that original spirit.
Yeah, so
Perfect.
spirit and you say when we say like spirit or like soul, right? It would be like my soul would be a part of an eternal spirit, right? And so like even if you take that concept, which you could call a spiritual or religious, I get whatever context you want. If you apply that to the old understandings like ma'at, the ma'at would translate today to truth, but the answer would be that the only singular eternal truth is life. That would be, you know what I mean? So that would mean that the first and eternal creation is only life and variations. So you could say like a person would be someone who wears a mask on stage, but then you could say me, which is the Omar, but the I would be a deeper and so on, deeper and deeper we would go, because you could say these are my atoms, but then we would never neglect that the atoms are particles of the entire universe, right? So you can look at that from a spiritual perspective of my soul and then the and spirit, which would would be the grander singular existence of eternal life.
Yeah, because I think it like because to me what soul is basically the ghost. The soul and ghost are one-to-one.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's the projection we put out into the world. Because when you see a ghost, you're not gonna say that the clothes have a spirit or have a ghost. It is simply the mind projecting what it used to be once. So what we see in the mirror, that's what we assume to be. That's when we get up in the day, like this is me, the person in the mirror, but that's not you. That's simply your perception that you made in your mind of you. And
Well,
so
your
once you pass on, and you manifest as a ghost, you're simply projecting what you saw in the mirror.
Or perhaps even just the energy of that spirit life.
Well, here's the thing.
It's that data.
You can imagine. So here's the thing. You can close your eyes or you can think of just stories and you can conceive of multiple ghosts, whether in stories, movies, books, or your own imagination. But if you go high enough or deep enough into the concept called God, there's only one thing it can show. That's the difference. You can't conceive of multiple gods. Otherwise, there's not God. You understand?
Yeah, ineffable. You can't describe it. When you get to where you can't describe,
You can't
then you're
observe
beginning to get the
anything
truth.
other than it in singularity and in all things. That's the point. On the highest, or the oldest, by the way, this is not Omar shit. This is Kemetic philosophy. I didn't come up with this shit myself. The oldest understandings are what I'm repeating right now. It's not like I'm fucking so smart. I just found a dead end, which happened to be the oldest shit out, which is ironic.
Hey, Sam.
Among the oldest. Yeah.
Sam, do you know who a Thoria Apophysis is?
Yes.
Yes.
That's Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, Ken Wheeler.
Yeah.
If you haven't watched him, you should. His talks on the spiritual, it's just like some of the most profound stuff I ever heard.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like listening to anything.
Tell us what it is. I want to explore later.
His name's Ken Wheeler.
It's a lot of that deeper.
He's like
non Snickers wrapper version
Ken
of
Wheeler, Matt Theoria.
Darth, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Thanks.
Who?
What is it you exactly believe in?
Well, I would say I believe in the most ancient God, the one that is mentioned across all continents.
Who's that?
It's the Great Chaos, which just means the Great Mind, because that's all.
I was going to ask if you can explain that.
And the
Yeah,
question
it
would
just
be,
mean.
did the chaos always exist, or was that created? That's the question for the chaos theory.
Well, yeah, the trick of this question, when an atheist asks that question, it's a bit of a trick because you
I'm
got to
not an
understand.
atheist.
I know, and not to say you're doing this, but
Yeah, that's why you've
when
not
the-
seen me coming before.
Yeah. When the atheist asks this question, they're being a little bit deceptive, because to exist, the definition to exist means within space and time. So they're asking, is God within space and time? Of course, that's a ridiculous question because God is the source of space and time. So they're being facetious.
They don't.
Right.
But here's what I've come to learn, and this is a defense to them. It's not even they're doing it intentionally. When I was arguing about Paul with Vocab Malone, about 3/4 of the way, an hour and a half into it, I realized, oh fuck.
I'm talking
When
about
he's referring to God, he's still referring to Jesus and the God from the Garden of Eden as one thing. And I was like, oh
Yeah.
man, I didn't. So they're not doing it on purpose. So they have to have eternal or within space and time, because God existed within space and time, materialized in Jesus, which is their gateway. If you took Jesus out of the picture, then in their mind you're taking God away. They don't see a difference between it. That it's not even software; it's hardware programming. It's very deep.
Well, I'm an agnostic
question
atheist. I
on
might be
that.
the only atheist actually on this panel right now, which is totally fine. I would say that's really problematic, the way you phrase space and time, because we consider it to be space time. So I don't
Yeah,
even know
space
that we
time,
have
right.
a really good cosmological understanding of what time actually is. So you really have to,
That's fair.
to be intellectually honest and to be in good faith with your interlocutors. I think you need to come to a common understanding of what you're even talking about when you talk about time, for one thing. And there's a lot to get into with that. I'd love to debate this with you guys, but I do have to get to bed. I've got a job I've got to go to tomorrow. But I wanted to say thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to share a panel with you guys. Balderson, Omar.
Clarify?
It's good talking to you.
Yeah, let's do it.
I know
What an
we have
atheist
some different
actually
worldviews.
is.
We come from
Thank you,
different-
DeFreak. Good having you, brother. And thank you. Sorry, DeFreak bailed out before that.
We
we have a different worldview than a lot of you guys, but I do share common respect for all people, and I think that we have common ground there. So very much enjoyed talking to you guys tonight. Thank you so much for putting on a good show.
We would definitely like to have
Always
you
a
on a
pleasure.
more discussionary
Yeah, looking forward to
and
seeing you again.
smaller group chat.
Absolutely.
Objective ethics. And I did laugh earlier when he goes, you can't have objective can't have objective ethics if you're atheist, and he said that in response to objective ethics and didn't notice that was his name. That made me laugh.
So, in essence, an atheist just means, right, that you don't believe in any source of God.
What it really means
Yeah,
is
that
that they're
makes sense.
materialist, and that's where it's really gonna get them. Ultimately, what an atheist is a materialist.
And there's two
They
classes.
believe
of
in
atheists
the
who-
physical.
I don't agree with the
Yeah.
second
Well,
one,
there's
the
some
agnostic atheists,
physicists
which
who
they say
are
they're not sure.
atheists that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Clay. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying there's two classes of atheists, which I don't necessarily agree with. The second class, which is the ones that say they're agnostic atheists, which essentially they say, there's not enough proof for them to make a definitive claim.
Yeah, atheist, a before a word in I guess it's Greek, is saying it's not a theist. And so there's not the definition. So agnostic is somebody who hasn't determined, or they might not have a specific belief. So when you combine two of those, that's where a lot of the scientists come out. They're saying that they don't have definitive evidence for it, but they don't believe that there is anything to find evidence for.
But let's face it, a bunch of these
Yeah.
quote unquote scientists are just atheists first and scientists second.
Yeah, I couldn't argue that.
A lot of them are completely full of shit, and the same way that a true apologist will start quoting different books and piece things together to prove their point, but really there's no actual connection. They're false causations between one and the other. They go from ad hoc down to the beginning and then post hoc, right? And they think because they used all these quotes that happens to be in the book, that they're appealing to an authority as if they know more because they memorized more. Scientists today do the same
that's
shit.
pretty fucking critical thinking.
Yes, it's a very critical. I'm being very critical. It's internal critique. And science people do the same shit. If they go,
Internal.
Omar, 1.21 gigawatts sometimes could be multiplied. Dude, what are you talking about? I asked you if fucking red is red, consistent, understands of red.
Yeah, it's a human condition, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But why
I think they're just trying to like
here's my stance is why can't one people believe one thing without trying to take over other people and forcing them to believe their beliefs?
The question you're asking is why didn't God just give
Because
Abraham
liberals
one
are
son and make it
fascists.
easy?
No, I'm not talking about just one. Buddhism.
Jody. Sure.
Yes, sir.
I got an answer for you. Because the more people believe, the more right you are.
That's my point, and it's the biggest fucking word behind it is faith, right?
Yeah.
Believe that God is gonna produce crops, the rain is gonna come, greater
Well,
time.
that keeps us
this and that.
together as humans. Sure.
I mean, does
Part of our
does
civilization.
the rain
Belief
stop?
and faith are the biggest fucking things. But meanwhile, this is coming from a burning bush that created a man that sacrificed a rib.
But
to
what
create
if that
a
was
woman.
You're
just
still
a
on biblical
metaphor?
God. We are
I'm
transcended
not.
past
I'm
that
not.
analogy.
I'm not being
too.
atheistic. This is
But we're
just
not
my
talking about that
interpretation.
anymore. We've ascended past the idea of that. I think we've elevated the conversation and expanded it further. And you're bringing it back down into did Moses talk to the bush, or the bush talk to Moses?
And we were getting pretty philosophical.
Here,
Yeah, we are
the problem with the problem with the problem with the anthropomorphizing God is that you now make him part of the creation. So he now leaves his position as the
Exactly.
entity that upholds reality.
So,
That is not
so
God.
another
steps into
paragraph,
the reality,
another poem,
and
that's
now
gonna
the
put me to
reality is not
sleep.
being held
Just
up
give me a
by
simple
anything.
fucking answer. Give me a
I have
simple
a poem on
what's
this
your
subject.
question?
I have a whole book of poems on this subject.
Everything
So
is
is this
poems
like-
and fucking
What do you want me to answer?
this and that, circle around, circle
What's your
around,
question?
circle around.
What's your
I
question?
can answer any of your questions.
Look, we're trying to add a human logic onto a God logic. There's two different things right there alone.
Thank
No,
you,
well, there's
sir.
only such thing as logic. There's not this different special kind of logic. There is only logic.
So this
What?
is
Yeah,
kind
but-
this is kind of like
So
Rose
you can think as a
dilemma,
God
right?
can. A
I'm
creator,
not
you can
putting
think as
anyone
he
else down, but you guys are putting me down.
Look, the
How's that-
law of
how does that
identity
make sense?
is not going to change whether I use it or whether God uses it. The law of identity is going to be the same. God is not using some
So
sort of
what
special
God-
version of law of
so
identity.
what God, right? So what God? There's
God is
so
an
many
all-
different gods out there.
Let me tell you what God is. God is the God. No, God is the mind which generates our reality. That's all what God is.
Father,
So in a
Son, and
sense,
Holy Spirit.
almost
God.
artificial
God is not three
intelligence.
persons. That makes no sense.
Sounds like
Three
you're
and-
talking about like Matrix, like
I and I.
artificial intelligence.
The Matrix
That's called the
literally just
cosmic mind. It's a cosmic mind concept. I
Yeah.
would agree. That's one aspect
I
of
believe
God.
with
Certainly not a
cosmic
singular
mind, but
man.
not that God dies. Not God is creation, not apart from it.
God can never be part of the creation. This is what you guys don't understand. What the Christians don't understand.
Well, I understand quite well.
Oh, I keep an open mind, so don't throw me in the
What-
same boat
We
with
can
all
have
them.
we can have different beliefs. I mean, you prove
What-
yours,
The
I'll prove
Redeemer.
mine. We can have different beliefs and have a great conversation. I'm just
The
saying,
Redeemer.
you know, with science alone and with God alone, you still go back to where's the original stuff. And so it's not unrational or irrational to say that God is the original stuff. I'm a non-dualist, for example. So there's nothing a part of creation that's not also a part of us. And there's nothing within us that's not a part of creation. Some people say some different alchemical things say the exact same thing. A lot of what Omar says, a very similar thing, if not the exact same thing. We are, in one sense, interacting with our reality. And part of the reality, I fully agree with you, is by our interpretation of the environment around us.
Yeah,
I'm just
like
saying we can't know what it is.
Santa, like you and I are simply doing this for the search of truth, but the Christians don't want to admit. Yeah, but the Christians don't want to admit. Yeah, but the Christians don't want to admit they are simply following Christ because they were hurt at one point in their life and simply adopted Christianity as a crutch to fix that wound in their life, and they cannot let go of it.
You're generalizing again, because not all Christians think that way.
Most Christians,
surely some
majority of
people are
Christians
that way, and then other people, as Omar said before, I think Clay's coming at this even from a different angle.
I mean, just look at just look
Well,
at how
hold on,
Christianity
let me
is-
answer something to you,
let me-
Darth, though, as a Christian. Like, I have a very open mind. Like, Omar sent me some book names. I read one last night, the Divine, I can't
Pymander.
remember. Pymander, yeah, I always get it mixed up and it was, it's opened my eyes. Like, I keep a very open mind because I'm not against being wrong or saying my faith in something might be wrong. Because I have to, I forgot who said it. It was on one of the panels, but I have to interact with the universe as much as it interacts with me.
Look at how Christianity is marketed to people.
Oh.
It is marketed through emotional manipulation, emotional hurtness. Like, oh, you're hurt. Here comes Jesus to help you with that hurt. It is never marketed to people in the sense, oh, this is the truth. This is the facts. It is never marketed. Jesus is never marketed that way. They never
And how is
marketed.
that different than science?
Because
And
science doesn't
one
capture your
second,
emotions.
guys, before you answer that, objective ethics comes in with the big 20. I am an agnostic atheist, and I am a metaphysical naturalist, not a materialist.
Right.
You are trying to force every atheist into a single worldview when that doesn't apply to every atheist. Great conversation. Thank you, brothers. And we would absolutely
Thank
love
you.
to have you on a discussion to discuss some things like that.
A naturalist
Fourth
is a
Wiseman,
materialist.
Fourth Wiseman
What's
comes
the
in with the Big
distinction without the
10.
difference?
Mind blown.
Fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big 10 and says, I asked God, why do you make me fart? He said, I give you flatulence and urinations to make everyone happy. Huh. I don't get it, God. God, now you're full of piss and wind. Ha ha. Oh, God. Everybody likes farting.
So with OE's comment there, I would say that he leans more to the agnostic side than Nate. I mean, that's just my observation of that particular statement. Like, that's, when you say metaphysical, you really understand that there is there's the mind. From my understanding of what you're saying, there's the mind that exists, and it doesn't necessarily rely on a specific chemical process in order for understanding to take place. Like, understanding can take place in the mind, or in the mind, not the brain. There's this thinking happening, this detailed understanding. The brain is just a vessel at that point. That sounds more like agnostic to me, because you're saying you don't know necessarily where that might come from. It is physical. You're saying yes, definitely physical, which is the
Insane in the
materialist. You're saying
membrane.
it's not materialist in the sense of, like, you're going to rely on that understanding.
Well, he's saying he's a metaphysical naturalist, but not a materialist, which is a contradiction because to be a metaphysical naturalist means you are a materialist. You're not going to say there's a natural spirit out there because that would not be material.
Well,
He's
Darth,
saying-
let me
he's
reply,
taking a position.
No, but the whole point is
Darth,
the spirit's
Darth,
not the
let me
spirit and
reply,
the soul's
please.
not
Hold on,
material.
Omar,
That's
please.
the point.
Omar, please. So, Darth, I think one of the things that we could observe with all
You
of
see
us
it? You see
is
this?
we have
The pussy
yes,
licks
cat
itself.
syndrome.
The pussy licks itself.
So
Go ahead,
one of the
Sam.
things that occurs with all of us is we've been around somebody with this label or that label. And so we might know someone who said, I'm an agnostic atheist and a metaphysical naturalist and whatever. And maybe they're using it right, maybe they're using it wrong. And that's the trouble with a lot of these complicated labels is that we can misunderstand where somebody's coming from our assumptions. Like with Clay, I mean, I've listened to Clay intently a lot of the times, and I was kind of surprised to hear, that he wasn't a Trinitarian. And I appreciate that and learning that today, Clay. But when we go, Darth, he's not this because that conflicts with that. Maybe that's a good question for us to have the next time he's on.
Yeah,
because
because
I just realized that
logic.
Clay didn't think Jesus was
logical.
God literally last week. I thought the entire time, all our interactions, that he thought Jesus was God. And he said, no. I was like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. I was like, that. And by the way, that means that 50% of my assumptions of him were wrong at all times of him having that belief systems. And
me too, Clay.
Yeah, I had because I was, but again, we all have the programming. I think that's what Santa's saying. We all have that program because when I did the debate with the atheist, who I thought he was saying there is no God, that's why we did the debate of God, no God. He goes, I'm an agnostic atheist. There could be, and I was like, well, what the fuck are you doing on the debate about an affirmative position? And he said, maybe not. But objective ethics came on in the panel, and he explained what he meant, what he means by atheist.
You know what the
atheist. The other guy didn't even fucking explain it, and he spent 2 hours
Triune
talking.
God is one God. The triune God is one God. It's the Father.
How many?
Son,
What does
Holy
triune mean? What does
Spirit.
triune mean?
God.
It means you have.
Oh, it
like
means
we're
3.
made-
So
we're
go back to
made-
telling me how 3 is 1. Thank you.
Listen, we're made in God's image. We have
Triune?
a body, a soul, and a spirit.
Which
But
God
we're
made us?
one.
Was it the
God,
triune
the
God or
Father,
the single God before it went triune?
God, the
Did it start
Father
off as
has never
3 and
been
become
seen.
1, or did it start as 1
God,
and
the
become 3?
Father is the soul. Jesus is the body.
So it went from
and
1
the
to
Spirit
3.
is the Spirit. It's
So
one.
did 3 make us? Did 3 make humans or 1?
Okay, have you ever got a book? You got a
Did 1
book.
make 2 or did 3
There's
make 1?
3 chapters in the book. There's
Did
3
number
chapters
2
in the book, but
does
there's
number
only
2
one
make number 1 or
book.
number 2 make number 3?
I'm trying to explain the Trinity, you
You
moron.
can't explain it. It's all a troll. It's a fucking.
If you
It's the
deny
longest running
Christ
troll
came
joke
in the
ever.
flesh,
It's
if you
1,700
deny
years
that,
of a fucking
if
joke.
you
A bad joke.
deny Jesus Christ came in
It
the
has nothing to
flesh.
do with Jesus Christ. I don't need to deny
Yo,
Jesus Christ to just deny
bro,
the
it
Trinity.
has all
That's where
to
you get it
do with
wrong. By
Christ.
Trinity, you're denying Jesus Christ's teachings.
You
How dare
don't
you?
understand the scriptures.
All right, Rocky,
You don't have
Rocky.
the
I'm gonna
Spirit.
say, I gotta say my goodbyes, man. I'm getting tired here.
Jesus would look at you and say, "Woe to you! Get away from me! I did not know you."
All right, guys, let Adam make his way out.
I appreciate you guys, you Omar, Darth. I enjoyed listening to what you had to say. Hope to hear from you again. Thank you again, Mr. Balderson. Thanks, Sarah, for me. Clay, love talking to you. Jody, stop being a creeper.
Adam,
All right,
get off my sack, bro. You're like a tick on a deer.
Now, you wish something was on your sack, buddy.
I don't know why you're so obsessed with me, bud. I literally have no idea.
I like
why
picking
you're-
fun at you. Rocky, stop being a slaver. But gentlemen, have a good night.
That's
I wish
true.
I could continue on, but I'm dozing off.
Night, Adam. Thanks for coming, brother.
See you guys.
Howdy.
Yes, sir.
Good night.
And stop blaming boomers for everything, you young punk ass bitches.
Nah, I'm gonna blame boomers are to blame for all the troubles in America.
It's all the
They
boomers' fault.
they sold America away.
He said not all.
I
heard
can't get a job. I can't get a job. It's the boomers' fault. Yeah.
Actually,
I don't think he was talking about
I have my own job.
I heard the boomers.
I have no
Rocky,
skill. It's all the boomers get.
Rocky. I
Actually,
heard
I
I heard the boomers ate the apple in the Garden of Eden.
You son of a bitch.
Oh, show. I saw it. Hey, I saw it. I saw it.
Of course, now they need applesauce. Hey, Rocky.
I was there in the Garden of Eden. Ask me anything, and I'll tell you what happened.
It happened after Pangea.
What about the
and
symbolism of the
Okay.
snake and the apple?
Hold on, Rocky.
Check
Were you
out-
there? Were you there? Then
check
shut
out-
the fuck up about the Garden of Eden. I was there. I just told you.
Check out Isaiah 46. Remember the
Uh,
former things of old, for I am God, and there is none else. I am God, and there is none like me.
And
Declaring
Isaiah was
the
not talking
end,
about a man named
declaring
Jesus.
the end from the beginning and from the ancient times, the things that are not
Yes. Yes.
yet done.
Amen.
That's not
Hey,
a
my
scripture
counsel
quoting
will
Trinitarian
stand, I will
doctrine,
not
right?
be.
Amen. Amen. This is why everyone thinks
I
I'm a
will
Jew. And guess what?
do
Isaiah was not talking
I
about
will
Jesus.
do
Sorry.
all my pleasure. I will do
Jesus
all
was
my
not even in Joseph's nutsack when Isaiah said
Anyway,
those words,
if you
sir.
go to the
of
very
course the apple
first-
is gone. They fucking Rocky ate it.
if you go to
Rocky
the very
True.
first go to the very first word in the Bible, it's beginning.
We
And
already
if you
went over this
translate
an
it,
hour ago.
it
Your fucking brain
points,
is on repeat now, dude.
points to the cross.
So I have a
Hebrew
question
has-
for you, Rocky. Rocky Road. I got a question for you. How many gods does God want you to worship?
There's only one God in three.
But I thought you said there's three.
Parts. Three
So there's
parts.
three gods. You
one
worship
God.
three gods?
Are you one person? You
Don't
have a
get mad, don't
body,
get mad,
you
don't
have a
get mad.
soul, and
Calm
you have a
down, bro.
spirit. You're
Rocky.
three
Your blood
parts in
pressure's gonna go
one.
down,
Hey, is your
Let me answer
body
your
operate
question, Rocky,
independent?
so you
Does
can
your body
understand.
operate independent of your mind? Hey, does the body
No,
operate
no,
independent consciousness
Clay's
of the
got a
mind?
great question.
Yeah, I'm
One at a time when questioning the great prophet.
Does the body have an independent consciousness? Does the body have an independent? There's not three different fucking consciousness, three different persons. God is
We
not
have
three.
I
You
actually
don't
with
answer
Rocky.
any- He never answers any questions, by
This boomer never
I'm
put down the
actually with
weed.
Rocky on this one. I don't believe in his God at all, but you definitely got three consciousnesses in your body. For
No,
sure.
no,
Rocky,
that's not the point.
Put
No,
down
no,
the
not,
marijuana.
Ben, they're not talking what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, I
they're
know.
talking-
I know that he's wrong
Yeah.
about everything else, but he said that thing.
I'm
right
not
there.
arguing the ultimate truth.
They're
I'm arguing
like-
down in the fucking pig slop.
Yeah.
You
They got to get
can't-
something right once
you
in a
can't
while.
compete with me, shaman.
What?
You worship a different God. You think you
Motherfucker,
can
you and I,
become
let me
God.
explain something, Rocky.
You
You and
think
I
you
need to
can
drink
become
peyote for
God.
3 days
You
in
are-
Sedona together, and we'll both fucking find God together.
Dude, could
Okay?
you imagine Rocky on ayahuasca? He would probably talk
No,
in
he needs
normal
peyote.
fashion.
He needs American. We go
Look
with
at
the
me.
Hopi
I'd rather
Sedona,
not.
Arizona.
I'd rather
No,
not.
no, no. He doesn't need ayahuasca. Please. We go
Anyway,
with
I have
peyote in
shared.
Sedona,
I have
Arizona.
shared. I have shared the Bashrit with you, the first word and the interpretation. I've
We already
shared it
went over
in
that, bro.
back chat. Do
We
a little
programmed-
research and stop talking about shit you don't know. Do a little research.
I'm the one who said the word in
God
fucking Hebrew
pointed
first.
to the
Check-
cross. In the very
And that-
first word of the
You know who made
Bible
up that
points
idea?
to
The Bible. You know who made up the
cross.
Bible code? A rabbi
yeah?
in 1992.
You believe all the other codes. You'll
This is
you'll
why
believe
mine's
in
better.
what
I
you
got a
believe.
wrench, way better than them two nails.
Yeah, here's the Tanakh.
Okay.
right?
Look at the. Just bring up my
Bereshit.
thing.
Yeah,
There's no
Bereshit.
thing. I'll
Yo,
show
hey,
you
see
how
that?
it's
See the first
translated.
word? Where's the cross? That's Bereshit. Right
I'll
there in
show
Hebrew.
you
Where's the
translation
cross?
in back chat.
Show me the
You can
cross.
you can look at the cross right here.
Where? There it is. Show us.
It's playing on the screen.
Yes. You know what that's called? That's called the Bible
In
Code.
my
It's written by a
back
Jewish
chat
rabbi
right
in 1992, dude. You're a Jew.
It's called
You're a
the
Jew.
Bereshit. The Bereshit.
You're not. You're
In the
not Christian, you're a
beginning,
Jew.
Genesis 1:1, the very first word of the Bible
There's no
points
cross there,
to Jesus.
genius. There's
Points
no
straight
cross.
to Jesus.
Where's the cross?
The cross is the last letter in the word Bereshit.
So it's not the first.
Bereshit. T-T-B.
Okay.
B.
Okay.
B-E-R-R-R.
Show us the caveman math.
Al,
Yes.
Alpha,
Yes.
She, Yod,
Okay.
Tav.
Okay,
Tav
so because
equals
there's a
Mac
cross
and
letter in
cross.
Hebrew, therefore Jesus created the universe, right?
This is a
There's both
translation of the
sides.
first word. That's a translation of the first word.
You-
in the
it's not
Bible.
called a translation. You
And
don't translate a
it
single
tells
word.
You who
You
God
spell it
is.
out.
It tells you
It's called
God.
spelling. And this is
That
Jew
is
magic.
ancient Hebrew.
Okay, you've already
ancient
said it 7 fucking times, 4 times in the last 10 minutes. Let me explain. This
Oh,
this is
okay.
called the Bible Code. It was created by a rabbi in 1992. You're a Jew.
Yeah, this is the Tanakh. Rock.
You like Jew magic, Rocky. Sorry, thank you. Move on. Then the Christians got their hold of it in 99 and turned it into this thing you're talking about. But you clearly
Yeah.
look, the Jews explained it differently.
Absolutely.
If you were a Hebrew living in that day, the very first word would identify that someone is going to die on the cross, come
Yeah,
to the
everyone
earth.
thought
and
that.
die on
That's
the
why
cross.
everyone thought that. That's right before that
I
big
was a
earthquake in
Hebrew.
78 AD,
I
remember?
just learned that a few years ago. You take
That's right
everybody
before that
thought
big earthquake no one's ever heard about. Remember? The
Nobody,
biggest one ever?
nobody taught me that shit. No churches teach that shit.
You just
You're
pulled
making
up
crap
you
up.
just pulled up
You
a
make
tutorial on
shit
YouTube.
up all the
You just
time
pulled
because
up
you're
a classroom tutorial,
shaman.
dude. Someone
You're
taught
a
you it.
shaman making shit
I
up
am a
all
shaman.
the
That's why I'm
time.
pulling out your fucking
Oh, I
demons
don't
and knocking
believe
them
in
off the air.
Paul. Paul was a fool.
You're the one talking about another man, not me. I didn't mention nobody else.
You gotta
Paul
stop
was a-
trolling, man.
Paul was a
Paul was on
real.
his knees
Paul
hoping
was
that
a philosopher. He
that
was
Krishna's
really a
cum falls out the sky like the Ganges
Plutonian
River.
or whatever
He
you
was
call
hoping
that.
that Jesus would come down from the heavens into his mouth when he was on his knees
was
on the way to the.
Paul was really
Oh, shots fired.
Rocky, I got a question for you, Rocky.
No, that wasn't disrespect because the Indians believe that the Krishna is shooting the load, and that's the Ganges River.
You
That's why
twist
they
the
swim in it.
scriptures for your own bullshit.
Rocky, I got a question for you, Rocky.
I was doing Hindu scriptures 5,000 years before the one you're talking about.
Right.
Rocky, why did you
Well,
join
at least
Christianity?
their origin, right, Omar?
Huh? Yeah.
At least
That's
their-
why
He
we-
wants to
Hey,
own
hey,
slave. He wants to own people, Darth Reigns, and
Hey
that's
Santa,
the only
the funniest
religion
part about
that's
it is
cool.
the dirtiest natural landmass, the dirtiest water on earth is the Ganges
I'm
River.
not
That was the most holy.
exaggerating. He
Isn't
does.
it ironic? They worship
he
their
does.
God
I
in the
agree with
dirtiest
that.
thing on earth.
But I
Wait,
wonder
Odin
why
and
the
the
reason,
Ganges,
what hurt
I'm
him,
getting
what in
kinda
his past hurt him to join Christianity?
Rocky,
Because he's using
Rocky,
this.
Rocky,
Meanwhile, the River Jordan is
Rocky,
beautiful. We should all go baptize in the
Rocky,
Jordan River.
do
Like
you want to own people?
No, I want people that owe me something to pay their debt.
God damn, brother. You're
Rocky,
not
tell
helping
me,
yourself at all.
why
dude.
did you join Christianity?
Now I
You're
can
not helping
forgive
yourself.
Tell me the moment you became a Christian.
I was like
Take
5
us back.
years old.
It was
What happened?
Moses.
What happened to
I was
5-year-old
5
Rocky?
years old when I believed in
And according
Jesus.
to him, he became
Tell
a
me what
Christian
happened
when
to 5-year-old
God's first
Rocky.
word was the cross. We're
My
all-
neighbor gave me the gospel. My neighbor gave me the gospel and said,
What
"Believe
happened?
in Jesus and you will be saved." And I
So tell me
saw
about
in
this
my
neighbor.
mind, I saw Jesus on the cross dying for my sins
Tell me
because I
about this
knew I
neighbor,
was a
Rocky.
sinner. I knew I was a sinner by the time I was 5.
What
I
did
knew
this
I was
I
not
knew
neighbor
I
sinner
tell
because my
you,
mama
Rocky?
told me
a
no.
redeemer. And when I was given the gospel,
Rocky, what did
someone
this
said
neighbor tell
Jesus
you?
died on a cross for your sins. And I had a vision. I seen Christ dying on the
Rocky,
cross for my sins.
Rocky, what
I
did you
felt
do at the age
sorry.
of 5 that
What
was
if
a sin?
I
what
felt
if I
really
had a vision
bad
and Christ
because
told
I
me that
knew
you
I
were
put him
wrong?
up there. I put
Rocky, what
Jesus
did
on
you
the
do at the age
cross.
of 5?
Okay, dude,
We
it's
all
been 10
put
minutes.
Jesus
Rocky,
on
the
the
reason why everyone
cross,
talks about you is
Rocky,
because
and
you don't
you
stop.
did you
guys
kill an animal at the
deny.
age of 5?
Rocky,
You
the
guys
reason
think
why
you
everyone
have
interrupts
to-
you.
all the
Rocky,
whole
what did you
religion
do at
think,
the age of
oh,
5?
if I just do good, I can
Rocky,
I can just do
what did
good.
you
If
do
I
at
do
the age of
better,
5,
You is
Rocky?
because you
if I
don't
do better,
stop.
I'll go to
You talk
heaven.
until someone
Did you
interrupts
kill an
you. That's
animal,
the problem.
Rocky?
Hold on,
It's the
Rocky.
gauntlet.
The reason
Stop.
everyone
that
interrupts you is
screaming
because you
baby on
don't
the
stop.
plane back?
You have to pick a minute maximum. Everyone interrupts you because you don't stop. No one's trying to be rude. You don't stop. That's the problem. Go ahead.
Rocky, what did you do at the age of 5 that was a sin?
Tried to own one of the neighbor
Before
kids.
then, me and my neighbor,
Let him,
I was
let
playing
him
with a
talk.
little boy in his house, and I stole
Uh-oh.
a silver dollar from his dad that was on the dresser.
What do you mean by
Is that all that you do at the age of
I
5,
stole
Rocky?
the silver dollar, a real
Is that
silver
all?
dollar
What do you
back
mean by
then.
The silver dollar from his ass.
Rocky, are you the Midnight Rider?
I was 5 years old and I stole, and I realized that I was a bad
Yeah,
boy.
you're the Midnight
And
Rider.
I was given the gospel and said, repent, repent, you're a sinner. I said, yeah, I am a sinner.
Don't let them slow
And
you
then
down,
I
Rocky.
saw Jesus
Rocky,
on the cross
what else did you do
dying
at the
for
age of
my
5?
sins. And I felt bad because I put him up there. We all put him up there. But
Rocky,
he was
what else did you
gracious
do at the
enough,
age of 5?
and
I
he
did
forgave
not.
me
Don't
my
let him catch
sins.
the
He
Midnight
forgave my
Rider,
sins.
Rocky.
See, there you go. You don't
Rocky,
stop.
Rocky,
We
what
gotta
else
be
did you do
careful.
at the age of
We
5?
gotta be
Rocky.
careful what we say. It is YouTube. We gotta be careful what we say. It is
Rocky,
YouTube.
what happened? Rocky, take us back. Who hurt you?
Nobody hurt me.
I knew.
No, you're lying, Rocky. Don't lie.
Guys, I'm gonna say goodnight. I'm gonna say goodnight.
Tell us what happened.
See, because
Let
I
me say-
stole
let me
that
say
silver
goodnight. Let me
dollar
say
from my
goodnight.
neighbor, I
Say
could no
goodnight,
longer
Omar.
play with that
Good
little
night, guys.
boy.
Say
I
good
really
night,
like
Omar.
that kid.
I agree with
and
everything
he was
Rocky's
nice.
saying from here on out.
That's
Rocky, don't let
dangerous.
them stop you.
Yeah.
Rocky,
Rocky
they're
was
trying to
locked
stop
in
the
the
truth.
closet
Rocky,
and
they're
told
trying
that
to
he
stop the
had to
truth and
smoke the whole
suppress.
cigar,
They're
or else he
Satan's
had
trying to
to
stop
eat
you.
it.
Don't let them. I'm gonna go.
They are.
Play. Okay.
Okay, Rocky. Tell
So
us
your
what happened.
self-flagellation began at 5. Okay, continue.
No, I just
Rocky,
felt
who
bad
hurt
because the boy's dad wouldn't let me
Well,
play
you
with
said
him
you
no
were a
more.
sinner that had put Jesus
Oh
on
my
the
Let
cross.
him talk. Let him talk.
I'm
Let him
just
talk.
saying
Oh my
that's some
God.
At least
self-flagellating
I can
thought.
admit. Well,
Let him
well,
talk.
you can't admit that you ever stole anything as a little boy.
I didn't say I didn't steal any. I just fucking as a little boy, I stole it as an adult. Fuck corporations.
Yeah, well, so you think that's righteous? You think you
That
can?
was here
You
for the
think,
government.
you think you can make up for it and do something good, and that'll get you to heaven?
Why would I
Oh,
need to
that's
make
right.
up for it? I
You
don't even feel
believe
bad
in
about
heaven.
it.
I forgot. You don't believe
Rocky,
in heaven,
I'm
hurt
not
you,
going to
Rocky?
heaven, Rocky. I don't want to go with that weirdo.
right?
Rocky,
Right.
tell me what punishment happened? How did they hurt you?
Ben, you don't want to follow the long-haired robed
Rocky,
man
how did
down
they
the
hurt you?
aisle?
Stop
No.
saying no, Rocky. I know they hurt you, Rocky. How did they hurt you?
Don't start shit you don't know you're talking about. We all
Say it,
been
Rocky.
hurt.
Say it, Rocky. Say it, Rocky.
Everybody
No
on
shit,
this
there won't be
panel,
no shit.
everybody
See,
on
this
this
is
panel's
what I'm
been
talking
hurt
about.
once or twice. At
It's
least,
there.
you
You
know,
just gotta dig
everybody's
deep.
been hurt. I'm not gonna bring up and start crying about my past like you bunch of cucks do all the time,
But
always crying.
Rocky
Oh,
admitted
yeah.
happened.
My daddy,
Rocky,
my daddy
hold
spanked me when I was fucking
Rocky
5
admitted
years
happened.
old.
I have never heard anybody on the
Yeah,
panel
let
say
it
that,
all
Rocky.
out, Rocky.
Let it out, Rocky.
Oh, I was
I've
See,
never
raised
heard
tell you,
by
anybody
the
it's
say
there. You just gotta
that.
dig
I was
deep.
raised by the Illuminati, and my daddy used to turn me
Illuminati.
into a transgender, make me dress up like a girl.
Are you projecting,
Clip
Rocky?
that shit.
Rocky,
I'm clipping
did the
that.
neighbor touch you?
Yeah, well, clip that. Clip that.
Yeah, yeah.
Rocky,
We'll get that.
Rocky,
it's not your fault, Rocky.
Is that why you
Rocky,
feel like you need to
only
own other
question.
people, Rocky? Because your dad made you do that?
It's not gonna
and now you
change
need
it.
to own other people?
What?
Is that
Do
why
you need
need
to
own
feel
other
power
people?
over others, Rocky?
No, I was just trying to explain indentured servitude. That
Oh,
is
no,
taught.
no.
It's a real thing. It's a
you
real
got it.
thing. It's worldwide. It's real, and the Bible speaks about it. How to be a good slave master. Treat your slaves good. You know,
He slipped just for a
it's a
second. Slave
realistic
master.
thing.
If you're a slave master, how can
you know,
you not have
before
slaves?
Civil War, if you were forced to have slaves, you know, Abraham Lincoln had slaves.
Everybody didn't have
Washington
slaves.
had slaves.
Rocky.
Everybody. It was a
Less than
thing. It was a
3% of
fucking thing.
Americans own
Yeah.
slaves.
Most
Rocky,
people
how
didn't.
often did your dad whip
People
you?
don't learn from history.
Rocky, how often
I'm
did your
from the
dad whip you?
South, and most people didn't have slaves.
Less than 3% of the population owned slaves, Rocky.
And it was
you
mostly
just wanted
Jewish.
to be one of them.
Rocky,
Yeah.
did the slaves have
Rocky,
slaves?
like
Abraham Lincoln was
everybody's
black,
doing it.
dude.
Everybody's owning people. What? I
Yep.
can't have a
Well-
few slave boys?
No, what I'm talking about is
Go ahead,
indentured
Sun Island.
servitude. They call it slavery, but it's really indentured servitude.
Hey,
If
LA,
you
we
owe
don't want
someone
slaves.
money, you have to work it off. So if you're working for your employee at the store and you
He's
stole
talking.
from,
Rocky's talking about
or
when
if
he
you go
came
to
the
a
US.
restaurant and you don't pay your bill, they make you work it off, go wash the dishes for the day. So it's called indentured. You owe somebody a
Rocky.
debt. You have to pay
Did you
it
ever have a childhood,
one
Rocky?
way or the other. You know, you can pay it with fiat money, which is bullshit, or you can work it off.
Rocky, did
a
you ever have
silver
a childhood?
dollar, that silver dollar you stole was probably a couple $100. Are you an indentured servant and slave to that family?
No.
No.
No, I
Rocky,
gave it
you like
back
my
to him,
flag?
and he punished me. He punished me and didn't let me play with his son no more. So I was punished.
Was he your best
I'm
friend?
not.
Yeah. And he
Was
was
he your best friend?
merciful. I'm not saying you can't be merciful.
Was he your only friend?
Yeah. Cheney's right.
No, he was my
check your
best
comment.
friend, fuckhead.
What Cheney say?
He was my best friend, shithead. He lived 2 doors down.
Let me tell you about my bed.
Now we have heard. Now we understand what has hurt Rocky.
Yeah.
Now see, was that
See,
so
I'm telling you,
hard?
Christianity plays
Well,
on these emotions.
It
but they
did
don't
me
wanna admit
good.
it.
I was punished, and I
It didn't
repented,
fix
and
it.
it brought me to
Jesus
Christ.
Jesus
like
didn't
That
make your friend mad.
dad did
Hold
me
on,
a
hold on,
favor.
Rocky.
That
Hold on.
dad
So
did
what
me
we're
a favor
saying,
by
what we're saying is you lost your real life friend, so you had to get an imaginary friend.
Basically.
no.
He nodded yes for a second. He's like, wait.
No,
But
that's
this
Santa
is
Claus.
what Jesus is supposed to be for
Santa
all these
Claus.
Christians. Jesus is that friend.
This
This is applies to all Christians, not just Rocky.
I never
Jesus
taught my
is that
children. Never taught my children Santa Claus and fake
Jesus
Santa.
is that friend they never had.
Hey, what's
Tell
wrong
them
with
the
Santa?
truth. Tell
Hey,
them the
Santa.
truth.
What are you talking about?
It's
You're
Santa.
looking
Even
at
wearing
him.
red.
Well, we got Santa
He's got
here.
a big beard too.
Yeah.
She didn't want me to
Okay.
trim it anymore.
I didn't know Santa
listening
served in
to you.
Vietnam.
You know all
Dang,
the
Santa.
who's naughty and nice.
I can tell. Yeah, which,
You know
which-
everybody who's naughty and
Yes,
nice.
that.
Vietnam, I'd be like 10 or 15 years older. Thanks, Garth. I used to like you.
Who's naughty and
Okay,
nice,
but
Santa?
to be fair,
Who's
I
naughty
look
and
old. I
nice?
think Rock's more like Vietnam era.
So I'm gonna make my
Santa's
exit.
like 3 years older than me, but the white
Don't,
beard.
Yeah.
don't lose no weight. Don't lose any weight. You got
Hey,
to
Ben, I'm gonna make
Oh,
my
I need to
exit.
lose weight after the holidays.
What you got to say, Brick? And
Yeah,
we
I'm gonna make my exit.
can't lose weight.
Rocky, you're making this too easy. Stop it, bro. Like for real,
I'm
in all
not easy,
seriousness.
man. I'm not easy. You're easy.
Folks like
You're
Rocky and those two guys who were here earlier, I mean, they made a claim, and I'm all about the preaching work, right? I hate apologetics because the apologetics is a defense, and you should be ready to defend. But what that means is you're not stepping in the cage. What it means is that you're ready to defend because an assailant comes upon you. That's what apologetics should be. But these guys come up on panels trying to do apologetics. That's stepping into the ring. So when the guys came on today, I really appreciated it. And I feel like they did a pretty good job, in my opinion, because they did provide
some scientific backing using the science of the day to formulate their claim. And then that was from one person, I think Donnie, and then the other guy, Sam, was going based upon logic and reason. And that was a pretty good team. I don't think that they did a really good job with the ad homs. I think that that's a horrible place to go in debates, but I do appreciate them doing a preaching work. It absolutely destroys credibility of Christians when they do the ad homs. And it also destroys credibility of Christians when they sit there and go on and all that shit, Rocky. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Love you guys. I will see you on the next one. Later,
Have a
friends.
good night, brother.
You know, the thing is, like, me and Donnie go way back during like COVID, so he's no slouch when it comes to the science. But ultimately, I disagree with him because he doesn't really care about the truth. He cares about how he can use the science and manipulate the data to make it fit his worldview. And then that's the problem with
I was a little
Donnie.
surprised to hear him pull out of Africa. I was like, that's really kind of a defunct theory and one that I don't think most Christians were ever down with. Like,
Yeah.
how are you holding that position and fucking pushing Christianity? It was an interesting thing to hear.
Yeah, because most people don't actually understand the implications. Like, origins matters, and people don't understand how important origins is. Because from origins, that's going to be the dividing line that which is going to determine which worldview is correct. And so I can't.
Can I ask you a question on that, Darth?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Jody. You want to go ahead, Jody?
I mean, this is why I do not stand on any ground when it comes to religion. I let everybody have their own belief. It's all up to speculation. Who is it to say, like, yes, this is exactly how it is, whether it's scientific or religious, prophecal or whatever?
The thing is, people are gonna. Go ahead, my bad.
Thank you. Nobody could definitively say this is exactly what happens. But the biggest thing is with religion is it gives hope. It gives hope to the people in desperate times. And that's why I try not to discredit religion. Because in the most desperate times when, I don't know, your mom's dying of cancer, for instance.
Yeah.
You're like, please, God, please something, please help someone something. You know what I'm saying? That's the power of religion.
Well, here's the thing: people just see death. Go. I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
I'm completely fine with death. I accept death. It's just a part of life, and honestly, death is more beautiful than life, in my personal opinion.
Look, you're only saying that because you're no longer young.
Well, I'm still pretty young, but I appreciate the insult. I'm fucking 33.
I think he was insulting me, Jody.
I didn't mean it as an insult, but it's just more like a statement of fact. Like, nobody wants to be old and dying and full of disease. That's not fun.
Well, 33 is a bit before the spiritual age when people start facing those demons, though. Like, and Big Fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big Ten. I own a slave. I tell this slave to do what it needs to do to get things done, and the slave doesn't complain, quite obedient. Then there's myself, who has a body which I call my slave. Don't be complacent.
The thing, whoever the guy on the bottom is, there's political implications to eternal life. For example, a king only wants eternal life because he wants to rule for his. Wait, let me finish. Come on, Jody. Let me finish, man.
Yes, sir.
And I get it. You don't believe it, man. There's political implications to the supernatural things. If there's such thing, the only reason a king wants eternal life is to rule over his subjects eternally, to keep them slaves eternally. The reason God has put death there is because he knows these tyrants will arise, but death makes sure they will not rule forever. So it is a mechanism to go ahead. To balance things out, basically.
And I think there are a lot of worldviews that have death as a returning to the origin, to the source. You know, I mean,
Yes.
we live on a farm and there's life and death every single day. So it's not all that foreign. It doesn't seem strange and homogenized to me.
The thing is, like, you must be stripped of your memories because you are no longer in that life. When you die and your soul is sent to hell to be burned, what is being burnt is your memories to
I don't
strip away
believe that.
I know, and I get it. You don't believe that, but this is the theological position.
Sure, that's a theological position for approximately 1/3 of the people on the earth, but that means about 2/3 of the people don't believe that.
Yes, I get that atheists exist, but I'm not gonna. I'm not an atheist. So,
Sure.
but
No. I mean, I'm just arguing the point from a different place, and maybe it's 2/3 of the people who do believe that.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get across is that there are political implications to these spiritual things. The reason we don't have eternal life is because the only people who want eternal life are freaking tyrants. So they can rule, they can have control over the things eternally. This is why kings, for example, in China, you have this mummified king with all his servants because he wants
That's
to live
just
forever.
because he was mentally ill. Emperor Chen.
He
was.
Look,
just mentally
if he can
ill.
run a nation, no, he wasn't mentally ill. He can run a
Oh,
nation.
sure he was. Do you know how he was treating the people when it comes to China, bro?
Yes,
I got you covered. And I'm
Yes.
the non-dual Taoist. So
Look, yeah,
he
I
was
guess you-
crazy.
Yeah, you're gonna say dictators are crazy. We agree on that.
No,
but-
I just said he was.
Okay.
In
Kim
particular,
Jong-un?
after he conquered the thing, he was getting more progressively crazier
yeah,
and crazier.
he was drinking mercury, so yeah, he was losing his mind.
That's
So-
one way to get eternal life, I guess.
Yeah, but
If you
you
do
don't
it right, eh, Ben?
Yeah, but you
Well,
don't get
you
to that
gotta- you gotta-
position by being a lunatic.
My
Yeah,
only
You gotta
I
imbue
mean,
it
I don't
with gold
disagree
before it-
entirely with tyrants. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben. I'd asked you.
You got to imbue. There's a processing. You're not like ingesting pure mercury like that.
Right.
You're imbuing it with gold, and then you're making what's the name of it? Like the thing like where you put rocks in water and the essence of it is supposed to go into the water.
Sure,
It's more
yeah.
like that where you're not ingesting it itself.
Yeah, like it's
it's like
pseudoscience,
internal
but it's the goal.
crystallization, right?
But it's the goal. What he's doing that. The goal is because he wants eternal life. In the very same way the Christian wants eternal life. Why do they want eternal? But the question.
Do you know why Chen was trying to avoid it?
You don't want
sorry to
eternal
talk
life.
over you.
Because he wants to
No,
rule
he-
forever.
Oh, he
don't
was
wanna
afraid
rule
of the souls of all the people he killed.
Of course, he should be afraid. They're gonna rip him
That's
apart.
why he created the Terracotta Army.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, that's our interpretation. There are writings about it. But
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
I'll
writing.
take your point at de facto that, yeah, a lot of people who have power want to continue life eternal in that. But that,
Again, and it
yeah,
goes back to the
eternal.
selfishness. Yeah, and it goes back to
This
the selfishness.
sucks,
the
man.
same selfishness,
Can't
the
wait
same
to get
selfishness
out
found
of
within
this
the Christian who wants eternal life for the same very reason the tyrant
Well-
or the king wants eternal life.
what's
Oh,
your
they just-
evidence for that, though, Darth?
Because we all want that. We're all selfish.
I don't want that.
I mean, you say that,
do.
but that's only because you're old.
No.
Weisman,
When I was-
fourth
When I
Weisman
was
comes in with
19,
a
I
big
volunteered for the bomb
eternally
squad. So, no,
in
not really.
this world.
Man, you're crazy, man.
I want to
Fourth-
die
fourth-
go to eternity in the next world.
Fourth Wiseman comes in with the big five, just knocking of numbers to see if 4 comes after 3. I think it still applies. I believe so.
Most everywhere.
I'm not sure.
Fucking W.
I always
W.
thought it was
Wiseman,
weird
dude.
that Christians
4
didn't
and
want to
3.
go to heaven.
Everyone shout out fucking
Square and
Wiseman
compass.
for the donos.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah,
He's
dude.
awesome.
Hell
Why-
yeah.
Yeah, I
Hell
started out as a Taoist. I mean, the Bible was something I started
Taoist.
studying because Jesus was an enlightened being. But when you start out with the thing that we're basically in the recycling mode, you don't hold on to things in quite the same way. And even as a father, you know, there were timelines and there are traditions of this in India, for example, that are thousands of years old, where they're essentially 3 seasons of your life. I think it's weird in the Western Academy where we try to be eternal, but a lot of places don't have the same thing.
The Eastern is more like about letting go of things, while the West is more about holding on to the stuff, holding on to your life. And so the thing is, like, the West is not able to let go, and so they can never reconcile with themselves. And so they spiritually,
maybe that's the loss of Gnosticism.
You guys need some stuff. I got some stuff you guys can have. You guys want some stuff?
You got silver dollars for $1 face value?
Oh, jeez.
I got some tools I don't need anymore.
Come on, Jody. That was a reasonable, dumb question.
Rocky, are you losing your house?
What kind of tools are we talking about here, Rocky? You've piqued my
I got wood chippers, welder, riding lawnmower, tractor. I think I might sell everything and hit the road.
Let it go, man.
Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go, Rocky?
I don't know. Just travel
To
around.
Chiron.
No, I'm saying
Might
when you
go
die,
to,
when you die, Rocky, where do you want to go?
Where do I want to go?
What kind of heaven do you want to go? Because there ain't gonna be titties and beer.
You want to go back with your friend, Rocky?
It'll be perfect when I get there. I know. Anyway,
Well, what's
this
your
life
heaven?
sucks. This world sucks, and I don't want to live forever in this world. The afterworld is what's important, and the
The place
afterworld.
without the titties and beer.
There's a
You wanna
bunch of
live there
assholes in the
forever?
afterworld.
I don't know what it's like. There might be beer. Jesus drank wine and shit. Like
What about
that.
the titties?
I think there's to be
That's what I'm
titties
saying.
too. There'll be titties there. Definitely
Hear that,
titties.
guys? Rocky's heaven's getting better. He's got beer and titties.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's go.
72 virgins.
That's my kind of Valhalla.
It's going to be Epstein
Rocky
Island.
just turned into a Muslim. He's like,
I know, right?
Epstein Island.
Where the little
No.
small angels at?
No, I believe I'll meet my
No.
wife. I believe I'll meet my wife and she'll have a perfect body like she was meant to have, and I'll have a perfect body, and we'll do something, man.
As
We'll
one
connect
does.
somehow. Maybe we'll touch our fingers together and ooh.
But
who
if you're
knows? Or
eternal,
maybe
why would you need to have any more
maybe I
babies?
could touch her titties because they're
Easy,
mine.
Rocky.
They're my titties because she's still a part of me, right? Because we become one. So
Jody, how do you not have a question about this stuff?
Okay,
think
fourth Wiseman comes in. If it keeps knocking these numbers off, I might get a SoCal sensible sequence and call it a scale of ascension of some kind. Yes. Yes.
I have so many questions, but
And,
honestly,
Quark Arc. I love that name, Quark Arc. Couple of shekels, motherfuckers.
in my personal opinion, like I don't shit on any religion. I'm
Except for
neutral.
Jews.
Jody,
you
you cannot be politically neutral. See, what happens when you're politically
I
neutral?
don't give a fuck about. I didn't say anything about politics. I said religion.
No, religion is politics. That's what you don't realize.
No, it's not. No,
It
it's
is.
not.
You gotta face it. All the
No,
spiritual is very political.
You're just a,
you don't.
you're
Under,
just
you
a-
don't. You think you're political now? You're gonna be even more political in the afterlife.
I'm not
All the demons and the
political, dude.
angels are hyper political.
Okay, if you believe and you manifest that, sure, go for
No,
it.
they are.
I do
Well, why
not.
do you think the angels rebelled against God? Do you think it
I
was
don't.
because of
I don't.
non-political
I don't
reasons?
think that. I don't think that. You
I
think
get-
that, and I'd let you think that. right?
Because he canceled Casual Day on Friday.
So
yeah. No,
let me not
Pizza
think
Thursday was
about it.
canceled, so they had a revolt.
Uptight.
If anything,
Nobody likes uptight management.
If anything, I would be Odinism over
it tells you
anything.
that-
And I would fucking blood eagle you, you fucking cocksucker. How about
so
that?
People don't really understand the Adam and Eve story. The sin that Eve, her real sin wasn't.
We've got a convert, Howard.
Come on,
Hail
Joey.
the All
Give me a
Father.
second. So the
Come
real
on.
sin. So the real sin of Eve was not that she just.
But how was
because-
Eve? How was Eve
Jody, come on.
even created? How was
Jody,
Eve
come on.
created?
Jody,
How
come
was
on.
Eve created?
That's a different question.
No. How was Eve created?
She was coded into existence.
Based
She
off
took-
of what?
Took the rib of Adam and made boobies.
Well,
So
I
what
don't
about
even
Lilith?
believe in Adam and Eve. To be
There you go.
That was the rib. We got lucky that was the rib with the boobies in it.
But if you're asking me how humans or animals are created, they're coded into existence.
Oh, you're talking like a technological term? Like an AI term?
No.
Hmm.
Coding. Well, what coding is, it's just a bunch of strings of logic.
The DNA
Fourth
coding.
Wiseman comes in with the big 5, 7.5 minutes remaining. I will race everyone. Fourth Wiseman always wins.
What are we doing to race?
To the goal. 7 of 10 on the goal.
Oh,
Keep going and keep me up paying gas.
no doubt. Gas went up.
We gotta get the we gotta power those banks, dude. Ben has fucking major power fucking batteries that he needs replaced. So keep the donos
I was
coming
all,
in.
what banks are you talking about, man?
Yeah. And more
But I'm
money in that
he's on my
battery,
radar.
more money in that battery bank than there is in the bank in town. That's a fact.
Word.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like Ben needs fucking batteries.
More
He's
than
off
all
grid.
the golden Fort Knox.
Y'all can make fun of my voice and make fun of me as much as you want. Just keep donating.
I think are you just drunk?
Hey,
You sound drunk.
I'm as southern at least as you are, Jody. What are you talking about, man?
I'm not southern at all. I'm from California.
I thought you were
Well,
drunk.
sound southern right now.
Yeah, you sound.
Fourth Wiseman comes in with big 5, says 5 minutes. I'm rabbiting. Where is the turtle?
Fuck yeah.
Turtle, soda pop.
Sorry
what's
for
your-
misstating you, Cody. Jody.
It's all right.
It's brain damage. I'm allowed to do that, right? Because I'm
It's all right,
old.
Santa. It's all right, Santa.
Well, you are a
for-
boomer from what I heard.
I'm
Thank
not
you
a
for
boomer, even though we're both Gen X.
Thanks for delivering those presents all those years. I appreciate you, Santa.
Yeah,
I am
I'll hook you
mad.
up, man. I'll hook you up this year.
I am mad you missed my fucking my scooter request. I wanted a
Well-
scooter.
How many horsepower? Or do you mean electric?
Not just a regular scooter, dude. When I was like 12 years
What
old.
power?
Oh,
You-
you gonna hold that against me? You gotta
Yeah,
move
fuck
forward,
off.
bro.
He's like, well, what about that shit that you did to your mom that year?
Yeah, no doubt.
I always thought
You know what I'm
Wait.
talking about. We don't got to say it
Yeah.
out loud, but you know.
Yeah, that would be awkward. Keep a record of wrong, or whatever, however that thing goes.
Fourth Wiseman says, I'm going to do, with big 5, I'm going to do the 10th. Beat me, bitches. And Objective Ethics to said, oh, yeah, I will. Be good or be good at getting away with it. That's exactly it.
Yeah, well, like I'm teaching Elf, don't get caught.
I wish
you're all gonna get caught. You're all gonna get caught.
What do you do to the elves that do get caught?
You're all gonna get caught.
Well, that
And
depends on what
Santa
they got
came
caught
in
for.
with the Big Ten and said howdy.
There, fourth Wiseman, I had to carry my load. So
Tony
I
the
wish,
cookies.
I wish Wiseman would join panel because he's
He
such
had
a
said
he's,
he shall one
he'd rip
day.
us up. He'd rip
Yeah.
us up.
he's such a legend, dude. Thank
Well,
you.
and he says something, you're like, yeah.
Oh, really?
Or,
Yeah.
you know, maybe that's the edibles, but, you know, that's cool.
Or both. I mean, you know.
But, you know, I'm in cycle right now, Ben, so I got to stay away from the herbal visions right now.
I am actually on the very light end of that also, because we're pretty much out of everything I grew last year. We had a shit year last year because we had an early winter. So 6 weeks early, and them last 6 weeks, everything gets fat, you know. And so I'm already out. Well, pinging, down to just flour instead of dabs. But it's good when the fresh frozen comes in. It'll be heaven again. Not
I'll
Rocky's
remember
heaven.
you this Christmas.
Have you had problems with aphids, Ben?
Oh yeah, every year with the aphids. Yeah, the best thing that we found. The best thing we found was I grow broccoli a lot. I eat a ton of broccoli.
Yeah.
And at the end of every season, or when it starts getting warm out, I let all the broccoli go to flower, so that way I can just get seeds and grow a shit ton more next year. Well, the aphids love broccoli better than everything else, even though it's already flowered and stuff. So I just leave the broccoli flowers. The aphids go to it, and it's not like I'm eating that anymore anyway. So.
See, I do daisies as a deterrent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The biggest damn problem with them is it's the ants, because the aphids come in on the ants. So the fucking ants will fucking
Don't they
hike
feed
them
off
aphids.
the aphids or some?
Yeah, well,
little
the ants,
syrup?
the aphid eggs and the aphid eggs get stuck to the ants then, and then the ants go walking elsewhere, and all of a sudden they're dragging aphids all over the place with them.
Well, all life is sacred except for let's see, mosquitoes, ants, and I don't know what bit me last, but
hornets.
Hornets.
Oh yeah, those are mean son of a bitches, man.
Oh, that's got such a bite to it.
I threw rocks when I was a kid at a hornet's nest. A sucker bit me right on the face, or stung me on the face. Never did it again. I'm like, no, you go ahead.
You learned your lesson.
Quark Arc comes in with the Big Ten, says I chucked in a couple bucks. Ken Heck, I know that name, Ken Heck. Why do I know that fucking name? Theology teacher representing pain and evil. Word salads. I know I've heard some of Ken Heck's stuff before.
Did we hit the goal there, Mr.
Yes,
Baldwin?
sir. We hit the goal.
Join in, baby.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Hell yeah.
Congrats. I'm gonna dip out. It's getting late.
And all right.
Good.
Thanks for
talking to
coming
you,
up
man.
on the panel. Like I said, you must feel vindicated after Shaman
Hell
said, "Don't bring him up on the panel."
Yeah, I was like, well, why is he coming after me? I haven't even said anything.
Yeah, he goes, "I haven't even said anything. What the hell?"
All right. See you guys.
Have a good night. And fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big Ten. I'm a busy mofo. I've been doing some filming around of what I do, so you all get a bit better comprehension. I will really enjoy that. I would like to see that quite a bit of what I do behind the scenes when not here. I come on with a bit of an intro for y'all. Nice. Yeah, I would very
Hey,
much like to
get a
see that.
picture of the castle.
Yeah. So it's Castle Day Wiseman.
Yeah, that's right. I thought I would be, as far as my tartan, I thought I would be Campbell. But I'm not sure that's true. You follow tartans at all, Ben?
Yeah, our family tartan is like a light blue. My mom's side.
Yeah. Initially, I was mostly Scottish, and then I keep getting the things. And as you know, so many people went from Ireland over to Scotland, it just became like a soup.
Yeah. Well, and then also on my other side, so it's funny. I'm Germanic, which and Scottish, and so then the Vikings. A lot of people don't realize that the biggest cities in Ireland are all Viking cities. Those aren't Irish cities. That's why, the original kings of Ireland, they would take them to Scone if they were an actual Irish king that's from Ireland.
Right.
Then they had to get made into kings at Scone instead of Edinburgh, because that's not Irish city.
Yeah, I'm
not Edinburgh. Dublin. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I thought that was a Scottish city where the Leinster kings were.
Scone is. Scone is, yeah. Scone's where you had to be actually kinged if you were
to be crowned. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Learned something.
Yeah,
What were you saying, Jody? I didn't.
my heritage, it's pretty. I don't really want to put it out there, but yeah, I got a plague. And it's mostly Icelandic and Germanic.
Awesome.
Hard to
And-
believe you argue just as much as Ben and I did.
Well, my
that's
well-
my family curtain.
Well, my family crest is, if I say my name, anyone who's watching could look me up, and I respect my privacy.
Yep. I respect that too.
Just say Helter Skelter. That'll be a fun query for him.
No, me and Ben already talked about Charlie the other night.
Yeah.
Ben's was yeah. Let's see, Germanic.
I was
people-
thinking earlier today we haven't seen Santa in a few days, and then you popped in. I was like, good.
Oh yeah, I materialized. I felt the beating of the drums. No, one, getting ready for Sundance, and two, we're doing stuff around here. I really miss being here. Not arguing with Clay, for a week or so. That really creates a longing in my heart.
Clay's a good guy.
Yeah,
Clay-
no. We argue a lot, Jody, but
his mom passed away, so Clay's a little on the rough side this week.
all right. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were gone, so I
didn't
figured
want
you
to
didn't know.
Yeah, no, he is a good guy, and I like listening to his questions.
It's not
to
my
be honest
business
with you.
to. It's not my business to tell other people, but yeah, Clay's going through some stuff, and so is Spin, and that's why I kind of wanted to say fuck off to Sam or
Sam. Well, that got
Adam.
hot quick.
Oh man, that guy.
Yeah.
There's something. It was like him and Omar were immediately oil and water. Like Omar didn't get even through a full sentence before that dude was interrupting the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
That's when I started listening. I kept checking in and doing stuff, checking in. I heard that. I'm like, okay.
It's like, holy fuck,
Sit
dude.
down. But I even like what
Well,
Rocky says
that's-
too.
that's-
I mean, he hits it. Jody, I'm
Rocky's
sorry,
got
go
some
ahead.
interesting points.
I got to
He
start
also
wearing
has it
headphones.
crazy sometimes.
So am I.
That's why Rocky's the prophet. You got to figure out which thing he says is brilliant and which thing's crazy.
Like you
I
said
feel
the
ba- I
other
feel
day,
bad
it's hard to
when
tell whether or
everyone-
not he's trolling sometimes because it's like, whoa. I'm like, come on, Rocky, you can't really believe that, bro.
He
won't
does
ask you.
though.
Yeah,
That's the
What?
thing. And I feel bad when everyone kind of gangs up on him. you know.
But he likes it. Do you see how much he's smiling when that happens? He feels loved. Maybe that was boomer love, you know.
Well, that was
Because
another point.
Gen X
It's like,
love is neglect, so maybe he, you know.
hold on, Ben. Ben, why did they say all boomers are liberals? That still doesn't make no goddamn sense to me.
Because all of our current social programs were put in place in that generation. And so you got to remember FDR, they basically thought FDR was a god of some kind. Served 3 terms. They wanted him to serve more. He's the one who put into place, and by executive order, all the social programs that are basically busted now and breaking our backs. And he did it through executive order. So people that want to argue about, oh, Trump made this many executive orders, oh, Biden made this many executive orders, fucking Roosevelt made 4,000 executive orders. It was like 3,800 for fucking the better part of 4,000 executive orders in order to put into place all the social programs that that generation got to collect.
Great New Deal, or
the Great New Deal. Yeah.
You stand up against that shit. I didn't vote that shit in. I was still young, and FDR is way before my time. And they started that shit when I was young, brainwashing us with TV and subliminal messages. And I was against the hippie movement and all that shit. And I found out that our government was basically criminals by the time I was 10.
Right. So basically,
the
way that they paint the boomers that way is because of all the liberal social programs that have ever been effected in our country's history, the bulk of it is during their generation by far.
But it was still done by the elite, the 1%.
I believe that. Yeah. I'm sorry. Right. I believe that, but I've never thought that. I tended to think of them as more conservative.
That's where things started getting real confused. Sure, they want to vote conservative, but that's why the trope of them mustache hair poking me in the nose. Irritating as hell, right?
The original definition of liberal means you believe in like the libertarian little government. That's what liberal used to mean, was small government. And so now they
really that was just the things that got attached to the party. What liberal always was individual rights, and conservative was always group rights. So conservative was always more nationalistic, and liberal was always more toward personal freedoms and things like that.
Now it's switched around, kind of.
They switched.
That's happened before too, right? I mean, it seems like they switch places every 60 to 100 years to keep everybody confused. But I've noticed, at least since George Jr., and I know a lot of people really like him, but you could take whatever they say after an event or a false flag or whatever you want to call it, and you can just have some blanks for, we're so sorry, our hearts and minds are with blank as they experience.
Santa, I got a question.
And sure.
Do you really think that George Jr. had any control?
I don't think any of them have any control.
I mean, in my personal experience, I'm just a young buck, right?
Right.
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to judge.
No. I mean, like Cheney said, these people are selected before.
That's exactly my point. Cheney ran George Jr.
Those phonetically, those overlooped, but I mean, these people, they already have their support cast and everybody else that's going to keep the mouthpiece in line. But there's not autonomy.
NGOs, the corporations which were created.
Well, corporations, including our corporation.
Corporations, according to the Bible, is an abomination because there's no one responsible. It's a corporation, therefore no one can be held accountable for their actions. They just sue the corporation, and no one's held accountable at the top. That's why they create corporations.
Yeah, corporations are abominations. They should be outlawed. 100%. Objective Ethics says, Benjamin Balderson, I'm surprised you are so against liberals and socialism. Most of the Scandinavian countries are very liberal and definitely socialist leaning. They also rank very high in the most metric and very low in crime and recidivism. I definitely understand what you're saying. Like, we take Howard here. Howard lives in Norway. Perfect example. Now, the thing about Norway is, if you look it up, they have a national deficit, but that national deficit isn't true. The national deficit is the interest rate on the national deficit is low enough that they are making more money on their national investments, which is put into a public fund that is then given back to the people. This is not direct theft of the earnings of the people and redistribution of such. This is the national, this is a national investment that they are then taken care of with. I'm absolutely for that. And when we're talking about Scandinavian countries, we're talking about countries the size of states. And I'm a much bigger fan of state programs than I am of a nationalistic program. And further, like, while you live out in the where I live, if another house burns down in the mountains, 50 fucking mountain people are going to show up with boards and tools and things like that, and they're going to have a new house within a week. And that is socialism, but forced taking of my earnings, which are mine, in order to get put into a pyramid scheme, because that's the problem with our socialism. It was built on a pyramid scheme, which is part of why we have to maintain, when everybody's so worried about the replacement rate, that's because the next rung of the pyramid always has to be slightly bigger. That's why we need that 2.1, 2.2 replacement rate. So that way we got enough kids on that next rung to be our payers, so on and so forth. So at some point in time, it's a self-defeating system.
I agree. Socialism gets a bad name. It's way better than communism. They try to equate socialism with communism, but it's not. It's two different things. I mean,
implementation, they've been pretty different. I would completely agree.
I actually don't even have a problem with communism on small scale. Actually, almost every government system, I only have a problem with it at the large scale. At the small scale, I can use a perfect example of the Amish or the Hutterites or whatever, Mennonites, whatever group. That is a communist community. Everything that's earned goes to the head of the community, and the head of the community redistributes out to the rest of the community. This is absolute communism. And they live a very nice life. And as a community, they have succeeded, grown, gained more land, provide for their people. It's a good system, but it's not a system, I think, on a nation, especially a nation our size, that works at all. Big Fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big 10. Corporation can write you up. You too can also, but why does, when you can use the corporation to write you down, not off?
Wow, interesting accounting. Yeah. Little accounting funds there, because you can be written up. Let's see, written off is where you're an asset that's no longer of value. What's the rest of the quote?
Written up.
Yeah, let's see. Write you up, overvalue you can too, but why do so when you can use the corporation to write you down, not off? I'm not sure on the write you down. Off. Yeah.
I am not familiar enough. You're going to have to teach us on this, Wiseman.
Yeah.
Give us the Wiseman wisdom. We do not understand these things. We are the poors.
Yeah, I
trying
mean,
to
you
use-
know, I ran a company or several companies, and maybe it's just a different term. Down there, under, or over, wherever you're at again. I thought, wait, he's in Scotland, didn't he?
Originally, corporations were given permission to do things that would other be illegal, unlawful, like trading with the enemy. So they made
Right.
corporations we could trade with the enemy.
Well, you
And-
talk about the Bushes, Prescott Bush. He was famous for his trading with the Nazis and things like that. That was
and-
one of the
and the
reasons that he
banks.
wasn't allowed to be president, because the bank that he ran was a huge supporter of that movement.
Hey,
Right.
Ben, I think OE is asking for a link to join back up.
Oh yeah, of course.
And Jody, hope you didn't drop out.
Jody's at Jody drops sometimes and then comes back, or
Oh,
maybe he
okay.
was done for the night. I don't know.
Yep, that's right, Cheney. Forrestal, boy, I got so much shit when that little bastard died. Oh, I'm sorry, McCain. In case anybody-
Yeah, there's Jody, and there's Objective X6.
You know, I think the whole system's getting ready to crash. In my opinion, it's the profit.
Could be.
I think there's
Could
a
be.
crash coming, and you better get ready. It's good thing to be self-sufficient somehow, be able to
Yeah.
get out of the cities, be
Good to know,
self-reliant.
Homesteader.
Yeah.
But even with that, one of the things that I considered, and we're nobody, you know, we got 6.5 acres, you know, we'll be able to stay under the radar. But people with bigger land who are following that prepper model, the sad thing coming at it from a logistics military perspective, they're already mapped out. You know, I'm not going to
small.
mention any names or any locations, but I'm familiar, allegedly, with a law enforcement group that had already decided to take over the Costco in their area should it hit the fan. So don't believe that everybody's out for
Objective. Are you here?
Yeah, yeah.
Are
and
you here, buddy?
I should be in bed, but I just couldn't pass this conversation up because I am curious. Because I actually have been doing a lot of research on this particular topic. I recently on my channel had a conversation. A Muslim and a Catholic wanted to come talk to me about happiness. So I did a lot of research into, you know, happiness and how it relates to, you know, religion, atheism, or whatever. And I was actually shocked at the statistics. It turns out that the countries that have the most atheists per capita rank the highest on the happiness index and also lowest in crime. And also, if you look at a lot of those countries are actually Scandinavian countries, and they do a really, really good job. The happiness index is not just self-reporting, right? Like, are you happy or not? There's like several criteria that go into it: GDP, overall health, impressions of corruption in the government. There's a few other statistics, you know, like long life expectancy and things of that nature.
Right.
And if you look at what these Scandinavian countries are doing, now I do personally think that that like some kind of a combination between socialism and capitalism, because you want to have like free trade and certain things you want to be able to infuse the market and keep competition going, because that's what tends to drive pricing down, so on and so forth. So I don't think just a strictly socialist policy is the best, but I do think that socialist policies like free to low cost healthcare, free education,
Right.
those types of things can be so beneficial to all the people, because you know, you got to think that if everybody in your country is highly educated, that can only help you, right? So forcing people to pay for college just doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. There's just little things like that. So, Balderson, what do you think about that as a little pushback?
I think that a good portion of why the Scandinavian countries are happy is because they still live fairly simple, fulfilling lives that are not extraordinarily materialistic. You even look at like Erling Haaland when videoed him from home, the guy's still drinking raw milk and eating meat from a butcher that he's shaking hands with and doing everything real simply. I think
The
that
Amish are manic.
yeah, and I think the Amish have a much higher happiness index than we do. I don't think that materialism leads to any type of happiness whatsoever. I don't think that The United States, I don't think any religion in any way, shape, or form drives us, or even atheism. I think raw materialism and consumerism drive this country. That's what our culture is built around, and that makes us pretty miserable as people. There's no doubt. It's easy to use the Northern Europeans because that's an extraordinarily high trust society and always has been. If you look back even to Germania, which was written around the time of while Christ was alive, supposedly, the German people were already living in a super high trust in what was considered a very happy society. This comes from being very family oriented, being very simple people, and sticking amongst yourselves. Now, where you're starting to see Europe really have a lot of problems, Northern Europe is where you're seeing a lot of integration of other cultures that are not high trust cultures. And now you're starting to see a lot of problems in a lot of these countries, a lot of rioting, things like that. These countries are tired of it. I believe fully this is part of why I'm a focused person. The people and the culture that you grew up in, and cultures are very regional. The people in that culture, you're going to have an affinity toward that and that type of lifestyle because that's the lifestyle you've learned, and those people are going to work well together. The forced integration of a lot of things that the governments have tried doing, and moving people around and shuffling people, this has been bad for everybody all around. Even in the United States, when they did forced integration, I don't think that forced segregation should be legal, but forced integration did not work any better. That broke those communities all apart.
Well, I have a lot to say about that, but I know Mr. Santa, I think he wanted to get in. So if you don't mind, after you go, Santa, I'd like to respond to Balderson there.
Well, why don't you respond first? I'll remember what I'm saying.
Well, I don't want to. Okay, I don't want to be rude. Okay. Yeah.
Well, no, I want to hear your response. I mean, you guys have a dialogue.
Well, I feel like there's a lot that I could agree with you there, at certain points. And I don't want to be, fair and offer you that olive branch, so to speak, because I do think that the simpler life could definitely help lead to happiness. I think that there's in the Quran, there's a particular verse, one of the surahs, and it talks about this mirage. And it's really important for people to understand what a mirage is. It's a specific type of a hallucination. It's not just a random hallucination, but it's a specific type when you're out in the desert and you see the heat waves kind of dancing on the sand out in the distance, and you think that that's water. And when you're dying of thirst, you desperately need that water, and you go out there, you use your last bit of energy, and you find out it's just more dry sand. That's what a mirage is. And I think that chasing materialism is this type of mirage, that people put so much value into having material things, and they get these things and they find out that they're not any happier or any more satisfied. In fact, oftentimes they're even worse off. So I definitely agree with you on that. I don't agree with you about integration being a problem. It depends on how it's implemented. I think that diversity is actually a strength, and that's one of the few things that I would credit America with, that we do have a really diverse culture, and that is a strength because it brings different ideas into the community, as well as not just scientific and medical advancements can benefit from diversity, but also from culture in general, like being able to enjoy art and theater and food and other things, philosophy, music, different things that come from different cultures, I think actually increase value to people's lives. The other thing that I would say is that when you look at specific countries or regions that did not integrate, they were not any less violent or less problematic. The white people killing white people, Europeans killing Europeans, black people killing black people, Chinese people killing Chinese people. I mean, I don't think that diversification adds or detracts from that in any way. I think it's a matter of how it's implemented. And I think that there's nuance there. And the other thing I would say, just really quickly, if I may sum up this, is that as somebody who really does follow science, and I may get a lot of pushback on this panel. I don't know how you guys feel about this. I know sometimes in these panels that people don't necessarily believe in things like human-caused climate change, for example. I
got you, bro.
I do think that overpopulation is a real problem. I'm not an anti-natalist, but I do think that this earth would be a lot better if humans considered themselves to be another animal and lived harmoniously in the ecosystem instead of being an invasive species that's just popping out kids all over the place. And this replacement rate theory is really problematic, because what happens is the infrastructure is basically supported by healthy middle-aged adults. And so in order to get healthy middle-aged adults, you have to have babies that will turn into these adults. And then these adults turn into elderly people. So the only people sustaining the infrastructure are just this one particular section of humans that are in that particular region. And so what happens is that you have to continue to have more and more babies that will turn into these middle-aged adults. And the infrastructure has to support both the babies, the middle-aged adults, and the elderly. And it becomes a self-perpetuating problem to where you have to continue to populate because the infrastructure grows. The infrastructure grows because you're continuing to populate.
But then you come into an incest problem.
No, you do
And
not.
So we can
hold on.
Yep, go ahead, Jody.
Hence population control, right? Because once so many people, I mean, we are overpopulating we are demons. We fuck and we reproduce. Can we not agree on Jesus Christ, dude? You can't even agree on that.
Scarcity is propaganda. There's no scarcity. It's all bullshit.
Rocky, you think the Earth is flat, brother.
Can I
There's
jump
no
back
sense.
in?
Okay, anything that you might say about science or anything else, I'm literally going to dismiss offhand. When you figure out what shape the fucking Earth is, you can come be a part of this conversation.
Can I jump back in there?
Yeah, please do.
Quality of life is what really people should be after and hopefully are. Secondarily, the increase in violence. Please, I let everyone else go. So, population is a function of how tight people are in a particular area. And as you know, started with the Industrial Revolution and crowding people into cities, there were local anthropogenic effects, and there are probably global anthropogenic effects. But what has happened is we've also been, I'll use the word brainwashed, but it's too strong of a word. We've certainly been marketed to that the first world owes a debt to the rest of the world. And I would argue combining these three, most Americans would, for example, prefer nationwide health care that was fair to everybody.
Santa, be honest with yourself, dude.
I'm pretty honest.
You ain't got much long. Do you really think that, for instance, a nuclear event were to happen, right?
I went to school all the time going under my desk because of a nuclear event. That's kind of a tired argument, but keep going.
No, you're very smart.
Okay.
So you understand that the genetics cannot be duplicated under
What
tunnels.
do you mean by that? Well, genetics are duplicated all the time, sir. Identical twins.
We all know that there's tunnels and fallout centers and this and that, right?
Nukes are fake.
Yeah. The wealthy have always been doing these things. Please continue.
At the
Do you
end
think
of
the
the
wealthy
day,
are going to nuke the agriculture and everything? Because I mean, if you look at some of the natural things that happened in the earth and the scale of what might be a thermonuclear bomb going off.
So
there was one that ruined the sun for like 2 or 3 years.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki were firebombed. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were firebombed.
And if you have above ground explosions, all of that's going to go over the majority of the surface of the earth. No, go ahead and look it up. I mean,
Santa, you were in the middle of making a point. I'd like to hear you finish before you got distracted with this bomb stuff.
Okay, so I think people with I'm just trying to catch up where I was. I apologize if I'm not going to be right there, but I think, as Ben was saying, you get a population of 100 to maybe 1,000 people. A lot of communal, societal things can work. I mean, that's socialism. Everybody has their place. Communism, everybody's sharing. These things can work in small groups. But with the larger the group, the more you have this human tendency. It's nothing else, just a human tendency where people want to take advantage of the rules, and then power wants to, continue to climb. It happens in all the systems. Now, I think that most Americans are actually pretty generous. They would prefer that everybody have health care, or at least affordable health care for real, because every time I've seen it come up, there's a lot of support for it. Where the support for it goes down is the reality is presidents, for example, meet with insurance companies and the insurance is not affordable. I think that's what turns a lot of us away. Then we're marketed that our capitalism is the only way for people to rise up. What the other half of the story or the other half of the coin is, all of the systems in their very nature are competitive because humans are competitive. There, in the chat, people are mentioning other stuff in these Norwegian countries where it's not all just blessed. And so is there a solution? I honestly am a little pessimistic.
Yeah,
because when you well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You just paused for too long enough. I thought you were done. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, that's a good place to stop.
I was just going to point out Howard, the guy in the chat that's talking about that, is from Norway. And so the people over there aren't as happy as what it's made out. And I would like to address the melting pot idea that it just comes from a book from the early 1900s. Prior to that, we never took immigration well, and immigration was primarily from Europe. And even when immigration was from Europe, they primarily stayed in their own group. You still see the effects of that anywhere that you go, from the Midwest east in the West Coast and whatnot. There's a lot of extreme mixing, mostly because people started filtering over here. But if you look anywhere from the Midwest over to the East Coast, every little town, you can find German towns, Swedish towns, even in California here, the older towns where they got Danish, Russian towns, they didn't intermingle the way that we've been taught is. And I also find beauty in all the other cultures. I've been to more cultural ceremonies than anybody I know. Of different varieties. I find them all beautiful. When you start mushing everything together like it's one thing, then we lose all of that. We lose all those beautiful cultures, and now we just have this one big mush of a shit culture that's called consumerism, and nobody even knows about our cultures. Everybody says things like, oh, white people don't have a culture. They don't understand that the Germans, the Swedes, the Norwegians, we're all very different, have our own traditions, and that culture, again, white culture, Northern European culture was always an extremely high society culture or a high trust culture. When you look at Odinism, the tenets of Odinism, the first book and the Havamal, all that is about being a good host. And it includes things like if a man shows up at my door, I am obligated to give him first place by my fire and mead in a bowl of stew. Or whatever, that's something obligated, because people die if you just leave them out wandering around in the wilderness and it's cold and things like that. So taking care of your fellow man is geared into that, but also it's a society of free men that are responsible for themselves. And this is a very northern or a very European and mostly Northern European culture. And that's what got carried over to America. As soon as we started having forced integration, we started having immigration from other places. We have never historically taken it well. It's caused nothing but problems for us. The citizens fought it. The government pushed it. And then when we look at the civil rights era, when they started the forced integration, prior to the forced integration, the black community was doing much better than they are now. That's just a fact. A lot of people try blaming it on the Jim Crow laws and the civil rights. No, it was the forced integration where now they started flip-flopping communities when the black community stuck to itself and shopped only in its community and did business with its community, that community rose. The same as like today, the Jewish community, they deal with each other, they buy from each other, they do all those things, that community rose. These communities that stay together and work based off of a shared values, they do well and rise. The communities that the only shared value is materialism, they fall.
Aren't the Germans like that? Aren't the Amish like a German?
Yeah, they're all Germans. Yeah, that's high
Christian-
German. They're Pennsylvania Dutch. Yeah, they're Germans and Dutch.
Christian
They're-
sect. They're it's a Christian too.
Yeah.
They took hold of the Christian culture, and
No,
I think the
Christian culture morphed around Northern Europe. That culture existed.
Yeah.
Dude, read
Oh, yeah.
Tacitus Germania. That
Yeah, some of
culture
the
existed
Germans-
before Jesus was a thing, dude.
Yeah, I know the Germans. A lot of the Germans took hold of the new belief in Jesus, and they thrived with it. And
Well,
I
I mean, they were killed if they didn't. You know, I mean, that's just a fact. And now,
well, there's- yeah.
I mean, it's
I-
just a fact,
There's a lot
dude.
that I can
It's a historical fact. And now the northern Europeans, the Allfather is coming back, and you're seeing resurgences of national religions like Iceland is now reopened, and they're all Odinist again, and all that's coming back. That was forced on us.
There's a lot that you said that I can agree with, brother.
Yeah, there's
I do
Roman
like how
Catholic
you articulated the idea of
War.
when you mingle everybody into one big melding pot, then you actually lose this sense of identity and culture. And I absolutely do agree with you. However, again, I think I go back to my original point is I don't think that integration is a bad thing. It's how it's implemented. You know, you
Forced
can have
integration. I said forced.
Yes, I agree with you. And again, I think we're on the. I think we are. I think we do have some common ground there, but I just think that there's some nuance there that where we're starting to maybe take different sides of the argument. And I do think that having these different cultures is really beneficial. But I also agree with you that as long as people can still maintain their sense of identity, it's really important. But the one thing that I tend to argue for, because part of the reason that I do believe in this objective moral principle, and I know you and I have a different viewpoint on that, and I'm not trying to argue about objective morality, but I do draw from this concept that there's only one race, it's the human race, and we are actually a social species. Our flourishing is dependent on cooperation. The problem is that once we started building governments and religions, frankly, especially these organized religions, these started to become so divisive. We started fighting over territory, resources, and whatnot, as opposed to thinking about our fundamental nature, which is cooperation. And when we go back 50, 60, 100,000 years, when these were hunter-gatherers, there was no warring and stuff like that between cultures that I'm really aware of. There might have been some pockets of fighting and stuff. Go ahead, Santa.
Well, there is evidence that there was not only mixing and blending, but there was also competition for resources. But other than that, I would agree with you. Where there were enough resources, there was a lot less competition.
A lot less competition, because fundamentally we do thrive when we cooperate. And so you think about this thought experiment, right? If 10 people agreed and to cooperate, the axiomatic principle here is cooperation. Among those 10 people, there would be no wars, no stealing, no coercion, no essay, nothing, because they've agreed to cooperate. If we expand that to 100 people, it gets more complex and it becomes more difficult, because like Santa was saying, the more opinions that you start to put in here, you start to get more competition, and people are starting to fight for resources. But if we hold the axiomatic principle of cooperation, none of that happens. No wars, no theft, no nothing, because the logic still holds. If everybody on the planet agreed to cooperate, there would be no wars, there'd be no stealing, none of that stuff, because the axiomatic principle still holds. The trick is trying to get 100 people, trying to get just 10 people to cooperate can be really difficult. Trying to get 100 people, and the more people you add into it, complexity builds. But the logic still does hold. So the trick is, how do we get everybody on the planet to cooperate?
Ideally, communism is a good system, but you can't.
In small groups. The concern that I have is we're so localized to small areas. One, that lowers testosterone in men. It impedes the fertility. You see a lot of sexually related challenges. People's stress is higher in cities typically. I mean, obviously, if there's flooding or food's not out in the rural areas, there's plenty of stress. But if you look at when the country was quote unquote the strongest, it had a very dispersed population and a lot of self-independence.
Absolutely, and I think that's what the brother Balderson was talking about as well. When you have these, people more spread out, then you tend to be much more willing and able to help your neighbors because you're really more reliant on each other. I mean, I volunteered at a nonprofit organization. It was a village up on the border of Washington and Canada, and it was so far out in the wilderness that they had no resources to fire departments or anything of this nature. So they actually every week we would rent out the village to a different group. Sometimes church groups, sometimes the deaf community would rent it. It was really cool because different groups would come up each week. But the very first thing that we did every single week with the new community is we got in and taught them a fire line, a bucket line of how to fight fires. Because you had to learn to work together or you would be fucked. So when you have these communities that are spread out more, people have more space, they have more freedom. They're busier working their land. They don't have time to worry about whether they have a new Xbox or whatever the fuck they're worried about these days. The people living on top of each other is a huge problem. And that comes from this overpopulation.
Washington and Canada border.
Percentage of this planet is actually inhabitable. 70% of it's covered by salt water, for one thing. Then if you actually travel, and I think a lot of you people on the channel have traveled, you know that just because there's open land doesn't mean it's habitable. There may not be well water available. The soil may not be usable. I mean, there's so many things that actually there's reasons why pockets of civilization have started growing where they are located. There's reasons for that.
Oh, for sure. Resources is especially water is your biggest problem. You see all kinds of ghost towns because the town well dried up. I don't disagree with that. Where I do have a disagreement, I don't see where we will possibly ever get to a one world agreement like that, because the problem is, and I will use a simple example, the Second Amendment. For when you hear the arguments out of people in cities, because here's city and country, this is just two different regions, and it exists in every state. The people in the city, according to them, the only reason that you would have a semi-automatic rifle is because you're trying to kill humans. And I can understand where that comes from in their perspective, because in their mind, there is never a situation that they're in danger where they would need that or anything like that unless it was against humans. And I get that. Now that where obviously from a country person perspective that farms, I've had rampaging mountain lions on my property. I have to chase off bears at least 3 or 4 times every year. And I got to tell you, when a lion in the middle of the night is rampaging across your farm, that whole 6 bullets on a fucking bolt action should be good enough. Well, fuck yourself, right with a goat dick. Like, I'm gonna pull that trigger and sling as much lead as I can until that thing's done moving. Like, so what this is regional differences and different regional lifestyles. And as long as each region has its different needs based on the living in that region, we're not going to agree with each other on how we should live as a general whole. So I just don't in any way see. I think we can agree that trying to harm other groups should be agreed upon. That's the one thing I think we could maybe try to get everybody to agree upon. But this, even California in and of itself is too large of an area and too diverse and has too diverse of lifestyles for there to be one governance with one rule. And it shows. And before you guys pick up on that real quick, Fourth Wiseman came in with the Big Ten and says, sense of identity is not a name. A name is a season, like a salt to season something with, i.e., where are all the older names? The older seasons not utilized today due to free expression season of trials.
Yeah, brother. So I actually do agree. So I think that I don't actually argue for like a globalization as far as politics or religion or anti-religion or any of that stuff. I think we do need to respect people's diversity and diversity of groups because that's part of what makes the world so beautiful. The only globalization that I would like to see is this mutual respect, right? That we actually understand that we're all brothers and sisters. Like I really don't see myself as having friends or enemies. I only see myself as having brothers and sisters. Some that I really care about and I enjoy speaking to, and other ones I wish I could disown, but family doesn't work that way, right? You got to work it out. And also when I look at problems, I try to always look at the root of the problem as opposed to the symptoms. And so I say, well, you know what? If we would get rid of violence, it wouldn't matter how many bullets you had in your machine guns or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't affect my life anymore because we get rid of the violence and then everything else takes care of itself. Because if we got rid of all the guns, and don't get rid of the violence, people will just start killing each other with like chainsaws or blowtorches or whatever the fuck they got around. You know, it's not going to matter.
No, human on human violence is a problem and always has been. And I don't know that there's any way to stop that. I'm certainly not saying let's just put up with it. I agree. I would like to see what you're talking about, where we just quit beating each other up and we all just start trying to live productively. I think one of the bigger problems, I think more than overpopulation. So, and I do agree that a lot of land is uninhabitable, but there is more inhabitable land than what people possibly imagine. It's just been sucked up by either corporations or by the government. And everybody's been pushed into major cities, and people, just like any other animal, and I agree with your point on that also, we are animals. And there is not a single animal on earth that when you put them in a large group together, don't get really fucking stupid and start getting weird diseases. We need our space. That's just the way mammals are.
I think you're right, brother. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Absolutely. I think the biggest issue that I do see, that one of the biggest inhibitors, because I mentioned that the more people you add to it, just like the brother was talking about Santa, you increase complexity. It makes it very difficult to, like, how are we going to get these people to get along? But if we had less people that were living intentionally with the environment, which means considering each other as equals and living within an ecosystem, I think if we considered ourselves as part of an ecosystem, as opposed to all these dangerous beliefs that some God made this planet just for us, it's such a very harmful way to go about your life, to think that we're so fucking special, that this planet was made for us or the universe was made for us. I think living intentionally within it, respecting the resources like the Native Americans did, and I'm sure like the native population in most places. You know, go ahead, Santa. Sorry, I'm going on here.
Well, I think there would be a better chance for that if we didn't have people directly marketing to us in all sorts of form and fashion that we need to fear the other.
Right.
A lot of these things, you know, drive that fear. We're very susceptible to retaining negative things or perceiving them more directly or more profoundly. And the other, whenever there's any kind of resource restriction, you know, as a guy who's been going to reservations and everything, they always know where the white guy is. and that's cool. That's cool. And that's, you know, I used to have a mindset. I was like, man, it would be so cool if we could just get past racism. But racism is our tribal thing. It's part of our identity. And that's where I'm concerned by the forced integration. They intentionally, whoever they are, intentionally muddied the water of what our cultural heritages were. Because tying back to a past, tying back to a culture grounds us. Now, being raised by a hippie and moving around all the time and, you know, a whole bunch of other quote unquote sad for other people shit, I was not grounded to a culture. And so I had to create my own culture. And so I have a motley group of different people. And the advantage of that has been that I've learned a lot more about my supposed culture. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, if I may, just really one last thought, and then I do have to go to bed. I'll just be listening to you guys for a little bit here. But let me, we ain't got much left either,
brother.
the one thing that I do want to say or point out is that what I've observed here in America, when we talk about these forced integrations that have been extremely problematic, as far as I'm concerned, from what I've seen as somebody who not just grew up in it, but also then has been a business owner myself, a property owner. So I've seen it, all the way through, right? From both sides of the economic scale there. It is the haves versus the have-nots. It's not about the blacks and the whites or whatever else. It's really when you start forcing low-income situations into upper to middle class to upper income situations, they do not integrate well together. If you take rich people do great with other rich people. They don't care about the color of each other's skin or religion or anything else. Poor people, actually, the reason they have more problems is because they feel more desperate for resources. But when people feel like they have enough, they don't really mind being mixed in with other people, based on my anecdotal experience. And I could be wrong. It's
Well,
just my
there's
own
science to back that up.
I do think it really comes down to the resource. What do we really have available for resources? What's people's perception of happiness that Balderson was talking about earlier? I think that ties into this a lot with this materialistic worldview. And so I just think that that's more problematic than the actual different cultures per se. I think it has to do with, you take people who are poor and you start making these districts inside, where they have basically said, we're going to make a poor district over here, or the colored district over here, whatever. They wouldn't call it the colored district because they wanted integration. So they would call it low income. Is how they rephrase that, right? And as soon as you start mixing that stuff together, you get so many problems.
I want to just fucking call it a night because there's too much going on and there's too much to talk about. I love you guys. I'm
love you too, Jody. Always good having you, brother.
See you later, bro.
Love you guys. Hope you guys.
Hope you young kids do it better than we are.
Peace, brother. Peace out.
I think that when and here's why every time I said it with forced integration. If you live in a small town, I'm from South Dakota originally, very, very ethnic towns in South Dakota. It's only white people and primarily German in South Dakota, and then Native Americans. And we, the town I lived in, we had some black families move in, and that didn't cause any kind of problems. Everybody got along with the black kids. Everything was great. I do agree that more of our problems are economic than they are under culture. But where it comes, and this again, why I prefaced it with forced, when it was forced integration, they would move groups into another area. And the problem is then as a group, then their culture starts clashing with your culture as a larger group. When it's individuals, they tend to take on the culture that they've moved into, and not completely. They certainly still have their own things, but if you are an isolated individual, you're going to want to fit in with your neighbors. You're going to do the same activities they do and whatnot. When you come in as a group, you're going to keep your group identity, and now your group identity is directly conflicting with another group identity, which this is their space, and you've now moved into their space and expect your customs and ways to be respected, which is understandable. And so when it's done as a group, this is where it causes a problem. When it's done in a smaller scale, I don't see where integration is a problem. It's when it was forced integration where they said, we're going to take and shut down this whole neighborhood and we're going to move it into this other area, and you fuckers just need to deal with it. And that doesn't work.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think the only motivator to moving people in groups is economics. That's the only thing that justifies those group moves is economic based. I do think that what Santa said also is really true and really important. There is this manufactured fear that the governments do not want the people rising up for whatever reason. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, you know what I mean, or whatever, or an anarchist, but it's just true. They do not want people getting along in large numbers because we would hold so much power at that point. the government would lose complete control, and they do not want that. So they want
Well, they use
men fighting
integration
women,
as a
they want
tool
blacks
to
fighting whites, and so on and so
hate
forth,
each other.
because it's this manufactured fear. I don't think
When I
it's
was in
true. I think like Walterson was
junior
saying,
high,
if 1 or 2 families move into an area, those people are probably going to integrate pretty well, you know, for the most part.
integration,
But
they
when
were-
you start moving in groups, it becomes a problem. And I think the governments know that, and I think they use that to their advantage, as well as what all the bullshit you see on the media, all manufactured
I
fear.
remember in like the early 70s when they started busing the blacks to my neighborhood, and they were forced on us. The blacks didn't want to be there. We didn't want them there. We were Germans. I lived in a German white neighborhood, and they forced these blacks, and they didn't want us. They hated us. We always got in fights. We you know, and so this was forced on us, and it didn't work. And that's false. They're trying to make cultures like multicultures like bullshit. Small communities is the best, like state rights, like Omaha and Nebraska is like south of Sioux City. So I know what you're talking about. South Dakota.
Yeah, North
Dakota and South Dakota is right above me when I was growing up, and they integrated in Omaha they had black communities. They were doing really good. They had their own shops. They lived together. They were happy, and then all of a sudden they mixed us together, and then they just started a war. And that was just late 60s, early 70s. The hippie movement was going on. They had subliminal messages in the cartoons. They had all this shit. They had the Black Globetrotters cartoons and shit. The basketball. We know how to play basketball. And then you were cool if you accepted it. That's all bullshit.
You know, I had almost the opposite experience, but you know, I was
also
always
enjoyed
the
that.
And then
totally white guy.
then they generalized all people that lived during that time, boomers, that it's all our fault. But I was against most all that shit. And how am I supposed to stop them motherfuckers?
There was nothing.
I don't think anybody blames the boomers for that. What they blame the boomers for is again, the boomers, all the socialist things where the country basically, and the problem is if we also got to enjoy those things, you guys didn't, the boomer generation didn't pull the ladder up behind them, then I don't think there would be that anger. But when the boomer generation bought their house for 30,000-40,000 and then want you to pay $750,000, $1 million for that same house, even though you're not making that much more than they were, and then they're like, I don't know why housing's unaffordable, and you're the only generation, and the boomer generation is the only generation that's truly going to get the social promises fulfilled. They've been banging on for 20 years how Social Security's basically bust at this point, and they're also tagging that into the birth rate crisis because our social safety nets were set up on a pyramid scheme. It was a bad system.
Yeah, that comes from the problems of capitalism that you guys pointed to earlier.
Pyramid shit. They told us that
and this fiat
food
system,
pyramids upside down. Everything they teach us is wrong.
The
fiat system.
The fiat system, yeah.
They're counting on basically an exponential growth, but they know that's not realistic, which is why we have stock market crashes, Great Depressions, housing market crashes, AI bubbles, technology, all this stuff. It has to crash and be built back up again because nothing grows exponentially like that.
Yeah,
Well,
can't always have a full market.
Yeah.
I think also it's a harvest and regrow process.
Right.
Because the people, you know, that are in the know tend to be shorting it right before it crashes. It loses almost all its value, and then they buy it for pennies on the dollar, and they just keep doing it about every 8 to 10 years.
It's by design. You're absolutely right, brother. Yeah. And that's like I said, I do think that the only division that I see is not between these different cultures or races or any. I don't buy into any of that bullshit. For me, it's all about the haves and the have-nots, and I think that's the real struggle. And I think it's been that way for a long time, before the written record even, because we get the earliest written record we have is cuneiform writing, and when that came out of Sumer, They already had a fully established city, right? Like a fully established city. They were using the wheel. They were using sails on ships. I mean, there was a lot of technology before there was even writing. And we see this. So these things that are being, implemented in all now, these systems that we're getting, these political systems, they've been building these ever since the agricultural revolution, 10,000 BCE. And it's just been growing and growing, but it's all tied to too many mouths to feed, in my opinion. And it's unhealthy ego. We have to be selfish to a healthy extent, right? Like when the airplane is crashing, the first air mask you put on is your own, not the guy next to you, right? They tell you, because if you can't save yourself first, you're not going to be any good to anybody else. But a lot of people have this misunderstanding of selfishness and ego and how to balance that. But I know that I want to live a good life. And I know that the best way for me to live my best life is to make sure that my neighbor has everything that they need, because if they do, they're not going to be motivated to come steal my shit because they've got everything they need, right? If they're healthy, they're not going to give me a disease. If they're happy, they're not going to come dump their bullshit on me. So taking care of my neighbor selfishly helps me, get the best life that I can possibly have. So you have a self-motivation to help other people, to lift the guy next to you up. But altruism doesn't make any sense because like a lifeguard, they'll tell you in lifeguard training, if you're not a strong swimmer and somebody's drowning, don't go out there because that fucker will drown both of you, right?
Yeah, we were taught to kick them away.
Right, absolutely.
Fatty, I always love having you up, but I'm going to shut her down here after I'm done with this cigarette, brother.
I got to get out of here. I got to go to bed too. I just really enjoyed talking to you guys. And that kind of
Objective, another way to have a
I love
community.
this. This was my favorite part of the whole night.
I have Elf helping our neighbors, and we tend to do that, but it also helps when they know you go to the range a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Self-determination, right? Yeah, I'm not against guns. I'm not against people owning guns at all. And people, that surprises a lot of people because my father was actually murdered. And people ask me, like,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Why are you not opposed to guns? And like I told you guys before, because if we got rid of all the guns, that wouldn't solve any problems. People would just start killing each other with axes and knives like they used to. So we got to get to the root of the problem, right? Which is the violence and stuff like that. So that's what I try to do actively in my life, is try to help people figure out how can we celebrate diversity and still get along with each other. And it's not easy. I mean, I don't have all the answers, but I do think the answers will come from education and science and philosophy, and not from religion, not from politics, not from this other bullshit that they keep throwing at us.
Right. And I want to, if I may polish the point, it's not that, I'm Billy Joe Badass, and I'm certainly more MEAL Team 6 than SEAL Team 6. But it's about having the tools that can help out in particular situations. Because when stuff is in an area, say 2 to 3 hours away, and there's lawlessness, I think everybody who's rational goes, how close am I to that?
Tools are great, man. I got lots of tools.
Tools.
I got tools to build log cabins. I got a sawmill.
And they're not extensions, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Anything that's a tool. Honesty is a tool, right? Honesty
and camaraderie.
Self-sufficient.
Mutual respect. These things can be used good or bad, just like any other tool. So, like, just because there are people out there who have used a hammer to murder somebody, does that mean we no longer want to use hammers to drive nails?
Yeah, like cars can be used.
We're using the right tool for the right reason.
Like jet engine airplanes, should we not travel by airplane anymore because of 911? You can use anything as a weapon. As a Marine Corps, I know this because I was trained to grab anything. Like if I'm in a fight, I could grab a chair and use it as a weapon. I could grab a.
Hey, Rocky, can you do a wick and use a pencil?
A pencil. Yeah. 3 men with a pencil.
He killed him with a pencil.
Anyway, you have to know how to fight.
Another one, guys.
You also have to fight for your freedom. You can't just let people walk all over you. So if you're in a community and outsiders come in and they want to disrupt your community, what are you going to do? You're going to let them come in and disrupt your community? Because they want to multicultural and they want
who the sheriff is.
They want to teach your children to do certain disgusting things, and you're going to allow that shit. I understand.
Yeah,
that
you saw Cheney's.
Like we have allowed too much shit We have allowed too much shit in this country.
Now,
and we need
Janie
to
had
clean
a
it
solution for you, Rock.
Mm-hmm.
She
Well,
said
I
the
say the
ancient
solution
Chinese
is to
secret.
accept the Lord and follow the commandment, the 2 commandments: love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. These are the 2 great laws. If you love your neighbor, you're not going to steal from him. You're not going to murder him. You're not going to steal their wife. You're not going to do shit like that. So all the law is in those 2 laws. Love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. You're not going to harm your neighbor if you follow God's law. That's Jesus's law. That was what Jesus.
You know what, Rocky? Nobody can steal my wife from me for 2 reasons. 1, she's not my property. And 2, because I give her a lot of motivation to stay with me. I treat her well. I don't have to worry about somebody coming and stealing my wife.
Well, you're
from me.
not supposed to lust after your neighbor's wife. Don't lust after your neighbor's wife. Don't steal from your neighbor.
Disrespect.
Treat your neighbor as yourself, as you would have him treat you. These are just the moral law. That's like a moral law. All the moral laws depend on them.
Well,
If
that
you
was
love
fantastic.
God with
That
all
wasn't
your
that a
heart,
good ending right there, Ben?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
well.
fantastic, gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming back up, why
you, guys.
I keep stumbling over objective tonight, objective ethics, but that was fantastic, guys. It was a
Yeah.
fantastic
Great
stream.
meeting you.
Love you guys.
See you guys.
See you later.
Thank you very much.